10th graders. They've long been unable to stand the sight of us 7th graders, and are now bullying the girl from Class B to taunt us. After hearing what Luo Lang had to report, Ling Lan could tell that this was definitely a show of strength by the 10th graders to try and put them in their place. 10th graders. Boss Lan, you sure enough are the boss. I, Wu Jiong, give in to you completely. Wu Jiong had initially thought it was just going to be a grand armed melee with the 8th graders, but who would have expected that Ling Lan would just go for the challenge with the greatest difficulty, directly going head-to-head with the highest-ranking 10th graders. Wu Jiong folded completely to this sort of courage. Wu Jiong, I heard that there are very few people in Class B that experienced a spiritual mutation, and even in Class A, a little less than half had no obvious changes, said Ling Lan, changing the topic. Wu Jiong's mood dipped. Yes, over these few years, there are less and less students experiencing spiritual mutations. If they don't mutate before they turn 16, they will very likely lose the possibility of operating mecha. Even if someone who did not undergo a spiritual mutation operated mecha, they would never be able to go beyond intermediate mecha warrior status. Therefore, when they applied for the various large military schools after they turned 16 years old, those schools would never accept these children into their mecha classes. Sometimes, a cruel battle will spur someone to evolve and have a breakthrough. The Grand Armed Melee is such an opportunity. Ling Lan vaguely revealed the reason why she wanted to have this Grand Armed Melee. Wu Jiong's eyes brightened, and his admiration for Ling Lan deepened. He immediately tapped his chest and said, Boss Lan, don't worry. I will inform all our classmates in the special classes. Wu Jiong's popularity was very high within their grade. He had a good relationship with every team. So, if the students within the grade had any problems, they normally liked to look for Wu Jiong for help. Only if Wu Jiong was not able to help would they carefully approach Ling Lan for assistance. It could not be helped. Although Ling Lan never got angry, her cold and austere face, along with the faint chill emanating from her body and her indifferent stare, all made them hesitant to approach her. As the children grew older, the better they became at gauging strength levels. Ling Lan's capabilities had obviously gone far beyond the range of a scout student, causing the children to feel pressured naturally. They even felt that facing Ling Lan was scarier than facing their instructors. This was also why Ling Lan tasked Wu Jiong to inform the other students, who asked him to be so popular. Of course, Ling Lan really did not know anyone else's contact number other than Wu Jiong's. So, even if she wanted to notify the other students personally, she had no way to do it. After settling everything, Ling Lan logged off the virtual world, put on her jet rollers, and swiftly left her villa. Ling Lan had just risen into the air on her jet rollers when she saw quite a few students of Class A gliding out from their villas on their jet rollers as well. Boss Lan. Everyone stopped, greeting her with clear idolization. If Qi Long was said to be the #1 fighter of year 4738, and Wu Jiong was the central pillar, then Ling Lan was their unmovable mountain one, proving just how steady and reliable she was in their eyes. HN. Has everyone arrived? Ling Lan halted as well, hovering in the air, and in less than a minute, over 30-odd students had gathered around her. Pretty much. Some have already gone ahead, replied one of the students, while some are still on their way. Then let's go, said Ling Lan calmly. With that, the jets on both sides of her jet rollers shot out a stream of air, activating instantly, driving her towards the canteen of the academy's upper division. Move out, the students behind her shouted, and the 30-odd students collectively followed Ling Lan on their jet rollers. At this moment, inside the academy upper division's canteen, a gang of red-clad youths of 15 to 16 years old, whether standing or sitting, or leaning and supporting, were casually but surely cordoning off an area with their bodies. On one side inside this circle of people, someone was seated unabashedly on a chair. Opposite him stood a slightly younger red-clad youth, while several boys and girls of the same age stood behind him, dressed in either red or white. What? Qi Long, you want to take responsibility for this matter, said one of the 10th grade Class A students standing at the side, sneering. Qi Long grinned good-naturedly and said, Senior, no matter how the incident started, you've already managed to hit and scold. Isn't it time to stop? Qi Long was not really afraid, but if the situation continued to degenerate and they actually began fighting, The few Class B female students here would certainly be harmed. He had initially stepped in just so he could prevent them from getting hurt. Qilong, how dare you? Actually speaking to a senior in that tone. That person was infuriated by Qilong's barbed words, immediately leaping out to berate him loudly. Senior, you think too much. A slight trace of a mocking smile appeared on Qilong's lips. By now, of course he could tell that the other side had intended to make a big deal out of this matter from the very start. They were planning to give these 7th graders who had just entered the upper division a show of force to put them in their place. Qilong, you. This attitude of Qilong thoroughly enraged the 10th grader. Was this really how a student who had just entered the upper division should act? Thinking back on when they themselves had first moved up and had been hazed by their seniors, their attitude had been extremely respectful and humble. Why was it that now that it was their turn to haze their juniors, they just had to meet this kind of disrespectful and insolent prick? Qilong, don't be too arrogant now. Although you are the number 1 of the 7th grade, in our eyes, you're nothing. Spat out the leader, expression dark and foreboding. If we want to play around with you, it would just be like toying with a pitiful worm. Know your place. Kneel down to me and apologize. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Cry after cry demanding Qilong kneel echoed within the academy canteen. The 10th grade students were now united against a common enemy, putting all their pressure on Qilong, who they saw as the head of the 7th graders. All of the 8th and 9th grade students stayed in their corners, not daring to make a sound. This was a scene that would occur every year, where the 10th graders of the upper grades would exert pressure to put the newly advanced 7th graders in their place. This was just the beginning. Once the other 7th graders appeared, they would also be given the same treatment. When they had been in the 7th grade, they too had endured the same. That feeling was really absolutely horrible. But this was just how things worked in the upper division. Whoever had the larger fist would be the one with authority. Here, no instructors would interfere in this type of bullying or scuffles. It should be said that once students entered the upper division, they were already considered as students who could graduate. The academy had taught them all it could, and everything beyond this was for the students themselves to figure out on their own. Therefore, this area had become a microcosm of the adult world, a world where might was supreme and logic was irrelevant. This was also why this incident of the 10th graders hazing the 7th graders would occur every year. It had become a sort of dark legacy. The humiliation they had endured at the beginning would be taken out of the hides of their juniors now. So, even if the 7th grade students here now were once the elite of the intermediate division, within the upper division, they should first learn how to walk with their tails between their legs. Neil? My boss told me that men can only die standing and cannot live kneeling. The smile on Qilong's face had vanished completely. He could compromise, but he would not lose his dignity and his pride. In that case, then I really would like to see how tough your bones really are, Qilong. The moment the leader of the 10th graders said this, 7 or 8 people stepped out from the crowd, rubbing their palms and clenching their fists in preparation to mob Qilong. Seeing this, Qilong immediately got into a defensive stance. He harumphed coldly and said, I too would like to know how capable you seniors really are to get me, Qilong, to submit. That's right. I, Luo Lang, would also like to see. Luo Lang knew there was no longer any way to delay. So he also stepped forward to stand beside Qilong. His fists were raised, ready to put up a good fight against these people. Han Shuya clenched her fists fiercely and shouted, And me too. Damn it, I'm not afraid of these bastards. Men who bullied women and those weaker than themselves were the worst, and these 10th grade seniors had committed both those sins. Her hate against them was at the max. Facing this situation of being surrounded on all sides, Luo Chao's complexion was pale with shock and fear, but she still stood her ground resolutely, supporting the injured female student without retreating a single step. She would never forget what Boss Lon had said to her. You can be afraid or panicked, but you cannot retreat and run away. What an insolent fellow. Just a 7th grade top rank, and he thinks the whole academy is his to rule? The 10th grade students began to jeer. The more they saw this kind of backbone, the more they wanted to destroy it. They themselves had not managed to stand up for themselves back when they were hazed. What gave these 7th graders the right to do so? Teach him a lesson. Teach him. Teach him. The 10th grade students were insistent on putting the 7th graders in their place. The entire canteen was filled with raucous cries urging for a beatdown. Since you 10th grade seniors want so much to teach us 7th graders a lesson, then we 7th grade students shall collectively accept your challenge. An icy voice rang out from the doors to the canteen. Qilong turned his head in surprise and joy and saw that familiar figure in the lead. He shouted, "Boss, you're here." A large group of students in red uniforms marched into the canteen, and at the fore was Ling Lan. Seeing so many 7th graders appear all of a sudden, the expression of the leader of the 10th graders shifted minutely. Could it be that you 7th graders want to revolt? Revolt? In my opinion, fighting you all doesn't deserve the use of this term. Ling Lan's words caused the 10th grade students to break into an uproar. Else, this gang of 7th graders just kept coming out with more and more insolent punks. Looks like it wouldn't do not to teach them a good lesson. Since you all want to fight so much, then as you wish, we 7th graders challenge you 10th graders to a grand armed melee. Grand armed melee? The 10th grade students were somewhat confused. And then, as if suddenly recalling something, the leader yelled out, "You're insane." He looked at the number of students beside Ling Lan and instantly let out a sigh of relief. "No, you all can't possibly succeed in requesting a grand armed melee. With just this number of people, it's impossible. To be approved, a grand armed melee required 95% approval out of the total 100 students, 3 of the Special Class A and Special Class B in the grade. No, you heard right. We're officially challenging you 10th graders to a grand armed melee." Another voice rang out from behind Ling Lan. It turned out that Wu Jiong had also rushed over with a group of students at his back, most of them Class B students in white uniforms. Wu Jiong was late because he had been busy contacting the Class B people. As a grand armed melee required 95% approval from the combined students of Special Class A and Special Class B to pass. Wu Jiong had discussed the issue with the Class B teams in advance and had finally reached a consensus. "You're all insane." The 10th grade students all had fear on their faces. They had only wanted to scare the 7th graders and put them in their place. They definitely did not want to unleash that horrifying grand armed melee. That was just asking for someone to die. In the most recent 100 years, there had not been a single grand armed melee. This was because the event was much too bloody and cruel, involving all the students of 2 grades in a large-scale group melee. During that time, no one would be able to control themselves. Terror, rage, submission, humiliation. There were all sorts of elements that could cause someone to lose control. A massive number of casualties had been recorded for a grand armed melee in the past. This was another important reason why the grand armed melee had faded away into obscurity for up to 100 years. Of course, the moment the words grand armed melee were said, not only were the 10th graders taken aback, even the 7th graders present, like those Class A students who had come with Ling Lan, were all gobsmacked as well. They had only been notified that a 7th grade Class B female student had been bullied by a 10th grade senior, and had only rushed here to lend a hand and show support. They had never expected their leaders Ling Lan and Wu Jiong to immediately escalate the issue to such an extent. However, their blood could not help but boil with excitement. If the grand armed melee of 100 years back, which made all students turn pale at its mere mention, were to reappear at their hands, that would be so goddamn amazing. "Big Brother Sue, they don't have enough people. Only 89. One of the 10th grade students quietly reminded their leader to not panic. This was very likely a scare tactic by the 7th graders. They should not trip themselves up because of this. At this reminder, this Big Brother Sue took a closer look and found that it was as that student said and calmed down. Indeed, who would be so stupid as to play the fool with their own lives? A grand armed melee. Even if they really wanted to try it, they wouldn't dare to fight one against the 10th graders, right? Wasn't this just suicidal? These little brats were definitely just trying to scare them, wanting to get them to surrender without putting up a fight. They must not fall for this threat and undermine their own authority. Thus, the leader laughed long and loud. "Huh, that's hilarious. Actually daring to suggest a grand armed melee against us. All right, I'll play with you all. Let's see if you all can really gather the full 95 people needed to successfully initiate a grand armed melee." Originally, There was some disturbance among the 10th graders at the mention of a grand armed melee, but after some internal discussion, the 10th graders had quickly settled down. Now, hearing their leader speak out, they all began chiming in as well. Yeah, we're waiting. Such a fun event. How can you leave me? Ling Jia out. A flippant and prideful voice rang out from the doorway. Ling Lan and Wu Jiong couldn't help but sweat drop. This punk Ling Jia just loved to show off, extremely egotistical. However, the arrival of Li Yingjia's team showed that the three strongest teams of year 4738 were working hand in hand. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the number of 7th graders present had reached exactly 95 people. If everyone here chose to agree, they would have the minimum quorum required to initiate a grand armed melee. Classmates, since entering the upper division, you all must have felt the suppression from the upper grades. Be it by a little or a lot, quite a number of people have suffered. Boss Ling Lan has said before that people should possess backbones. We should rather die standing than live being forced to kneel. Because this is our dignity, our pride. Once lost, then we will be unqualified to be soldiers. And what are we scouts? The cradle to cultivate qualified soldiers. What do you say? In this situation, can we submit? Proclaimed Wu Jiong loudly. No, no, no. The rage of the 7th grade students was stirred up by Wu Jiong's words. They all shouted their defiance loudly with clenched fists. Shall we take up weapons to defend our own honor? To let everyone know that, although we are new members of the upper division, we will not allow ourselves to be scorned. Wu Jiong continued to fan the flames. Grand armed melee. Heaven knows who hollered it out, and then all the other 7th graders took up the chant. Grand armed melee. Grand armed melee. Grand armed melee. Only by initiating a grand armed melee would the 7th graders prove their right to stand on equal footing with the 10th graders through a fair fight. Then let us initiate a grand armed melee. Wu Jiong raised his right hand, revealing his communicator, and put up the grand armed melee against the 10th graders for a vote. Simultaneously, all the 7th grade special class students received the options of agree/disagree to initiate the grand armed melee. Everyone present resolutely clicked on agree. Even those 7th grade special class students who had not yet made it to the scene also received this selection notification from their communicators at the same time. A white-clad youth lying down on the grass in front of one of the dormitory villas suddenly felt his wrist vibrate. Bored, he listlessly opened the notification, and when he saw the contents, he instantly leapt up. Grand armed melee. Haha, how interesting. Who'd have expected the Class A people to have such guts? I need to go watch the fun. The initiator had to be one of the top 5 of Class A. Although he did not know who it was, he still decisively clicked on the button to agree. Then, with a stamp of his feet, he disappeared from the patch of grass. Grand armed melee against the 10th grade, 7th grade special class approval at 97 people. This number exceeds the minimum requirement. The grade grand armed melee is officially established. Spread out at all corners of the academy, all the 7th grade students, whether they were from the special classes, the merit classes, or the regular classes, received this news on their communicators at the same time. This caused the 7th graders to jump in shock one. And then, all the alarms in the academy started to blare, going on for a whole 3 minutes. Everyone was flushed out from all corners of the academy by these warning alarms. They began asking the people beside them what was going on, but unfortunately, other than the 7th graders and a small number of the upper grade students, most of the students were clueless, so there was no clear answer to be found. Right then, a female voice with a faint mechanical tone rang out above the academy. Warning, 1 hour later, a grand armed melee between the 7th grade and the 10th grade will officially begin. Duration is set for 24 hours. All students not involved with the grand armed melee, please note. Please enter the dormitory area quickly within this 1 hour. For 7th grade and 10th grade students who refuse to participate in the grand armed melee, please enter the dormitory area as well. 1 hour later, the dormitory area will go into full lockdown, becoming the only safe area during the grand armed melee. No one shall fight within the safe area. Violators will receive heavy punishment. The academy's warning announcement was repeated 3 times. All the students of the academy were instantly in an uproar. Some lower-grade students did not even know what a grand armed melee was, and were quickly looking it up along with all other relevant information on their communicators. When they found out how cruel a grand armed melee was, some children's faces had turned deathly pale. Very quickly, a recording was played on the academy loudspeakers. It was the speech that Wu Jiong had given to the special class students in the canteen. Classmates, since entering the upper division, you all must have felt the suppression from the upper grades. Be it by a little or a lot, quite a number of people have suffered. Boss Ling Lan has said before that people should possess backbones. We should rather die standing than live being forced to kneel. Shall we take up weapons to defend our own honor? To let everyone know that, although we are new members of the upper division, we will not allow ourselves to be scorned. Grand armed melee, grand armed melee, grand armed melee. In the end, the students were collectively bellowing for a grand armed melee. This infected all the students of the academy, especially those 7th grade students of the merit classes and the regular classes. During this period of time, they had all suffered the suppression of the upper grades. All the humiliation they had been forced to endure all this time abruptly exploded in this moment. Grand armed melee. This was a chance for revenge gifted to them by the special class students. They silently clenched their fists tightly. Even if they died, they would pull those seniors who had bullied them down into hell along with them. The assembly point for the 7th grade, Sunmoon Square, in the District N. The assembly point for the 10th grade, Freedom Plaza, in District E. Finally, the academy mainframe gave the 2 grades their respective assembly points, and everyone began to move. In contrast with the 7th grade's repressed and focused fighting spirit, the 10th grade students were obviously somewhat panicked and unbridled. Bastards. That bunch of 7th graders are most definitely lunatics. A majority of the 10th grade students had the same opinion. Otherwise, how would they be so berserk as to initiate a grand armed melee? On the other hand, the 8th grade and 9th grade students were all puzzled, astounded at the sheer guts of the newly advanced 7th graders. They would rather start a savage grand armed melee rather than submit and compromise and subject themselves to the bullying of the upper grades. Could it be that the upper division would be turned on its head? Some of them were even vaguely regretful. If only they had suggested a grand armed melee like the 7th grade now, when they had been hazed by the 10th graders back then. Would they have become different? Maybe even stronger? In the dining room of the instructors had initially been quietly eating their meals. Today, our esteemed dean was also eating in the dining room. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the academy alarms suddenly sounded throughout the academy. In his fright, the dean actually spewed out the food he had in his mouth right then. He abruptly stood up and yelled, "What's going on? Could the mainframe have shorted? Or was someone actually stupid enough to attack the Scout Academy?" The dean's wrist communicator began vibrating forcefully. The moment he connected, the captain of the Ace Mecha team guarding the school appeared on the screen. "Dean, what happened? I was just about to ask you. Could it be that outsiders have invaded the Academy's airspace again?" The dean recalled the incident with Ling Lan 7 years ago. That Ling family had been so brazen as to fly a mecha straight into the Academy's airspace, giving them quite a scare. "No, we used radar to scan the surroundings. Everything's normal. No unidentified objects have approached the Academy. Could it be that there's an internal problem?" The mecha captain reported their findings to the dean. "Understood. Be prepared to act on your end. I'll check with the school mainframe." The dean had yet to finish speaking when the voice of the mainframe rang out in the dining room. Warning, 1 hour later, a grand armed melee between the 7th grade and the 10th grade will officially begin. Duration is set for 24 hours. Grand armed melee? FCK, why did this 100-year-old relic appear again? All the teachers looked at one another. Even they had not experienced a grand armed melee before, having only heard its name, so they did not really know how bloody or scary a grand armed melee could be. Heavens, which bastard initiated this? The dean's complexion changed drastically as he leapt up in shock. He had actually seen those top secret files before. Every time there was a grand armed melee, the children would indeed develop rapidly. However, the casualty rate was just too shocking. Therefore, the dean of every generation would take precautions against a grand armed melee happening. They would rather the children develop steadily instead of using this kind of cruel method to force their growth. This was yet another reason why the Grand Armed Melee had disappeared for over 100 years. The dean connected to the mainframe and pulled up the video of the location where the Grand Armed Melee had been initiated. The large screen right at the front of the dining room suddenly lighted up, and then the scene of a confrontation was played. Two sides were facing each other. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, etc. were all displayed clearly. Not a single person was excluded. God MN. Basically, all the 7th grade special class members are there. Seeing the 7th grade special class so united, all the instructors had approval in their gazes. This made them think of their comrades who had fought by their side through battles of life and death. Good. As expected of his offspring, the dean stared at Ling Lan's figure and could not help but suck in a sharp breath. The dean was truly an old fox. Just by looking at the standing positions of the 7th grade students, he could tell who the orchestrator of this grand armed melee was. Although the dean was fearful and angry, he could not help but be heartened by how influential his old friend's descendant was. Still, he quickly collected his thoughts and emotions and bellowed at the gobsmacked teachers frozen in their seats in the dining hall. "Are you all still eating? Get a move on." The teachers were stunned silly once more by the dean's ferocity. Who knew that the normally gentle and mild-mannered dean would have such a violent side to him? The rules relevant to the Grand Armed Melee will be transmitted to your communicators by the mainframe in a moment, said the dean frantically. Everyone be on guard at your positions and monitor every inch of the academy grounds. Keep a lookout for the rescue signals sent by the mainframe. At critical moments, put your backs into saving people. When the flames were lapping at one's brows, even the most mild-mannered person would be sent off the edge. If a massive number of casualties really occurred, even he would not be able to hold the fort. Yes, Dean. The teachers finally woke up. The moment the Grand Armed Melee began, their responsibilities would not be easy. They would have to keep the situation under control, and at critical moments, they would have to morph into omnipotent superhumans to rescue students. Damn it, what a real bunch of troublesome and reckless fellows. The teachers may complain, but not a single one of them was really displeased by this turn of events. The 7th grade teachers, in particular, could barely hide their glee, drawing the admiration of the teachers of the other grades. How had they managed to inspire such guts in their students? On the other hand, the teachers of the 10th grade were somewhat solemn. They had initially thought that their students were decent enough, but compared to the current 7th grade, they could feel how lacking the students they had taught were. The teachers swiftly left the dining hall. In the now empty dining hall, like taking off a mask, the dean's expression changed completely. His initially angry and impatient expression disappeared, and his lips actually curved upwards in a suspicious arc, showing just how good his mood was. Perhaps these children will be the Federation's future. The circumspect and far-sighted dean knew very well what the current children were lacking. A grand armed melee. What opportune timing. Ling Xiao, if your son wasn't just fooling around and planned this on purpose, then he is truly impressive. If the boy had truly noticed this point and intentionally launched a grand armed melee to give the children an opportunity to awaken, then that meant that Ling Lan was not just a simple warrior, but a strategist as well. If he continued to develop his skills, it would not be impossible for him to become a legendary martial. Blood and combat were the true fertile soil to cultivate real strength. With the passing of the years, old men like them gradually eased up on the younger generation out of compassion. They would rather choose those safer teaching methods than let the children face danger. But in truth, in the past 100 years, the number of people who had managed to advance to higher class operator was obviously pitifully small compared to that of the previous century. Even taking the unparalleled prodigy Ling Xiao into consideration was not enough to blot out this fact. Although the educational methods of 100 years ago were bloody and cruel, exceptional top-notch operators were produced generation after generation in an endless stream. The status the Federation enjoyed now was fought for and earned by the batches after batches of top-notch operators produced then. The dean naturally knew the flaw in their education system now, but he still lacked the conviction to force the start of a grand, armed melee. Unexpectedly, that bunch of 7th grade special class students had helped him to make the decision this year. At Sunmoon Square of District N, Ling Lan and the others had already rushed over to the scene. At this moment, The Academy's transportation robots had already brought over bundles after bundles of rubber bats and had piled them up inside Sunmoon Square. The same thing had happened over at Freedom Plaza where the 10th graders were. Everyone who was involved in the grand armed melee, whether on the side of the challenger or the challenged, had all received the rules relevant to the grand armed melee. In this grand armed melee, they would only have one weapon, these rubber bats. If any other weapon was discovered to be used, the user would be immediately expelled, and their side would be deducted 1,000 melee points. Of course, you could bring along as many rubber bats as you wanted, as long as you could carry them. The 7th grade students needed no instruction. They quickly took up their weapons. Some took just one, while others took two. This all depended on whether you were more proficient with single-handed wielding or dual-handed wielding. Ling Lan symbolically took up one of the sticks as well. Frankly, with Ling Lan's capabilities, having a stick or not would not make much of a difference. However, since everyone had taken at least one, she needed to blend in a bit so that she would not stand out too much. Just when Ling Lan thought that she would only need to sit still patiently and wait for the grand armed melee to start, Qi Long and Wu Jiong unexpectedly collaborated to sell her out. Without letting her know, they directly appointed her as the grand leader of this grand armed melee, and gave her the responsibility of making the overall arrangements and deciding the initial mobilization of their forces. According to Wu Jiong, since the grand armed melee was initiated by Ling Lan, then he should take full responsibility for it. Ling Lan did not push away this responsibility. From the start, she had planned to use this to settle everything once and for all, getting rid of the troublesome problems from the upper grades with one stroke. She stood up on the open stage of Sunmoon Square, and using the loudspeaker there, she said, "Everyone is saying that we 7th graders have gone mad, actually starting a grand armed melee. But have we truly gone mad? No." The steel in Ling Lan's voice pulled in the attention of all the 7th grade students. After we've entered the upper division, everyone has suffered some hazing, whether big or small, from the seniors of the upper grades. Some even crossed the line into outright humiliation. For the sake of graduating peacefully, there's nothing wrong with choosing to tolerate this. It's also a valid and appropriate method. I agree. These words of Ling Lan's caused the students to break out into a furor. If tolerating is right, then why had he chosen to start this grand armed melee? But will tolerating solve the problem? It cannot. Ling Lan's voice turned cold and forbidding, even containing a trace of concealed killing intent. The seniors of the upper grades will not stop just because you tolerate them. In fact, they will just become worse and escalate their bullying time after time. I believe everyone here has felt this. In that case, why should we continue to tolerate? Is it just to hold on through these few years, just to become as hateful as those upper grade seniors, and then bully the new juniors of that time just to comfort ourselves? Is that the path we want to walk? Ling Lan's gaze was extremely cold, chilling all the 7th grade students. They actually did not dare to let their eyes meet hers directly. Yes or no? Ling Lan roared, the sound ringing out loudly by everyone's ears. No. Qi Long was the first to shout in reply. His cry was soon followed by Wu Jiong's and several others, and then more and more, until everyone's voices were merged into a formidable wave of sound. And oh, this was the true voice of the hearts of the 7th grade right then. They had not yet been bullied so much that they had lost their pure souls. Without a soul twisted by constant humiliation, they were brimming with guts and fighting spirit. Thus, they refused to let themselves become hateful and grotesque. A dark history should be ended. A dark legacy should not exist within the cradle which cultivates qualified soldiers. And we, the 7th grade, shall be the ones to end this dark legacy. We are the champions of what is right. Champions! 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 Everyone's blood was boiling after listening to Ling Lan's speech. That final remaining tendril of fear within their hearts disappeared completely. All that was on their minds now was combat. Ling Lan waved both hands in a downward sweep to get the students below to quiet down again, and then continued to say unhurriedly, "Of course, I also do not wish for there to be any reckless heroes among us. Intelligence and courage should go hand in hand. Therefore, I recommend that all the merit classes and regular classes move around in teams as a combat unit. I do not recommend acting alone. Although the grand armed melee is a messy fight, It is extremely suitable for team members to cooperate with one another. I do not wish for any in our 7th grade to fall. Do not forget, by your side, you have your brothers, your sisters, your friends, your comrades. You are not fighting alone. These words received the heartfelt approval of all the 7th graders. Everyone looked at the good friends and teammates around them and determined that they would fight by their companions' sides till the very end. Besides that, do not forget to read closely through all the rules of the Grand Armed Melee. When you all meet a special Class A student, remember to press the button to surrender or the button to ask for help. Admitting defeat is not shameful. Only by living will there be hope for the future. Ling Lan emphasized her final words with a push of her spiritual power, hoping that at a critical moment, the students would not be so worked up that they would attempt to perish along with their opponents. However, just this strong push was enough to drain Ling Lan's tremendous spiritual power, and her head started to throb in pain. After saying her piece, Ling Lan stepped off the stage, giving her place to Wu Jiong and Qi Long. She signaled for Lin Zhongqing to cover her, and then moved to sit in a corner, closing her eyes to rest and regain her strength. Boss, how can you be so reckless? In the mind space, Little Four was very dissatisfied with what Ling Lan had done. Understood. I won't do it again. Let me rest first. Help me monitor the surroundings. Ling Lan did not argue with him, but she also did not regret her decision. Initiating the Grand Armed Melee was to give all the 7th graders a chance to become stronger, not to let them stagnate where they were. After giving her instructions to Little Four, Ling Lan focused on cultivating her spiritual power. Compared to Luo Lang or Lin Zhongqing, she trusted Little Four's monitoring even more. Anywhere the Academy mainframe could monitor, Little Four would be able to monitor as well, without letting the mainframe find out to boot. Time passed quickly. Very soon, the hour was almost over. Under Wu Jiong, Qi Long, and some others' arrangement, the 7th graders had swiftly departed Sunmoon Square to spread themselves throughout the entire academy, finding spots to conceal themselves. The Grand Armed Melee was a battle where the two sides hunted each other. Aside from the dormitory area, the entire academy was their hunting grounds. Even if the combined total of the two grades was about 20,000 people, once the students were scattered throughout the Central Scout Academy, they would be like water droplets falling into an ocean, leaving no lasting ripples behind. In the end, Wu Jiong's team and the organizing teams also left, leaving Ling Lan's team as the only team in Sunmoon Square. At this moment, the mainframe's voice once again rang out with an announcement that reverberated throughout the whole academy. 7th grade versus 10th grade. Grand Armed Melee will commence after this countdown. Duration is 24 hours. Winning criteria: the grade with 40% of their population remaining and an accumulated melee score of 60%. Numbers at present: 9,212 versus 9,374. Accumulated melee score at 0 versus 0. The countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The Grand Armed Melee officially begins. As the mainframe officially announced the start of the Grand Armed Melee, a dome of light immediately surrounded the dormitory area. Seeing this, several 10th grade students waiting by the dormitory area were extremely shocked and surprised. They tentatively tried to enter the dormitory area, but were repelled by a powerful force. FCK, we can't go in. The entire dormitory district has actually been fully covered by an energy shield. Apparently, these 5 or 6 10th graders had wanted to watch the fun, planning to run away into the dormitory district if the situation turned bad. Unexpectedly, the mainframe did not leave any room for these students to exploit, directly sealing away the dormitory area behind a light shield. Now, the people inside could not come out, but the people outside similarly could not go in. Then what should we do? Asked one of the students, terrified. What can we do? Just find a place to hide and wait till everything blows over to come out. Hee hee, the 7th grade has 100 people or so less than us. We 10th graders are sure to win this Grand Armed Melee. It's absolutely the right choice for us to join in this Grand Armed Melee. This speaker was rather smug. He seemed to be the head of this group. Leader, why do you say so? I've done some digging. Every time, the winning side of the Grand Armed Melee will receive countless resources from the Academy. But those who do not participate will not enjoy these benefits. Otherwise, why would I bring you all out here and take the risk? What if we happen to encounter any 7th grade special class A students? This group was entirely made up of regular class people. Even though they were 3 years older than the 7th graders, they still could not go up against those prodigies in Class A. Are you an idiot? That's why we need to hide well. If we're really that unlucky, we just need to surrender. Once we surrender, the opponent can't do anything to us anymore. If they try anything, we just need to press the help button to get assistance, and a teacher will come rescue us. At that time, the one who took action against us would also lose the right to continue on in the grand armed melee. It looked like this team leader had indeed taken some effort to understand the rules of the grand armed melee, just so he could take advantage of the confusion. Looks like someone is coming. Hide quickly. The team leader heard the sound of people approaching and hurriedly led his team members to hide inside a patch of trees by the side. Right then, in several locations, the 7th graders and the 10th graders were already clashing. After Ling Lan heard the mainframe's announcement, she nodded to Qi Long and the others. Then, Qi Long with Han Jijian and Luo Lang with Lin Zhongqing, two in a group, swiftly departed from Sunmoon Square. The initially noisy Sunmoon Square was instantly deathly silent. Only Ling Lan was left standing alone on the stage, looking off into the distance. Little 4, where is the top rank of the 10th grade Class A? Ling Lan decided to first test the waters, wanting to see how strong the best of the 10th grade was. Little 4 immediately displayed the location of the 10th grade top rank with a red dot on a 2D map of the Central Scout Academy. With a flying leap, Ling Lan left Sunmoon Square without a sound. Leader, are we not going to hide? Somewhere in the academy, 6 people were standing in a blatantly noticeable location. Their bright red clothes clearly displayed their class. One of the members was glancing around nervously as he questioned a grim-faced youth. It's just that bunch of 7th graders. Are they worth hiding for? The grim-faced youth did not reply. Instead, another member standing beside him spoke up with a dismissive quirk of his brow, seemingly not at all worried about this so-called grand armed melee. Rumor has it that their top-ranked Qi Long is very formidable, cautioned that nervous-looking team member. For some reason, he just could not shake the feeling that danger was coming. Although he had no idea what this feeling was, many times, this kind of feeling had let him overcome one threat after another. And this time, this sense of danger was even stronger than anything he had ever felt before. He just had no way of explaining it, because no one on his team would believe him even if he spoke up. Last year, he challenged the 8th grade, which is to say the current 9th grade top rank, Lu Jing, and failed. And Lu Jing can't last more than 30 moves against our team leader. These 7th graders are definitely no match for our team leader, argued yet another team member. Yeah, the team leader is the only combat genius that has entered the Qijin stage in the Scout Academy. Right now, you know, he's the strongest student in the academy, said another team member, face filled with idolization. If the team leader had publicized this information, those 7th grade brats would never have dared to suggest something like this grand armed melee. At this moment, the grim-faced youth spoke. All right, if you all have the strength to bicker, you might as well go and clean up some of those 7th graders. I never again want to see something like that incident 3 years ago. A wave of rage emerged on the youth's face. He was the pride of his grade, but 3 years ago, his team had lost to a barrier-breaking team from some third-rate planet Scout Academy. And then, this year, the 10th graders led by him had actually been challenged to a grand armed melee by the juniors of the 7th grade. This was clearly a smack to his face. Did they really think this grade of his was so easy to bully? Someone's coming. One of the team members suddenly voiced a warning. Following that, a team of 7th grade students dressed in blue uniforms could be seen peeking out from behind the trees. Crap, why are we so unlucky? Meeting the 10th grade top rank Zhang Jingan's team right off the bat. When the leader of this team saw the face of the rumored strongest scout at present, his mind became a jumbled mess. He immediately signaled for his team members to quickly retreat and escape. Where did they go? One of the running team members looked back to check on the 10th grade team, but found that the 6 people standing there previously had all disappeared. Not good. Run faster. The team leader had barely finished speaking when the ground beneath his feet shook violently. His entire body was thrown backwards into the air before he fell to crash forcefully onto the ground. There was a tightness in his chest, making him feel nauseous. The team leader hurriedly leapt up to check on his teammates and found the situation unpromising. The weakest team member was already coughing up blood, obviously having sustained heavy internal damage. At this moment, 6 figures appeared in front of them. As expected, it was Zhang Jingan's group of 6. One of them abruptly charged over, the stick in his hand swinging down towards the 7th grade regular class team leader. The team leader reacted quickly, evading with a twist of his body, his own rubber bat swinging out with the movement. But just as his rubber bat was about to strike the opponent, the other suddenly vanished, and then he felt his abdomen being struck harshly. Once again, he was sent flying backwards through the air, and this time, in the air, a mouthful of blood spewed out. With just one hit, he had been injured seriously. They were definitely no match for these people. This notion rose swiftly in the team leader's mind. The pain in his body should have dulled his reflexes, but for some reason, his fingers moved even quicker than his mind, pressing down on the button to surrender immediately. At the same time, the button seeking rescue lighted up. He had just crashed onto the ground again when that 10th grade team member rushed in once more to attack with his stick. Suddenly, the 7th grade team leader's communicator emitted a white light, which instantly repelled the stick. At the same time, the 2 combatants received a notification from the mainframe. Attacking a target which has already surrendered. 100 melee points deduction. FCK, what is this? Actually losing points, yelled the 10th grade team member angrily when he read the notification. Zhang Jingyan stared coldly at the regular class team leader on the ground and said, his reaction time was pretty quick, actually managing to press the surrender button in that split second in the air. Liu Yan, you were too careless. Looks like this fellow's reflexes are really good. Another member stared curiously at the 7th grade regular class team leader, seemingly very interested in studying him. We've surrendered. The 7th grade team leader's heart was filled with fright. He quickly yelled out to remind the opponents that they could not attack an opponent who had surrendered. The other team members also reacted quickly. During the span of their conversation, they had also pressed the surrender button. TCH, so boring. They had initially hoped the opponent would resist a little so they could toy with them, but unexpectedly, this team actually did not have a single shred of courage, actually choosing to surrender just after being injured with one hit. These 10th graders could not have imagined that the 7th graders were so decisive and quick to choose to surrender because Ling Lan had embedded a subliminal trigger within them with her spiritual power during her speech. When they encountered an opponent who was distinctly stronger than they were, they would not struggle needlessly but choose to surrender immediately to save their lives. In fact, the Grand Armed Melee had not been as bloody and cruel as it was made out to be at its inception. Everyone who participated in a Grand Armed Melee in the beginning had known who their opponents were. The regular classes would seek out the regular classes, the merit classes would seek out the merit classes, the special classes would seek out the special classes, so everyone would be fighting against someone of almost equivalent strength. In that way, both sides would be able to gain battle experience while raising their individual capabilities at the same time. However, as time went on, the Grand Armed Melee began to change in nature. In order to obtain victory, the stronger students would first go after the students from the regular classes. Some who were particularly twisted would not even give those regular class students a chance to surrender, killing them straight away. The side who was harmed then decided to repay blood with blood and also began sending out their strongest students to go kill the other side's regular students. In the end, the situation spiraled out of control, amassing large number of casualties and injuries on each side. Thus, the Academy had no choice but to make it much harder for the students to initiate a Grand Armed Melee. Ling Lan naturally knew the tragic history of the Grand Armed Melee. To cut off this potential development, Ling Lan purposefully exerted spiritual pressure to embed a subliminal command, almost causing her spiritual power to collapse on itself. When meeting an opponent of overwhelming strength or obtaining a serious injury, surrender. Even if they were unconscious, their bodies would move because of this subliminal command and press the surrender button. Let's leave. After they surrender, a teacher will soon be here to take them away, said another team member. Continuing to linger here would just be a waste of time. Fine. I think I sense another team of mice approaching. Who knows what level they are this time? I hope we can have some fun. One of the team members could sense the approach of another team, and his gaze shone with a faint red light. Go, Zhang Jingyan said only that before disappearing. The others soon followed him. Seeing no one else around them, the 7th grade regular class team instantly relaxed. So this is the top-ranking team of the 10th grade Class A. Our strength is really too far apart from theirs. We couldn't even take one attack. The team leader was extremely depressed. Who knows if Qi Long can stand up against them? Qi Long already lost to Lu Jing of the 9th grade, and Lu Jing can't defeat Zhang Jingyan. I don't anticipate the outcome of this grand armed melee. One of the team members was pessimistic. What are you all saying? Have you all forgotten that Qi Long still has a boss on top of him? The real king of our 7th grade is Ling Lan. Another team member was indignant. One move? Leader, don't tell me you can withstand one move from boss Ling Lan. Despite being needled by his team members, the team leader was not at all angry. Instead, his spirits rallied. Oh yeah, how could I forget that we still have boss Ling Lan? Anyone against him has been finished off in one blow. He's definitely no weaker than Zhang Jingyan. However, we've really lost face this time, being kicked out of the fight so soon after it started. We need to train well once we get back, sighed the team leader. His words caused all the team members to fall into a contemplative silence. That's right, they were probably the first batch to leave the field. That was truly disgraceful. A strong desire to become stronger rose within their hearts. If there were to be another grand armed melee in the future, they definitely did not want to be the first batch of students to leave again. On a small path within a dense patch of forest, a team of white-clad students were running for their lives. The words embroidered on their chests proved that this team was a 7th grade one. They're coming after us. One of the team members seemed to sense something. His expression fell, and he quickly told his teammates the bad news. The team leader knew that continuing to run was useless. Originally, he was hoping that the other party was just passing by and would overlook their team, but now, from the looks of it, the opponent had clearly set their sights on them. He gritted his teeth and commanded, "You all run ahead." "Leader," all the team members exclaimed. It was clear that the team leader was preparing to stay behind alone to hold off their pursuers. "Don't worry, if I really cannot hold them off, I will surrender. But our whole team cannot fall here." The team leader's thoughts were clear. They were certainly no match for the team pursuing them. So even if the entire team stayed back to fight, the final outcome would still be their loss. And the final judgment on who wins and who loses a grand armed melee is greatly dependent on the final number of people remaining. From the start, the number of 7th graders who participated in this grand armed melee was already less than the other side, so they needed to save as many people as they could. "Leader, you lead them away." The team member right at the end suddenly stopped running, standing still right where he was. If they really had to leave someone behind to hold off the enemy, they might as well let him, the weakest member, do it. Even if he left the grand armed melee, it would not make a significant difference to the overall strength of his team. Xiaomi. The team members were clearly reluctant. He was a companion who had grown along with them all this time after all. "Go? Do you all want to fold here?" shouted the student called Xiaoming angrily. The team leader saw that Xiaoming had been left far behind during this time. It was now too late even if they wanted to leave another person instead. At this moment, he could not afford any moment of hesitation. Thus, he merely slowed for a brief moment to say, "Let's go," before resolutely running ahead. The team members could only shove their reluctance away and gritted their teeth to chase after the team leader. Running with all their might, they soon disappeared from Xiaoming's sight. A red-clad youth rushing swiftly after the team saw the white-clad Xiaoming standing in the middle of the road, and so halted. His sudden stop made the other red-clad youths behind him stop as well. The number 10 was embroidered neatly on their red uniforms, showing them to be 10th grade students. "Ho ho, looks like they plan to sacrifice one to save the other team members. Leader, what should we do?" The youth who had stopped first asked his team leader standing behind him. "Shirchi, have you noted the details of those few people running away?" The team leader turned to ask the red-clad youth beside him tonelessly. "No problem, leader. As long as they stay within 2 kilometers of us, they won't get away," said Shirchi proudly. His awakened talent was lock-on. As long as he locked onto an opponent's details within his mind, he would be able to seek out the opponent within a 2-kilometer radius. "How long before they escape from your search radius?" the team leader continued to ask. "For minutes. replied Shi confidently. Yuan Shun, I'll let you play for a bit with the person below, said the team leader to the youth who had first stopped. You only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Yuan Shun rubbed his palms together excitedly. That's enough. That said, he glided down from the tree to land squarely in front of the 7th grade white-clad youth Xiaoming, standing in the middle of the road. It was precisely Zhang Jing'an's team, which had chased up to this 7th grade Class B team. When the white-clad Xiaoming saw just one red-clad youth appear before him, he gripped the bat in his hand nervously. His gaze flitted to the trees on both sides, trying to sense where the other members of the other's team were. Relax, I'm the only one fighting you. Even as Yuan Chen's words reassured him, Xiaoming couldn't help but worry for his own teammates. How pitiful, actually being sold out by your teammates, being left behind to be a sacrificial offering. Though Yuan Chen's lips kept yapping on about how pitiful Xiaoming was, the bat in his hands showed no mercy. He rushed forwards fiercely to attack the other with a savage blow. The white-clad Xiaoming was very agile. Seeing the other attacking, he instantly leapt backwards, cleanly avoiding the opponent's strike. Not bad. Looks like you still want to struggle a bit before dying. Yuan Chen licked his lips in excitement. He raised his bat and continued to attack. This time, his attack speed increased considerably. The bat rained down on Xiaoming like the battering of the rains and winds in a thunderstorm. It looked like his first strike had just been a casual attack, not reflective of his real strength. Moreover, he did not stop needling his opponent verbally. What a shame. You are just too weak. You can't even take a few of my attacks. You're destined to just suffer by my hands. The white-clad Xiaoming ignored Yuan Chen's mockery. He merely gritted his teeth and did his best to resist, finally managing to defend against all of the opponent's attacks this round. But even so, Xiaoming could already feel his right hand, which was gripping the stick, going numb and senseless from the repeated battery of the other's power. He knew that if the other continued to attack this way, he would eventually be overcome. A loud thump. This was the sound of a bat striking flesh. Ah! Cried out Xiaoming in pain. His entire person was thrown backwards into the air by the force of this attack. His numbed right hand had finally been unable to react in time, failing to block a savage blow by the opponent. Seeing this, Yuan Chen laughed gleefully. This was fully within his estimations. And so, showing no mercy, he once more sped up and got in close to the other, prepared to pummel the other soundly. Right then, Shi, who had been quietly watching the fight, suddenly let out a shocked cry. Zhang Jing'an's brow twitched. What happened? Shi. Nothing, leader. It's just that those few little mice who had been running away are actually coming back. Shi announced his discovery to the others. Could it be that they are trying to catch us off guard? Or trying to launch a sneak attack? Aren't they looking down on us too much? Another team member couldn't help but snicker. This is even better, saving us the effort of chasing them down. Zhang Jing'an felt that this was a good thing, so he shouted down to Yuan Chen below. Yuan Chen, take your time and play. Those little mice are coming back, so you have plenty of time. Zhang Jing'an's words caused the white-clad Xiaoming to panic. Mentally, he was angry and anxious. Angry that his teammates had chosen to come back, and anxious that they would end up being completely wiped out here because of this. Still, no matter how angry and anxious Xiaoming was, he could not suppress the surge of warmth that rose up within his heart. He knew that his teammates' choice was largely because they did not want to abandon him. Hearing Zhang Jing'an's words, Yuan Chen's initially rapid attack pace slowed. As he swung the bat in his hands, he resumed mocking the white-clad Xiaoming. Ho! Looks like those few teammates of yours think pretty highly of you, actually choosing to turn back to rescue you. However, this decision is really too stupid. Your team really sucks. Who's your team leader? Wishy-washy and indecisive, and also having no self-awareness. Under his lead, you all will definitely never become a strong team and become strong individually. Like now, all you all can be is our stepping stones. Whether our team sucks or not, I do not know. What I do know is that my team is a little better than your team. At least we are more humane than you all are, responded Xiaoming coolly. It's fine if they wanted to mock him, but he would not allow them to scorn his team leader and his companions. FCKU. Xiaoming's words thoroughly enraged Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen's attack speed rose once again, his rubber bat striking the other's body ceaselessly without mercy, once again throwing the other backwards into the air. These consecutive heavy blows dealt extremely heavy internal damage to Xiao Ming, who could not help but throw up blood. Not too far away, on the branch of a large tree, Ling Lan was closely watching the situation. An ice bead silently appeared in her palm. The other benefits of ice affinity were not obvious, but when she was trying to launch a stealth attack, she did not have to waste time and effort to find a hidden weapon. She just needed to focus, and she would have a weapon. Ling Lan aimed at a particular direction where a figure was laying, a nimble flick of her finger, and the ice bead flew. Ouch! On one tree, a white-clad youth who had been lying down among the branches secretly watching the show suddenly felt a force push him lightly from behind. This push was not strong enough to hurt him, but it made him lose his balance to fall down from the branches. He turned back to look for the source of the push, but saw no one. There seemed to be a glimmer in the air, but when he narrowed his gaze to look closer, it had disappeared, as if it had just been in his imagination. Help! The white-clad youth did not find the culprit, and so could only turn back around and struggle desperately in the air. But in the end, he still ended up crashing spread-eagled onto the ground. This unexpected scene gave Zhang Jingyan and company a fright. About to launch another attack, Yuan Shen stopped, turning his head to look at this unexpected guest who had disturbed his fight. In contrast to the other's surprise, Zhang Jingyan's face showed a trace of seriousness. Being able to sneak up on them without being noticed, this white-clad youth was obviously not a simple character. He may very well have some unique hidden ability. Zhang Jingyan immediately discarded the possibility that the other was stronger than him. He did not think anyone from Class B could be that strong. The white-clad youth pushed himself up from the ground with difficulty, moaning all the way. His exaggerated manner made everyone stare at him curiously. Meanwhile, when Xiaoming saw the face of the white-clad youth, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xie, why are you here? So it's a 7th grade junior. Come to save your fellow classmate? What admirable fellowship." When Yuan Shen saw the number embroidered on the other's chest, he tapped his bat lightly against his left arm and spoke up with a half-smile. Xie patted the dust off his clothes and said with an expression of consternation, "You think too highly of me. Facing a team of the top 10th graders, if I have this notion, then I'm definitely a moron. Honestly, I just didn't hold on to that tree securely enough and fell down by accident. If possible, can you all just pretend you didn't see me?" "Do you think that is possible?" asked Yuan Shen darkly. Xie Yi's face fell instantly, and he pouted and started muttering to himself, "I just knew it. Not hugging onto the tree properly would end up like this. Ahem, I'm really too pitiful. Just trying to get a good show and being pulled in like this. How about you seniors show some mercy and we just exchange a move for show and call it a day?" Speaking up at the end, Xie Yi's eyes were sparkling brightly, his expression clearly broadcasting the fact that he just wanted to have a good discussion with the 10th grade seniors. Everyone's sweat dropped. Could it be that this fellow was truly a moron with a lacking brain? "That's fine. You just need to stand there and not move and let me hit you a few times and everything will be over." Yuan Shen had barely finished speaking when he charged over, ready to teach this flippant punk a good lesson. "That won't do. If I get hit, it'll hurt," squealed Xie Yi in fright, turning to run. Just when Yuan Shen was about to hit him, Xie Yi suddenly looked back and leapt into the air. His initially empty right hand now somehow had a rubber bat in it, and he launched a powerful downward chop towards Yuan Shen's head. Xie Yi's counterattack came too quickly and too suddenly. This unexpected move gave Yuan Shen a great scare. He did not dare to continue attacking Xie Yi, jerking to a quick stop to raise his own bat above his head, blocking Xie Yi's attack head-on. Luckily, he had reacted swiftly, otherwise Xie Yi would have succeeded in his sneak attack. However, even so, Yuan Shen had still taken a hit. Xie Yi had been acting with a plan, while Yuan Shen had only been reacting reflexively. This attack caused him to stumble 3 to 4 steps backwards, a dull pain roiling in his chest. He couldn't help but open his mouth and blood spewed out immediately. Despicable. Yuan Shen pressed a hand to his chest and choked out in rage. This attacking method, it's too wretched and despicable. Rage colored Zhang Jingyan's face. Their team had never suffered such a disgrace before. Xie Yi acted as if he did not understand what was going on. A puzzled expression on his face, he said, "Ai, senior, why are you throwing up blood suddenly? Are you trying to tell us that as long as we work hard, we will benefit. Xie Yi's face lit up instantly, and he said emotionally, Boo-hoo-hoo, senior, you are really such a great guy. Still not forgetting to teach us even during this critical time, even willing to pay the price of getting injured. Shut up. I'm definitely going to kill you. Yuan Shen's eyes were completely bloodshot. He felt that he had been played by this ant before him. He felt humiliated, feeling that his dignity had been ruthlessly stomped beneath the other's feet. He wanted revenge. He needed the blood of the opponent to wash away his humiliation. For the first time, an intense desire to kill swelled within his heart. Not too far away, Ling Lan's brows furrowed. She could clearly sense the 10th grader's desire to kill. Unable to accept the strength of someone he viewed as weaker than him, and thus choosing to destroy the other? Could this also be considered an ugly aspect of humanity? Ling Lan looked at the still cheerful Xie Yi, who seemed oblivious to Yuan Shen's intent to kill, and a smile bloomed on her lips. I thought that I had already concealed my capabilities well enough, but unexpectedly, someone is even better at hiding than I am one. As expected, this world isn't that simple. Yuan Shen, don't break the rules. Zhang Jingyan too had sensed Yuan Shen's desire to kill, and so spoke up to warn him. Leader, don't worry, I will settle this matter perfectly. As long as he did not give the other a chance to surrender or ask for help, even if he killed the other by accident, the academy would have no way to punish him. Leader, you all can leave temporarily. He did not want people nattering on beside him when he committed murder, even if it were his team leader. Zhang Jingyan cast a searching look at Yuan Shen and then said, all right. That said, with a quick dash, he left the scene. Shi and the others merely glanced at Yuan Shen, then left after Zhang Jingyan without saying anything. After Zhang Jingyan and the others had left, Xie Yi's smiling face abruptly became solemn. He said to Xiaoming behind him, you should leave quickly. No way. I can't leave you alone with him. Let's fight together. Xiaoming was determined. He felt that no matter what, two people together would stand a better chance of winning than one person. Please, you're already seriously injured. How do you plan to fight? Furthermore, if you aren't here, it'll be easier for me to escape. Running away is my specialty. Don't hold me back. Xie couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sometimes, being too steadfast was also a troublesome thing. Really, Xiaoming wasn't sure whether he should take Xie at his word. Of course it's true. Quickly go, go. Xie Yi's expression was annoyed. He waved his hand impatiently at Xiaoming, as if shooing away a fly. Xiaoming looked at Xie Yi worriedly, but seeing that Xie Yi seemed to be serious about this, he clenched his teeth and left the scene. Knowing that Xiaoming had left the scene, Xie Yi's initially tense expression instantly relaxed. Ikes, the troublesome people have all left. Now let us play. With no one watching, Xie Yi was planning to bring out his secret techniques. Otherwise, what was the point in keeping them hidden for so many years? Besides, he also did not want to let off someone who wanted to kill him. He was not a saint. Yuan Shen said sinisterly. Yes, it is indeed time for us to play. That said, he pounced. Somewhere else, Zhang Jingyan had led his 5 team members to run about 500 to 600 meters away. Then, Shi reminded, those people are just ahead. We'll see them soon. He was talking about that team of 7th grade Class B students they had been chasing from the start. Zhu Qi, Qing Ming, I'll leave those people for you guys to handle. For opponents like this, Zhang Jingyan had no need to act himself. Shi, you keep watch over the situation. Zhang Jingyan sent Shi over as well, not because he was worried that Zhu Qi and Qing Ming would fail, but rather because he was afraid 1 or 2 people would manage to separate and run off from the team again. Zhang Jingyan liked to wrap things up in one go, and did not like there to be any loose ends. Yes, leader. The 3 of them acknowledged their orders and quickly sprinted off. Leader, what about me? The remaining team member was rather depressed. Everyone had their own tasks. Only he had nothing to do. Luo Qiong, haven't you noticed something off? I keep having the feeling that someone is watching us, but I can't find the other, admitted Zhang Jingyan to this remaining team member. Leader, could it be some teachers watching us? This was the first thing Luo Qiong could think of. Some teachers were truly very formidable. The more the students learned, the more they found those teachers frightening. This is also possible, which is why I have brought you all away from Yuan Shen. If the teacher's attention stayed there, then we wouldn't sense anything here, but this feeling kept following me. Even after I sent Zhu Qi and Qing Ming off, this feeling still stayed here. As Zhang Jingyan continued to elaborate, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The feeling is gone." Then, his expression changed drastically. Not good. Something has happened to Shi. Shi's presence was no longer concealed. This meant that he had most likely lost consciousness. Has he been attacked? Is it our opponents? Cried Luo Qiong, shocked. Of course it's the opponent. Those teachers would never attack Shi. Zhang Jingyan's expression was dark. He had actually been unknowingly followed by an opponent, and by spreading out his forces, he had unintentionally fallen for the opponent's plot. Ling Lan had quietly snuck up to Shi, who was hiding on a tree branch, and before the other could notice her and react, she had struck him unconscious with one blow. She then carefully laid the other down on the branch, quietly pressing the other's surrender button to ask for assistance. Right below, Zhu Qi and Qing Ming were oblivious. At that moment, they were gleefully watching the 5 figures who had appeared in front of them. It was the 7th grade Class B team who had returned to try and rescue their teammate with a sneak attack. Between Ling Lan's fingers, 2 extremely small and thin ice needles appeared out of thin air. With a flick of her wrist, the ice needles flew silently through the air to pierce into the area behind Zhu Qi's and Qing Ming's neck. The 2 of them shivered, feeling a chill spread out from their neck. However, this feeling merely flashed by, quickly disappearing without a trace, causing them to think that they had imagined it. The thin ice needles would not actually hurt them, and also would not give them any lingering after effects. But for 1 hour, their true strength would be restricted by 30% to 40% by the cold air of the needles. This was a chance Ling Lan was giving to the 7th grade team. Whether or not they could take advantage of it would depend fully on the efforts of the 7th grade team members. After doing all this, Ling Lan left the scene to return to the place where Zhang Jingyan was waiting. "You've come." Zhang Jingyan could feel himself being watched once again. So, he spoke up, hoping to trick the other into revealing themselves. Meanwhile, as Zhang Jingyan spoke, Luo Qiong was looking around nervously. Damn it, he had not sensed anyone approaching. Could it be that the opponent was like Xie Yi and had a special concealment talent? He did not believe that the 7th grade students could be that much stronger than him. As expected of the first rank of the 10th grade, a cold voice rang out, as if right by their ears, but also as if coming from a far distance. Zhang Jingyan tried to pinpoint the opponent's position based on this voice, but could not. Instead, this voice seemed to muffle all other sounds around him. Ugh! Luo Qiong made a strangled sound, as if his voice had been stoppered at his throat. Without thinking about it, Zhang Jingyan leapt in Luo Qiong's direction, but there was already no one there. Zhang Jingyan stood there, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The opponent had already made his move, and he had lost a team member in an instant, but he had not seen a hair of the opponent. Thus, he had no idea at all who the opponent was, when had such an abnormal prodigy appeared in the 7th grade. Or could it be said that some perverse and deviant teacher was playing a joke on him? At this point, Ling Lan had already appeared where she had placed Shi earlier. She put Luo Qiong there as well, and pressed his surrender button too before disappearing again. Ling Lan had not disappeared for long before 2 figures abruptly appeared on that large tree branch. Seeing the 2 red-clad youths on the branch, they exclaimed, "They're from the 10th grade Class A." One of them bent down to check the necks of the 2 laid down on the branch. "They're unconscious." "How are their injuries?" asked the other with a worried tone. The opponent's method is very polished. These 2 were knocked unconscious in one hit without any warning. They are not injured at all. The person who was checking on them continued to diagnose the reason for their condition. "So what you're saying is, the opponent knocked them unconscious and then pressed their surrender button to get us to take them away?" said the other, pleasantly surprised. "Looks like it." The person checking on the students was just as pleased. Discovering a strong student indeed made them very happy, but they were even happier that this student's morality was impeccable as well. Every teacher hoped that their academy would produce such a student who was exemplary in body, mind, and soul. The 7th grade students aren't as weak as we had expected. The teachers had originally thought that the 7th grade would certainly lose this grand armed melee without a doubt. Now, it looked like it was too early to come to a conclusion just yet. No matter what the situation is as they fight, we can only observe from the sidelines and try our best to avoid cases of death and bloodshed. said the teacher solemnly, with regret. Back when they had been scouts themselves, they had never gone through such a stirring incident like this grand armed melee. Each holding on to a student, the two teachers swiftly left the scene. Like they said, no matter how much their hands itched to do something, they could only do their duty as a transporter. Moving students who had failed off the field, watching dumbly as the students fought each other until the grand armed melee ended. Zhang Jingyan felt that immense pressure disappear and knew that the opponent must have distanced themselves once more after succeeding in their attack. His eyes narrowed as he quickly forced himself to calm down. His initiate instructor had once told him that, on the battlefield, no matter what the situation was, one had to remain calm. The moment one loses their calm, one would be at death's door. His entire being quietened, and then a surge of energy burst out from within him, spreading out. The melodies on the wind of this energy surge flowed towards Zhang Jingyan like musical notes. Abruptly, Zhang Jingyan turned to stare in a particular direction and said coldly, "Are you still not going to come out?" Since she had been discovered, Ling Lan did not waste time hiding any further. She walked out from behind a large tree, and coming to stand about 20 meters away from Zhang Jingyan, the two of them stared evenly at each other. The other was wearing the same red uniform as he was, and the number 7 glinting on the other's chest proved that he was one of the rival 7th graders in this grand armed melee. However, that elegant and cold face was not the 7th grade top rank, Qilong, whom they were familiar with. A thought flashed through Zhang Jingyan's mind, and he said, "Qilong's boss, Ling Lan." Ling Lan quirked a brow, as if surprised that Zhang Jingyan knew her name. The uncrowned king of the 7th grade is no secret. If one wants to know, then one will know, said Zhang Jingyan tonelessly. That said, if it were not for the grand armed melee this time, he might not have known that such an exceptional expert was hiding in the 7th grade. Originally, he had thought that no matter how strong the other was, he would at most be at the level of the 9th grade Lu Jing. But now, from the look of things, he had miscalculated. Looks like you were already aiming for me from the start. This situation right now should be your doing. We can finally face off one-on-one. However, you really think you are a match for me? Zhang Jingyan remarked with a half-smile. In his eyes, Ling Lan's planning was undoubtedly a little too self-conceited. Ling Lan did not answer Zhang Jingyan, but only continued to stare at him emotionlessly, causing Zhang Jingyan to be unable to figure out what Ling Lan was thinking. In truth, Ling Lan was actually conversing with Little Four in the mind space. Little Four, where are those people now? Apparently, just now, Little Four suddenly alerted Ling Lan to the fact that the people he was monitoring had finally started to move. About 3 kilometers from here, responded Little Four, confirming the other's position. Little Four was currently in sharing mode with the Academy mainframe. Everything within the Academy was at his fingertips. Also, according to Ling Lan's wishes, he did not apply any concealment methods onto Ling Lan. Therefore, as long as someone wanted to, they could easily find out where Ling Lan was. Little Four, looks like the things you discovered were accurate. A murderous glint flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. Another big reason she had initiated this grand armed melee was to lure the snake out of its lair, and now, from the looks of it, the opponent had not been able to hold back, as expected. However, she first needed to handle this fellow in front of her as fast as possible. Ling Lan glanced at Zhang Jingyan standing before her. Even though this person was very cocky and arrogant, and his personality was nothing great, Ling Lan still did not want to involve him in the cat-and-mouse blood sport of her and her enemy, and cause his death by unlucky chance. Thus, she decided on a speedy fight to end things quickly and eliminate him from the grand armed melee as soon as possible. Right then, Zhang Jingyan was thrilled. The faint sense of Ling Lan's natural force of presence let him know that the other was an expert. He was glad to find a worthy opponent. Ever since the seniors had graduated from the academy, he had had the feeling of being a large mountain surrounded by molehills. Especially when he became ever more proficient at using the mutation of his spiritual self, he had thought himself unrivaled among the academy students. While this made him proud of himself, it also made him feel somewhat dejected. It was not a pleasant feeling to be alone at the top of the world without a match who could rival him. Perhaps this youth before him now could give him a good fight and loosen his joints. Although Zhang Jingyan felt that Ling Lan could bring some color into his life, He never even considered the possibility that Ling Lan could defeat him. Zhang Jingyan wanted to fight, so he charged in directly. He did not use a rubber bat or any so-called fancy moves. He attacked with a simple punch. Perhaps Zhang Jingyan felt that victory was within his grasp, and so thought that there was no need for any complicated moves, that his strength alone was enough to steamroll the opponent. It looked as if Zhang Jingyan only took a single unassuming step, but this simple one step actually carried him across the entire 20 meters of distance between the two combatants. In an instant, he was already right in front of Ling Lan. In fact, this was just a trick of the eye. Ling Lan could clearly see Zhang Jingyan take 10 steps within this short period of time to come right up to her. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingyan's right fist was already flying towards her face. Whether in terms of his crossing over or this final punch, his speed had reached an extreme. Zhang Jingyan even had the misperception that in the very next second, his fist would strike the opponent and send the other flying. The smile on his lips had just begun to blossom when time froze, because he felt his fist being detained by a gentle force, preventing him from moving any further. It turned out that right at the moment Ling Lan was about to be struck, she too made a fist and met Zhang Jingyan's punch with a punch of her own. Although the two fists seemed to collide violently, no sound was produced. It was as if there had been no power behind the two punches at all, making the collision seem like a friendly fist bump. Zhang Jingyan knew his own strength. He had definitely used about 80% of his strength in that punch of his. A situation like this would only occur because the opponent had met his punch with a corresponding amount of power, hence neutralizing the power of his punch with amazing gentleness. This punch of Zhang Jingyan's did not create his desired effect, instead pushing him into a deadlock. Now, his choices were to either pull back his strength and try again, or push more force into his punch to continue pressing forwards. As long as his strength could overpower the opponent's, the deadlock would be broken, and the combined forces of both of them might even crash down completely on his opponent. Zhang Jingyan naturally was unwilling to just pull back. From the start, he had considered himself the stronger party. So, with a soft shout, his entire face instantly flushed red. He abruptly sucked in his belly, and then with several consecutive shakes of his wrist, for silent and invisible energy waves were sent flying towards Ling Lan. This was an ace in the hole given to him by his initiate instructor. He could unleash for hidden energy waves instantly, and each wave would stack onto the force of the wave before it, so that by the time the final wave struck, it would carry the terrifying power of 8 times the force of his personal strength. Of course, his initiate instructor warned him repeatedly to not use this move unless absolutely necessary. However, Zhang Jingyan felt that this was the perfect time to use it, because this was a battle of pride between the strongest of the 10th grade and the 7th grade. Just by looking at her opponent's hand movements, Ling Lan could tell that the opponent had likely used a power stacking technique. She decisively used 1-inch punch. The two hidden forces clashed repeatedly, until finally, neither force could suppress the other, and so both of them blew up simultaneously. Ling Lan and Zhang Jingyan were blasted backwards into the air by this massive backlash of energy. Even the stout tree they were standing by was destroyed instantly by the blast, its broken branches falling from the sky to crash into the ground. With a reverse plank in midair, Ling Lan stabilized her body, landing firmly on the tree fork of another large tree not too far away. On the other hand, Zhang Jingyan did not have as good a time of it. Only after flying out for about 5 to 6 meters did he manage to grab hold of a random tree branch with his left hand, and, with that as leverage, pull himself back onto a tree to find stable footing again. Still, his right arm hung low, swaying freely with his body movements. Ling Lan pressed her own right arm with her left hand, and said coldly, "As expected of the number 1 of the 10th grade, breaking my right arm with one move." At the same time, Zhang Jingyan was also gripping his own right arm, expression unsightly as he said, "You're not weak either." Similarly, his arm had also been broken by the other. That last move could be considered a loss on both sides. At this time, Zhang Jingyan no longer had any of the sense of superiority he had at the start. He now knew very well that Ling Lan was an expert at the same level as him. Still, even so, we must determine who is stronger. Ling Lan seemed set on having a clear winner and loser. The moment she finished talking, she stomped forcefully. Then, borrowing the rebound from the tree branch, she flew forwards like a cannonball at Zhang Jing'an, completely ignoring the injury of her right arm. Zhang Jing'an's expression was solemn. He knew that this time, it was time to determine a final outcome. For combatants like them at the Qijin level, victory and defeat would be determined in a split second. It just came down to whose Qijin was better. This time, Ling Lan chose to attack with her left hand. Of course, she could only use her left hand now, but she seemed to not be very confident in her left hand, choosing to attack with a rubber bat. Zhang Jing'an too chose to attack with a rubber bat. Gripping it tightly with his left hand, he moved to meet her attack. The two were just about to clash, when Ling Lan's face suddenly revealed an expression of great shock, and she shouted, "Dodge quickly!" Zhang Jing'an was unmoved by this, his left hand and the rubber bat in it still moving forwards with the strength of his entire body. Humph, thinking to trick me like this? No way. This notion had barely brushed through Zhang Jing'an's mind when he felt the back of his head being struck a heavy blow. He instantly felt as if his body were drained of all energy. As he fell down, with his last remaining bit of consciousness, he saw Ling Lan across from him, choosing to turn tail and run, as if seeing some frightful being. Hells, so he wasn't trying to trick me. At this moment, Zhang Jing'an's heart was filled with regret. If only he had listened to the other's warning. Would he then have been safe from this sneak attack? Zhang Jing'an tumbled down from the tree he was standing on, but before he could crash into the ground, a figure swept by to catch him and set him down gently on the ground. At the same time, the figure pressed Zhang Jing'an's surrender button and then disappeared instantly without a trace. Somewhere 1,000 meters away, a team of 5 dressed in instructor garbs were pausing for a moment. One of them, a 27 or 28-year-old young teacher, was activating his spiritual power to delve into the nearest monitoring signal, trying to locate the position of their target with all his might. The other's position right now has changed. From the initial southeast direction, he has moved towards the north. The teacher opened his eyes and said to a 35 or 36-year-old male teacher beside him, "How far from us?" This teacher should be the leader of this team. At hearing his team member's report, he could not help but frown. "Not even 1,000 meters away," replied the scanning teacher. "Xiaolai 1, watch the surroundings carefully. Don't let the other teachers discover our tracks," arranged the leader decisively. "Yes, leader." The scanning teacher Xiaolai received the command. The leader waved a hand behind himself, and 5 figures disappeared instantly from the area with several hushed swishes. Meanwhile, in the direction of true north, Ling Lan was sprinting across the ground, instructing Little Four inside the mind space to help her find the most appropriate hunting grounds. "Little Four here?" Ling Lan abruptly stopped her steps and asked Little Four. "Yes. There are no scout students at all within 1,000 meters of this area." Although Little Four did not know why Ling Lan was so concerned about the presence of scout students, as a follower, he had a responsibility to meet his boss's requests. "All right, then let's wait here for prey to come." The hunting grounds Ling Lan had chosen was a large, dense forest deep within the academy. This area was already far from the various large dormitories. A typical person would not choose to come to this sort of dark and desolate place, unless they were students who were trying to be clever and hide for the whole 24 hours of the grand armed melee. With a few flying leaps, Ling Lan disappeared soundlessly into the forest. Not even a minute later, the team of 5 teachers appeared where Ling Lan had disappeared. Right here. A minute ago, the monitoring device detected his figure here. He entered the forest and disappeared from this point. Xiaolai pointed at the direction where Ling Lan disappeared. "Can we not find his precise hiding spot?" The leader looked out into the quiet forest and asked. "No way to pinpoint it. This place has almost no monitoring facilities, unless we mobilize the satellite system of the mainframe," said Xiaolai regretfully. "I still cannot hack into the Central Scout Academy's mainframe to obtain its control rights. Its level is no less than the mainframes of our military headquarters." The leader said then, "Only a minute has passed. He can't have gotten far. Let's chase." That said, he was the first to jump into the forest. His team members did not hesitate, jumping into the forest with him. They were just going in to handle a 13-year-old babe. They had no worries about strategizing to avoid forests or any disadvantageous locations. The group dashed far a length of ground, until when the leader suddenly halted and closed his eyes, carefully sensing the environment around him. The other's presence suddenly disappeared. How did he do it? The leader's expression was dismayed. If the target escaped this time, they would find it very difficult to explain things when they returned. It should be known that chances to finish off the other without leaving obvious traces were extremely rare, so their ringleader had already given the execution order. That brat had to die in this grand armed melee. Could it be that we chased too far and overtook him? Asked one of the team members. They absolutely could not believe that a 13-year-old plus child could beat them in terms of travel speed. Of course not. The leader harumphed. He could sense the disturbances where the other had entered and moved through the forest, so of course this was impossible. However, he also believed that, with their speed, it was impossible for them not to have caught up to the other. Thus, the most likely possibility was that the other had a kind of miraculous concealment method and was hiding somewhere at the side to avoid their detection. He should be close by. Let us spread out and search. Search properly. Don't overlook any suspicious places. The leader made a decision instantly. Also, don't forget what we came here to do. The leader swept a cold look over all the team members. Kill him. Don't be soft-hearted and show any mercy. That is our mission. Yes, leader. The four of them acknowledged the orders. Their initially somewhat relaxed expressions instantly became serious. They each chose a separate direction and then began slowly searching outwards. As expected, they are here to kill us. Inside Ling Lan's mind space, Little Four dutifully projected what all five of the men were doing. Arg, why are that fellow's movements so accurate? He's about to find us. Little Four jumped up in fright inside the learning space. Don't panic. Ling Lan consoled Little Four. She peered intently at one of the teachers. Well, let's just call them teachers for now. Who was already very close to her location. She needed to find an opportunity to land a one-hit killing blow. The moment these people got close, Ling Lan knew she was facing the second great crisis in her life ever since that first assassination attempt when she was 6. These 5 people were all combat experts in the middle to late stages of Qijin. In particular, that team leader had even fully mastered the Qijin stage, like her, and was just waiting for that last catalyst to spark the insight to enter a new domain. The other was getting closer and closer to her hiding spot, yet Ling Lan's heart was becoming increasingly calmer. Her heartbeat slowed immensely, almost going into a state of hibernation as she laid there unmoving. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The other was already right in front of her. The shoes on his feet almost stomped on her fingers, but even so, Ling Lan's heart was still as clear as ice. Unafraid, even if the sky collapsed, she did not move a single inch. Just as the other was about to approach 1 step further, the neighboring shrubs about a meter away suddenly rustled. That person instantly turned with a look of caution upon his face, ready to go and investigate the situation over there. Right then, Ling Lan moved. Ling Lan's right hand was gripping a conical weapon, transparent in color and emitting a trace of cold air. It was an ice cone made via the use of ice affinity. At present, this was the largest weapon Ling Lan could condense with her talent. You ask, wasn't Ling Lan's right hand broken? Why can she still use a weapon? Well, apparently, when she had met Zhang Jingan's punch with a punch, Ling Lan's right arm had been unharmed. She had just pretended it was injured to give the impression of weakness. As for who would fall for it, that was not something Ling Lan needed to consider. However, the ice cone in her right hand was not Ling Lan's most reliable weapon. Her real killing move was a spiritual charge. In this generation, spiritual attacks were an ability that only combat experts at the domain stage or ace operators could possibly have. Take a good look, they could only possibly have it. Indeed, both these parties must possess immense spiritual power and ability to advance that far. However, just having the spiritual power for it did not mean they could use spiritual power attacks. Only if they awakened an innate talent in this vein could they possess this ability. For example, the Spectre ability gained from spiritual mutation was a type of spiritual attack. However, Ling Lan was an oddball. She did not awaken any spiritual attack type innate talent. But because she had the instruction of the learning space, she had gained this formless yet powerful killing move through masochistic training. This was also why Ling Lan dared to hunt the 5 people after her who were Qijin stage experts like her. In fact, The rustling of the shrubs that pulled the opponent's attention had also been Ling Lan's doing via manipulation of her spiritual power. Undoubtedly, this time, Ling Lan had planned very well. All the reactions of the opponent were within her calculations. A fierce spiritual charge would cause the opponent's head to be struck by an abrupt force. Zhang Jing'an, who had just stepped into the early stages of Qi Jin, had fallen unconscious without being able to put up any resistance to. However, this teacher before her, who was already at the mid-stages of Qi Jin, was only stunned for 2 seconds before regaining consciousness. But these 2 short seconds were enough for Ling Lan to kill the opponent several times over. The ice cone created by ice affinity plunged mercilessly into the other's chest. Ling Lan did not hesitate at all after her successful strike, backing off instantly. Without even glancing at what would become of the opponent, she left. That last strike had already revealed her killing intent. If she lingered for even a beat, she would be surrounded by the other 4 people. At that time, she would truly be put in a tight spot with the odds against her. The moment Ling Lan left, the ice cone piercing the other's chest shattered, becoming countless translucent and glittering spots of light to disappear into the air. Without the continued support of Ling Lan's ice affinity, the ice cone had no way of maintaining its shape. This was also a reason for Ling Lan to choose weapons created via ice affinity. In the end, only these 5 people would know what her killing weapon was. 3. Xiaolai. Rushing over, the leader yelled out in shock. It turned out that the first team member killed by Ling Lan just happened to be Xiaolai, the one who had awakened a hacking innate talent and who could hack into the monitoring systems to track her. As hacking talents belong to the spiritual series of awakened talents, Xiaolai had great resistance against Ling Lan's spiritual charge. However, he was still not completely immune to Ling Lan's spiritual charge, and so had finally died under Ling Lan's sneak attack. Fearfully, Xiaolai pressed desperately on the wound at his chest, trying to staunch the blood gushing out, as he mumbled over and over again, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." They had initially thought that this was an extremely easy mission. They only had to kill a 13-year-old scout, and they were all elite soldiers. Xiaolai, hold on. The team leader took out some medicinal agents and fed them to the other. However, he too knew that it was useless. Unless they could get supplementary blood to maintain the other's minimum blood level within the next 3 minutes, and then obtain a replacement heart within 2 hours, even a god would be unable to save him. But now, they were in the Central Scout Academy. Moreover, they were impersonating teachers to assassinate a student within the academy. They had no way of requesting emergency aid, and so had no way of receiving assistance. In other words, the leader had no way of bringing Xiaolai back to their own territory within 3 minutes. Hiding at one side, Ling Lan bit down fiercely on her own palm, hoping the pain could alleviate the discomfort she felt in her heart. The person she had just killed was not the virtual humans created by the learning space, and neither was he an enemy nation mecha warrior like on planet Demon Beast. Nor was he a traitor who had betrayed her trust. He was very likely just a regular soldier who did not know the truth beforehand, someone who had just simply accepted a mission. Yet, she could not be merciful just because of this. She could not die. She definitely could not die. Early on, she had already made a vow. In this life, she wanted to live safely, securely, and freely. If anyone tried to interfere with this goal, she would not care even if she had to morph into a demon to defend it. "Leader, is this mission really right?" asked Xiaolai, eyes filled with doubt as he breathed his last. "Xiaolai," the team leader howled lowly, tears falling silently from the corners of his eyes. Just as Xiaolai had said, was this mission really right? Why did they have to kill a half-grown kid? Could it be because the child's father had betrayed the country, so they suspected the child would also become a traitor? Why did they have to go so far to prevent something yet to be decided? The team leader slowly closed Xiaolai's wide-open eyes. When he lifted his head once more, his gaze was sharp and cold. "Xiaolai, until now you do not understand. We do not need to know what is right or wrong. Once you've entered the organization, the mission is number 1. Don't worry, I will kill him and avenge you. A comrade's blood is not wastefully spilled." The team leader's killing intent became thick and overbearing. His entire aura gradually began to fluctuate and become unstable, even showing faint signs of going berserk. Seeing this, A thought flitted through Ling Lan's mind. The leader's aura was in a chaotic state, causing him to lose his usual composure. This was definitely a great opportunity to kill him. But just when Ling Lan was about to make her move, three figures flew towards them from three different directions. "Leader!" shouted one of the team members. Meanwhile, another team member saw the blood-soaked Xiao Lai laying in the leader's arms, and could not help but cry out in dismay. Xiao Lai. Still in hiding, Ling Lan quietly lamented the lost opportunity. If those three people had come just 5 seconds later, she would have had enough time to make her move. Ling Lan was a decisive person. Seeing that there was no longer any possibility of launching a sneak attack, she once again muffled all signs of her presence, sinking down to hide like an inanimate object. The team leader pushed down the sorrow and rage he felt in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Lai was the target of a sneak attack by the opponent. He's dead. The opponent is proficient at concealment and assassination. You must all be careful." His turmoil had only lasted for a moment. By now, he had already regained his calm and immediately deduced Ling Lan's general position. He shouldn't be far from here. From the time I sensed killing intent and rushed here, only 3 seconds have passed. He would not have had the time to go too far. The team leader believed that although he had been thrown into mental turmoil by Xiao Lai's death, he had not lost his sensory abilities. If Ling Lan had chosen to run away back then, he would definitely have sensed the boy's movements. But when he had arrived at the scene, the surroundings had been still and silent. That meant that the other must have chosen to lay low somewhere close by. Perhaps the boy was just by their sides now, just waiting for a chance to strike a killing blow. From now on, the three of you shall be one team. When you search, don't stray too far from the others. It's best if you all can keep an eye out for each other. The team leader knew that the other 3 members of his team were at about the same level of strength as Xiao Lai. As such, they would be in danger if they got stranded on their own, so he decided to let the 3 of them search as a group. As for himself, if the opponent thought that he was a good target on his own, he would let that punk know that, before true strength, any brilliant sneak attacks or assassination attempts were all futile. "Yes, leader," acknowledged all 3 men with serious expressions. Xiao Lai's death had raised their guards. They were not confident that they would be able to evade the opponent's undetectable sneak attack on their own. Ling Lan saw the 4 of them split up into 2 teams and start searching in 2 different directions. Ling Lan's luck was undoubtedly excellent. The first directions the 2 parties began searching in were coincidentally not where she was hiding. Of course, this was just a temporary reprieve. When the 2 parties did not find anything in the directions they were searching right now, they would definitely circle back to search the places they had not covered on their first run. In other words, if Ling Lan just continued to hide here, she would still eventually be discovered by the opponents. Ling Lan considered her options and then decided to find a chance to trail that group of 3. Although on the surface, going after the team leader to try and execute an assassination seemed more likely to succeed, Ling Lan somehow had an unexplainable feeling in her heart that there was something dangerous about that team leader. It was this sense of danger that made her give up on trying to sneak attack that team leader immediately. Of course, for Ling Lan to launch a sneak attack on the 3-man team without being caught was also very difficult. However, Ling Lan believed that as long as she was patient and focused, it may not be impossible. Right then, a gust of wind swept by, shaking the leaves on the trees, causing them to rustle loudly. With a light push of her palms, Ling Lan sprang off the ground and flew towards the direction where the 3-man team had gone. When the wind died down, Ling Lan drifted softly to land like a leaf, dashing into another concealed spot to continue hiding once more. Ling Lan's patience was extremely high. Even though she still could not see hide or hair of the 3-man team, the moment the wind stopped blowing, she would stop moving as well and would remain still until the next gust swept by. On the other end, the team leader was searching with his head bowed. His ears twitched with the sounds of the wind. Though his face remained expressionless, doubt flashed briefly through his eyes. He actually could not hear anything out of place, other than the sounds of the wind and the rustling of leaves. All he could hear was the sound of their own footsteps as they traipsed through the dry grass. Could he have made an error in judgment? Was the opponent still choosing to hide at his original spot and not planning to try another sneak attack? Or had he perhaps already gotten close to them, and he just could not hear it? The leader's expression became grim. Just then, a tendril of fog abruptly appeared in the forest. It slowly became thicker and thicker until the leader's figure was hidden within this dense patch of white fog. The members of the three-man team kept the instructions of their leader close to heart. The distance between them never exceeded 10 meters. Not only that, they each also made sure to keep one team member within sight at all times. This was the triangular formation unique to the Federation military, and it was considered a defensive formation with no blind spots. Ling Lan continued to use the sound of the wind as cover, sneaking up stealthily to the three-man team. However, she was not happy. Instead, her brows were tightly furrowed, because she had noticed that under this formation, she would have no chance whatsoever to try a sneak attack. She needed to mess up this formation as soon as possible. Ling Lan knew she did not have a lot of time. Little Four, who had been keeping an eye on the leader, had just told her that he had lost track of the leader. Although Little Four was using high-definition satellite monitoring to scan the area where the team leader had disappeared, that area had already become a thick cloud of fog. Under these circumstances, even the most high-definition satellite would be ineffective. Ling Lan reckoned that the fog was part of the other's innate talent ability. Under the cover of the fog, perhaps the other had already turned back and was rushing here at full speed. Meanwhile, she not only had to find a way to finish off these three people in front of her as soon as possible, she still had to beware the aftermath. She did not want to be like the tragic mantis which stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it one. A gust of wind swept by, causing the shrubs and trees around to sway gently, rustling. At the start, the three-man team had been in a state of paranoia, which then toned down to nervous caution. And now, they were calm. At this play of the wind, they merely cast brief glances reflexively at those areas which emitted sound. Seeing this, an idea sparked in Ling Lan's mind. The three men saw nothing strange, and so continued to walk in search. Not long after, another draft swept by, and like before, the trees and shrubs emitted a round of choppy noises, but this time, an almost imperceptible object shot out along with this gust of wind. Taking advantage of the wind, Ling Lan had sent an extremely thin and small, yet extremely sharp, ice needle flying out at the team member closest to her. At this time, the other's range of sight just happened to turn towards some source of sound. Moreover, the direction of this turn just happened to expose his most defensively weak temple to Ling Lan. Ever since humans have used gene agents to spur the development of the body, their body's vitality and resistance had been strengthened greatly in comparison to that of Ling Lan's previous world 10,000 years ago. Thus, besides the areas of the head and brain, there were no longer any fatal weaknesses on any other part of the body. If Ling Lan wanted to rely on this extremely thin ice needle to give the opponent a death blow at any other part of the body, that was almost impossible. Only by shooting it straight into the head to destroy the other's brain could it achieve a killing effect. Just like how Ling Lan had killed that Twilight Empire mecha operator on planet Demon Beast, using a short wooden needle to pierce through the other's lower jaw diagonally to penetrate the brain, killing the opponent by destroying the other's brain. Otherwise, just purely piercing the throat may not necessarily guarantee the other's death. Compared to the layers of defense shielding a mecha operator's head, this three-man team before her, due to their disguise as teachers, had not donned any defense for their heads. This gave Ling Lan the possibility of achieving one-hit kills. Ling Lan's ice needle was truly too small and thin, and on top of that, she had used the sound of the wind to cover its tracks. Only when the ice needle was no more than 10 millimeters away from the opponent did his expression twist in realization. No matter how much she tried to hide the attack within the sound of the wind, a Qi-Jin-level combat expert would have a defensive Qi flow around him, so when the attack approached this Qi flow, it would be noticed by the opponent. This was also why Ling Lan had chosen to do a close-range assassination at the start with Xiao Lai. After all, hidden weapons were not very effective against Qi-Jin experts who were on their guard. That person was just about to move his head to dodge the attack, when Ling Lan's long-prepared spiritual attack followed. This time, her spiritual attack was not as intense as the one she had used against Xiao Lai, which could cause someone to fall unconscious directly. Instead, this attack would only concuss the head of the target, making him lose control of his movements, briefly paralyzing the other. It would only last for a split second, the target would be back to normal almost immediately. However, this one split second was enough. With fear and shock, the opponent found that it was too late to dodge. The ice needle plunged soundlessly into the opponent's temple, leaving no trace except an extremely minuscule red where it had entered, as well as that rictus of horror right before the moment of death. In the meantime, the other two people did not notice that anything had happened. They continued to search ahead, still staying in their triangular formation. But after walking a few steps, they realized that one of their members on one of the corners had trailed behind. One of the remaining members stopped and shouted out doubtfully, "Shaolin, did you find something? Why aren't you keeping up?" Shaolin just continued to stand there unmoving, staring off fixedly at a spot, as if he had found something. The two of remaining members looked at one another, then agreed tacitly to go over to take a look. They carefully made their way over, and one of them walked right up to Shaolin's side. He nudged Shaolin on the shoulder and said, "Hey, why aren't you answering?" Unexpectedly, this nudge caused Shaolin's entire body to fall forwards. The two men were shocked. One of them quickly got into a defensive pose nervously, while the other moved forwards to check on their companion, only to find that Shaolin had stopped breathing. "Ah, that goddamn bastard. You need to f-kin come out and show yourself. What kind of hero attacks from the shadows? Come fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." That person leapt up abruptly, screaming out into the dimly lit forest hysterically. He was thoroughly frightened by this silent and unexpected passing of Shaolin. "Xiaochong too, calm down," the other team member yelled anxiously, looking around warily all the while. The surroundings were quiet and still, not a figure in sight. "Leader, leader," bellowed the hysterical team member, hoping that his team leader would hurry over to investigate the cause of Shaolin's death. However, all that answered him was still silence. Even his leader was nowhere to be seen or heard. The hysterical team member gradually calmed down, but his complexion also grew increasingly paler. He could not help but think, could it be that their team leader had also already been killed silently and unexpectedly like this? He shook his head emphatically. No, the leader was so strong and formidable. He definitely wouldn't be offed by a 13-year-old child. But was their target really just a 13-year-old child? Or perhaps the one behind the deaths of his comrades was not their target at all. Perhaps it was a demon? He thought of that large hole in Xiao Li's chest that had been created by an unknown weapon, and then looked down again at Xiao Lin laying on the ground without a mark on him. All he could see was the terrified expression on Xiao Lin's face, as if he had seen something horrific right before he died. Xiao Fei, there was clearly no one around earlier, but Xiao Lin still died, even leaving with such an expression on his face. Our opponent isn't human. Although science and technology explained that there were no ghosts and spirits in this world, the bizarre nature of Xiao Lin's death had still caused Xiaochong to panic. Right now, even the leader has disappeared. He must have died at the hands of that terrifying demon too. If we continue to stay here, we'll definitely die. Facing such a creepy situation, even a braver man would be affected by fear. Slap. Xiao Fei threw a tight slap across Xiaochong's face. In reaction, Xiaochong gaped, expression still anxious, confused, and helpless. "You need to get him in, calm down," barked Xiao Fei. The leader had mentioned that the opponent is good at concealment and assassination, so it's not surprising that he knows some methods that we cannot understand. But this doesn't mean he's invincible. Besides, I don't believe the leader has really been finished off. Xiao Fei knew his leader's capabilities very well. If even the leader could not resist, then they would really have no chance of leaving this forest alive. He told himself that he must remain calm. The moment the both of them got caught up in panic, then death would really be at their heels. Xiao Fei's calm and steady words finally lessened Xiaochong's panic. His gaze began to rove, but just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw the bushes about 10 meters behind Xiao Fei burst apart soundlessly. Countless blades of grass and leaves shot out like arrows at Xiao Fei's back. "Watch out." Xiaochong's previous panic was wiped away instantly. A cold light shone from his eyes as he pushed Xiao Fei gently to one side with his left hand. Then, lifting his right hand, he charged towards the bush the attack had come from. A formless blast of Qi Jin, and the grass and leaves flying towards them were instantly obstructed. A muffled bang. The two invisible forces collided. Xiaochong's body was shaken by the blast, and he felt the breath and blood in his chest roil. Calmly, he circulated the hidden force in his body, and once more gathered the energy at his palms to push out at the opposing force once more. The addition of this burst of Qi Jin finally suppressed that formless energy, and the grass and leaves frozen in the air were immediately thrown back from whence they came. Hiding in the opposite direction, when the muffled blast rang out, Ling Lan's complexion paled, as if sustaining some great blow. However, her expression did not change, and her vision did not waver. She still kept her eyes coolly focused on the other team member, the one who had been pushed aside by Xiao Chong, Xiao Fei. That's right, her target this time was none other than Xiao Fei. The flying grasses and leaves earlier were indeed her tactic, but that move was just a feint, an intentional attack to lure the attention of Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong's surface panic had looked very real, the invisible bloody aura lingering about them proved that these people were all veterans who were used to bloodshed. How could they be so easily frightened by a comrade's unexplained death? His performance was undoubtedly meant to lull Ling Lan and try to entice her into attacking. After figuring things out, Ling Lan decided to just play along. Even though she risked getting injured this way, she would obtain another chance to kill off yet another one of her opponents. This was an undoubtedly worthy exchange. Right after Xiao Chong blasted away those grasses and leaves, with no hesitation, he stomped on the ground, and using the reaction force generated from it, he pounced towards the area that had been blasted apart. Both his palms were thrust forward, formless Qi Jin behind them as he struck out. Since the formless force had come from this direction, then the opponent must definitely be hiding there. He had caught the killer. Glee flashed through Xiao Chong's eyes. As long as the opponent exposed himself, based on the strength he had sensed from their last encounter, Xiao Chong was confident that he would definitely be able to kill the other by working together with Xiao Fei. With a loud boom, dirt was thrown up into the air along with shrubbery as the ground was blasted apart by the force of his attack. At the end of it, a deep pit of about a meter wide in diameter laid before Xiao Chong. A good opportunity. Explode. At this moment, Ling Lan, who had been hiding to one side, saw Xiao Chong leave the side of the other team member and immediately detonated the spiritual power she had planted by Xiao Fei's side. Ling Lan was not confident that she could kill two Qi Jin experts at the same time with a spiritual blast. In comparison with Xiao Chong's late-stage Qi Jin strength, Xiao Fei with his early mid-stage Qi Jin strength was undoubtedly easier to kill. Therefore, from the very start, her target had always been Xiao Fei. Always start from cartilage when gnawing on bones one. After all, the formless and colorless spiritual power, under Ling Lan's control, exploded in an instant, creating a massive shockwave aimed straight for Xiao Fei's brain. Xiao Fei, who had been pushed to one side by Xiao Chong, had already been in defensive mode. His attention was currently focused on Xiao Chong's attack. The moment he noticed any sign of the opponent, he would follow up with an attack of his own and help Xiao Chong. However, before he could notice anything, tremors abruptly coursed through his mind. This was a warning signal, an ability of every fighter who managed to enter Qi Jin's stage. Could it be that the opponent was trying to launch a sneak attack on him? This notion had barely passed Xiao Fei's mind when the hidden force spread out across his body ballooned rapidly. If anyone or any hidden weapons approached him, he would be able to sense it. But even as he pulled this defensive action, he felt a formless energy collide with the defensive hidden force on his body. He felt his Qi Jin shudder violently, and then waves of dizziness and disorientation invaded his brain. As if from a distance, he felt like he could hear his own Qi Jin being detonated by that surge of energy. Boom, boom, boom. These concussive forces were focused on attacking his brain. In the end, he felt his brain succumb to these overwhelming energy surges, and with a last roaring blast, it exploded. He thoroughly descended into darkness and knew no more. On the other side, Xiao Chong, who was attacking the source of the attacking energy, thought that his two Qi-infused palms would force out the killer hiding within the shrubs. However, other than flying dirt and grass, there was no one to be found. Besides the rustling sounds of the trees and plants stirred by the wind, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Damn it! Seeing his two palms not having their intended effect, Xiao Chong could not help but curse silently, heart doubtful. Had the killer snuck away in the very moment he had launched his sneak attack at Xiao Fei? but he had not heard anyone moving at all. Or could it be that that person had never been there to begin with? In that case, then how had that attack been created? Sure enough, Xiao Cheng was not as flustered as he had appeared to be. Or, more accurately, his previous weak performance was just meant to put the killer hiding in the shadows at ease and get him to attack. He had indeed gotten his wish. The opponent had struck, but the outcome was not ideal. He did not manage to frisk out the opponent, which made him even more uncertain and lost than before. He moodily walked back to his teammate's side. Of course, along the way, he did not forget to stay vigilant. He believed that the killer was still nearby. It was only that the killer had a mysterious way of moving and hiding, causing him to be unable to find an opening. So fear began taking root in his heart. "Xiao Fei, did you find anything?" he asked softly. Xiao Fei had been standing behind him all this while defending. Perhaps he had seen something. Unfortunately, there was no response to his question. Sensing something off, Xiao Chang's expression changed drastically. He rushed over to stand before Xiao Fei and was treated to the sight of Xiao Fei's wide, open eyes staring off sightlessly into the distance. Meanwhile, thin rivulets of blood were flowing ceaselessly from Xiao Fei's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. With just one glance, Xiao Cheng could tell that the other was already dead. Aya! Xiao Cheng held mournfully. Compared to the other teammates, he and Xiao Fei had grown up together, attended school together, fought their first battle together, and survived together. They were the best of sworn brothers. His death caused Xiao Cheng to go utterly berserk. Hiding within the grass, Ling Lan's current condition was not optimistic either. Her face was as white as paper. That last spiritual blast had undoubtedly drained her spiritual power. Not only that, a spiritual blast was also an attack which extracted a heavy toll on oneself even as it dealt great damage to the opponent too. Moreover, the attack she used this time, the split-core twofold detonation technique, actually had an even higher requirement than a regular spiritual blast, with a correspondingly higher damage output. Though the power of a spiritual blast was indeed very strong, it had a weakness. After it was activated once, the user would not be able to accumulate spiritual power again for a short period to continue attacking. Thus, if Ling Lan used a spiritual blast to attract the opponent's attention, then she would have no way of immediately gathering spiritual strength again to launch another sneak attack. In order to successfully kill off one of her opponents, she could only take a risk and use the split-core twofold detonation technique. The split-core twofold detonation technique was an area of effect technique. It split her spiritual power into two portions, which could then be detonated separately to attack a target. The immense turbulence caused by the twofold blasts of spiritual power could instantly destroy anything tangible or intangible within a certain range. Ling Lan knew well that that missing team leader was most certainly on his way here. There was no time for her to continue wasting. She needed to finish off these two people before the team leader arrived. Otherwise, up against that leader at the peak of Qi Jin, Ling Lan had no confidence she would be able to stand up to him even one-on-one, much less if the other still had a helper remaining. Ling Lan believed that, by using the split-core twofold detonation technique, she would definitely be able to kill off at least one of her opponents. And in reality, Ling Lan had done it. However, the cost was also very high. Not only was her spiritual power depleted, her head ached fiercely, feeling as if it were splitting apart, causing her to feel like puking. Even her physical body sustained a little damage. The only blessing was, setting her spiritual power aside, her combat ability had not been decreased by much. "Boss, you cannot use any more spiritual power." Checking on Ling Lan's condition, Little Four spoke up to caution her. "Forcefully using any more will cause irreparable long-term damage to your spiritual self." "Understood," replied Ling Lan. Her gaze was fixed on the grieving and berserk Xiao Cheng. His aura had started to fluctuate. This was undoubtedly a good time to attack. Since she already had no way of using spiritual attacks anymore, then all she could do was charge in. With a strong push of her arms, she flew like an arrow towards Xiao Cheng, who was still howling mournfully up into the sky. At the same time, a cone-shaped icicle appeared in her hands, and in a split second, she was at the opponent's back. In fact, Ling Lan already long knew that the so-called innate talents from spiritual mutation actually had very little to do with how strong one's spiritual power was. It was just that the innate talents possessed by a body required spiritual power to trigger. Although Ling Lan's spiritual power was depleted, she still had the tiny bit of spiritual power needed to activate ice affinity to make this small icicle. At that moment, the wailing Xiao Chong abruptly turned around. He glared at Ling Lan with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "You've finally appeared." The opponent's hand unerringly grasped hold of Ling Lan's right hand, which was stabbing towards him, a savage smile appearing on his lips. "It's a trap." Ling Lan realized instantly that the other's unstable aura and his frenzied wailing had all been a sham, all for the sake of getting her to attack. A piercing glint flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. Regardless of whether the other had done this intentionally or not, at this moment, there was no longer any possibility of a sneak attack. Defenseless, an unexpected spiritual charge could indeed cause a target to lose control of their actions for a brief second, allowing her to carry off a one-hit kill. However, once the opponent had their guard up, then a spiritual charge, which was not very strong, would not be able to cause the opponent to lose control. Consecutive assassinations had thoroughly raised her opponent's guard, which was also why Ling Lan had chosen to use a spiritual blast instead of a spiritual charge when she had killed Xiao Fei. Thus, for this attack, she had had no choice but to try her luck in a direct confrontation. She only hoped that she could at least deal heavy damage to the opponent, if she could not kill him before the team leader arrived, so he would be unable to continue fighting. Although Ling Lan's right hand was in the opponent's grip, she reacted extremely quickly. Her left hand abruptly swept towards the other's neck, and at the tips of her fingers, an extremely small and thin ice needle was revealed. Against an opponent at the same level of Qi Jin, even an ice needle, which did not look that sturdy, could give the opponent a fatal wound. His brief but full-on contact with Ling Lan let Xiao Chong know that this seemingly 13-year-old youth before him was actually at a similar level of strength as him. He was also a Qi Jin level combat expert. Thus, Xiao Chong did not dare to take any risks. With a forceful spring of his legs, he dodged that glittering, cold ice needle of the opponent. But in doing so, his right hand had no choice but to let go of Ling Lan. He thought that the opponent would take the chance to escape. Most assassins who were proficient in the various methods of assassination would choose to distance themselves immediately if their attempt failed. Thus, right after he dodged the other's ice needle, he came to an abrupt stop, aiming to stop the other when he tried to escape. Regaining free use of her right hand, Ling Lan did not run away as he expected. Instead, she chose to get even closer, throwing out a fierce elbow in his direction. Because Xiao Chong had chosen to stop, he had no room at all to dodge again. He had no choice but to cross his arms and forcefully take the opponent's blow. An audible thud. Both sides had used their full strength. When the two hidden forces collided, loud explosions could be heard. As Xiao Chong had blocked Ling Lan's attack in a hurry, his chi had not been as substantial as Ling Lan's. Xiao Chong felt his feet become unsteady and stumbled back 3 consecutive steps before the force he had received faded. Even so, he felt a heaviness in his chest as his chi roiled, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. During the collision, Ling Lan's face drained of its color. However, she had indisputably won the upper hand in this encounter. So, pressing her advantage, she closed the gap as the other retreated, once again getting up close and personal. Godmit, Xiao Chong had yet to find his footing when he saw the opponent attacking once more. Swearing loudly, he did not choose to dodge this time, but instead clenched his fists and struck out fiercely at the opponent. He just knew that offense was the best defense. Otherwise, he would forever be passively defending against the other's attacks, completely losing the chance to fight back. Ling Lan saw the opponent's fist coming at her, but did not evade it. Instead, she used her left hand to intercept the opponent's punch, and then her right fist swung out. A flash of joy passed through Xiao Chong's gaze. Similarly, his left hand intercepted Ling Lan's fist, and the two of them were instantly in a deadlock. Undoubtedly, Ling Lan's choice this time was advantageous to Xiao Chong. From his initial passive disadvantaged position, he had now risen to be on equal footing with Ling Lan again. Right then, Ling Lan's entire body leaned backwards, and a trace of a smirk played on the corners of her lips. Not good. Warning bells began to ring in Xiao Chong's heart. Without having to think about it, he retreated swiftly, trying to dodge the threat. But it was already too late. He felt a heavy force striking his abdomen, and then he was sent flying backwards. In midair, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Ling Lan had used the move she was extremely proficient in by now, Rabbit Sky Leap. Now, her Rabbit Sky Leap no longer had a mere strength increase of 3 times, but 7. Rabbit Sky Leap was definitely a great skill. Its power was formidable, and it was extremely subtle. Unfortunately, this skill could not be used consecutively. Because the recoil from executing the Rabbit Sky Leap was too strong, Ling Lan's body could not take the repeated battering of this force. She needed some time to recover before using it again. Otherwise, it would be too easy for Ling Lan's legs to become permanently damaged. Even though Xiao Chong had already achieved the late stage of Qi Jin, bearing the full measure of this powerful kicking force, he was still injured badly. About to hit the ground, Ling Lan twisted to one side and slapped her right hand against the ground to push herself upright again, once again flying towards Xiao Chong. She swung a long, readied fist. Subtle vibrations could be seen running through Ling Lan's right arm, being transmitted to her fist. This was a combat special skill she had redeemed with honor points from the learning space early on. Wave Stacking Strike. Wave Stacking Strike stacked the body's hidden force layer by layer onto one's fist. From just 2 layers at the start, Ling Lan could now stack up to 6 layers, which meant that she could attack a target with up to 6 times her normal Qi Jin. Ling Lan knew very well that a woman's physical strength was naturally weaker than a man's. To become strong in her own right, besides needing to make sure her combat skills were better than her competitors, she similarly could not lose in terms of strength to those men. In order to make up for this natural deficit, in choosing her techniques, she leant towards those skills which involved power stacking. This was a reason why she had redeemed the wave stacking strike from the learning space. Xiao Chong saw the opponent's fist hurtling towards him, and he grimaced. In the air, he had no way to change directions and dodge, and so could only take the blow. With a shout, he threw out his own fist, prepared to duke it out with Ling Lan. A loud boom. The 2 Qi Jins crashed into one another, and the energy swept outwards in a ring. The surrounding trees could not take this powerful force. They all began to lean towards the outside, and a countless number just broke apart under the pressure to fly out. Wah! In midair, Xiao Chong once again spewed a lance of blood. He was thrown backwards at a speed greater than before. Only when he slammed violently into a large tree did his body stop moving. He slowly slid down the tree trunk to kneel on the ground. Meanwhile, the tree he had slammed into had clear cracks spreading out on its bark where he had landed. It was obvious how forcefully he had slammed into it. In the meeting of the 2 fists, although Ling Lan had the initiative as well as the support of the wave stacking strike, she still sustained damage. Being thrown backwards, she stumbled 2 or 3 steps back and threw up a mouthful of blood. Only then did the roiling of her blood and qi settle down enough for her to suppress her discomfort. Gotta take your life while you're down. Seeing the opponent already at a critically injured state, only lacking one final blow to end things, Ling Lan showed no mercy. She stepped forwards once more, pouncing like an arrow at the opponent, throwing a palm out at the same time. The moment she finished off the opponent, Ling Lan would once again conceal herself and lay low to wait for her final opponent, the team leader. Just as Ling Lan stuck out her palm, her heart throbbed abruptly, a never-before-encountered sense of danger stealing into her mind. Unknowingly, heaven knows when, a thin layer of fog had drifted to her side. Not good. He's here. Alarm bells rang in Ling Lan's mind. Her palm abruptly changed directions to strike at the ground, and using that rebound, she retreated with a backflip. Then, as planned, her legs stomped firmly on the ground, sending her body flying at light speed into the distance, instantly disappearing from the area. Ling Lan, who had flown over 100 meters away in an instant, suddenly felt her body being struck forcefully. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and her body plummeted uncontrollably to crash heavily into the ground. At this moment, behind Ling Lan, a plume of thick fog appeared. Then, a figure emerged from within it. It was the missing team leader. Who knew that in just 5 minutes, you managed to kill Xiao Lin and Xiao Fei? Even Xiao Chong almost could not escape your lethal grasp, said the team leader, expression frigid. You are indeed a dangerous character. Ling Lan's internal qi gene had been scattered by that last strike. Right now, her limbs were lifeless, but she did not want to give up. So, she slowly forced herself to climb off the ground and stand up straight. Using the back of a hand to wipe away the blood stains at the corner of her mouth, she said bitterly, "A domain fighter." Although the opponent had just entered the domain stage, this difference of one stage made Ling Lan unable to bear even one attack from the other. Your luck is truly great, actually having a breakthrough on sight. This also explained why the other had taken up to 5 minutes to come. It was likely that the opponent had been in the middle of his breakthrough in this time, and so could not rush over. This is still thanks to you. Otherwise, I would not have been able to find the catalyst to break through, huffed the team leader. The death of his comrades caused him to be unbearably agonized, leading his already peaked qi gene to quake violently, coincidentally causing cracks to appear on the shackled barrier on his development. Initially, he was thinking to finish off the other before finding a place to focus on his breakthrough, but unexpectedly, when he activated his innate talent, he found himself already deep in the process of breakthrough. This made him have no choice but to continue with his breakthrough, which was why he was delayed by 5 minutes, causing him to lose 2 more comrades. The joy of breaking through could not make up for the pain of losing a comrade. This was why his hate for Ling Lan ran even deeper. He did not give Ling Lan any chance to continue talking. With a quick flash, he had appeared in front of Ling Lan and was reaching out towards Ling Lan's neck. Ling Lan tried to dodge the other's hand, but found her body pinned in place by an invisible force, sealing away her ability to move. She could only watch helplessly as the opponent easily wrapped his fingers around her neck. The team leader effortlessly carried Ling Lan by the neck as he headed back to where Xiaocheng was. The opponent's strength almost suffocated Ling Lan to death. Although she did not know why the opponent did not just kill her directly, the desire to continue living made Ling Lan secretly run through her qi exercises, hoping to recover her qi gene quicker and win an opportunity to live. The team leader very quickly arrived back where Xiaocheng lay. He threw Ling Lan to one side and bent over to check on Xiaocheng's condition. Only then did he let out a breath of relief. Although Xiaocheng's injuries were severe, he wasn't dead, and so could be considered lucky. He took out a tube of medicinal agent from the bag at his waist and fed it to Xiaocheng. Very quickly, Xiaocheng regained consciousness. Seeing his leader, his eyes turned red, and he said, "Leader, Xiao Lin and Xiao Fei are dead." They had been their comrades. On the battlefield, they had not died at the hands of enemy soldiers, but lost their lives here in a common mission to a child. Xiaocheng found this hard to accept. With similarly red eyes, the team leader glanced at the bodies of Xiao Lin and Xiao Fei lying not too far away and said quietly, "Xiaocheng, I'm sorry. I still came late in the end." Xiaocheng shakily shook his head. "You can't be blamed, leader. That bastard is just too despicable." That said, his expression shifted and he asked, panicked, "Where's the bastard?" The leader threw a glance at the immobile Ling Lan sitting to one side and said coldly, "I caught him. In a bit, we'll use his blood to honor our fallen comrades." Hearing this, Xiaocheng nodded his head vigorously. He pushed himself to his feet and slowly made his way to stand before Ling Lan. Grabbing her roughly by the throat, he dragged her to the place where Xiao Lin's and Xiao Fei's bodies lay. Meanwhile, the team leader took the time to bring the body of Xiao Lai over from his place of death, setting him down together with Xiao Lin and Xiao Fei. "Xiao Lin, Xiao Fei, Xiao Lai, watch carefully. This is the culprit who killed you all. Now, I will send him over to your world. You all must take proper revenge." As the team leader spoke, silent tears began to fall from his eyes. What he had originally considered a simple and minor mission had actually ended up with him being separated from his brothers by the boundaries of life and death. In his deep regret, he also hated Ling Lan for his viciousness. He abruptly turned his head and said stonily, "Xiaocheng, kill him." "Yes, leader." Xiaocheng's visage was gruesome as his fingers on Ling Lan's throat clenched forcefully. Ling Lan felt as if she could hear the bones of her neck straining under the pressure, about to shatter. Was she really about to die here? Ling Lan wanted to struggle. She wanted to resist, but her body was still locked tightly, unable to make any motion to resist. Ling Lan knew that this was probably a manifestation of the opponent's domain. The opponent was not going to give her any chance to escape. "Deem it." I want to live, I want to live. Right before Ling Lan descended into unconsciousness, she roared in her heart. Die! Xiao Chong bellowed, his fingers moving to crush the opponent's throat. But suddenly, he felt his fingers go weak, his entire body feeling somewhat numb and cold. He almost lost his grip on the opponent's neck. Fortunately, the opponent was already powerless and unable to struggle, otherwise he might very likely have let the opponent escape. Could it be that his previous internal injury had affected him? Xiao Chong had just begun to puzzle over the issue when all his confusion was driven away by a wrenching pain in his chest. He instinctively looked down and was immediately petrified. The first thing he saw was a fair and soft-looking little hand, and in it was a strong-looking heart, still beating. Whose heart was it? Immediately after, his entire face twisted in shock and fear, because he saw that a bloody hole had appeared on his chest. Right then, fresh blood was gushing out from the hole, not only staining his own clothes, but also painting the plot of land he stood on in red. Meanwhile, the small figure standing before him remained spotless. Before any blood could spray onto the other, it would be repelled, as if there was some sphere protecting him. Xiao Chong's vision once more returned to the heart in that little hand, and his mouth was unbearably dry and bitter. So that vigorous thing was his heart? When had his heart been pulled out from inside his body? And he hadn't felt anything when it happened? At that moment, another fair and soft-looking little hand touched his wrist and gently pushed his hand away. Only then did Xiao Chong notice that he wasn't gripping onto the other's throat at all. There had been a distance of several millimeters between his fingers and the opponent's throat. He just had not realized it. After the little hand pushed away his fingers, it lightly patted his cheek. The initially icy and youthful little face of his opponent actually shifted into a smile. The smile was sweet and lovely, making Xiao Chong feel as if he had seen the sun, blindingly radiant yet so warm that people yearned for it. You can die now. However, what followed the warmth of the sun was only cruel reality. When this merciless murmur was delivered from behind this beautiful smile, Xiao Chong heard a splat, as if something had been crushed. He instinctively looked towards the sound, and then found his entire body gripped by wrenching pain, and his life quickly slipped away. It turned out that his heart had been crushed by that little hand. He even saw the opponent's fingers pinch and rub it tastelessly for a bit before throwing away the shredded meat with a flick. The opponent's hand then immediately returned to its original pristine condition, not even a speck of blood on it, as if its crushing of the heart had all been in Xiao Chong's mind. Even scarier was the fact that although the opponent had obviously been committing a horrifying and disgusting thing, the opponent seemed to see it as normal. In his gaze were traces of mockery, taunting, and curiosity, but there was no discomfort or disgust whatsoever, as if the other had long become used to doing such things. This sort of carefree attitude in playing around with others' lives made Xiao Chong feel as if he had been plunged into icy water, his entire body turning cold. A demon. He was most definitely a demon. Leader. Arduously, Xiao Chong turned his head to look towards his team leader, standing at the left to the front of him, as if trying to warn his leader that a demon had come. Domain stage combat experts were extremely sensitive to being watched. The team leader quickly turned his head and saw Xiao Chong's gruesome and tortured expression. His expression shifted and he swiftly retreated, pulling a distance away from Ling Lan and Xiao Chong. It wasn't that he did not want to save Xiao Chong, but Xiao Chong's gaze was clearly telling him to run. This made the team leader have no choice but to be cautious and try to figure out the situation before making a decision. As he pulled away from the two, he could finally see Xiao Chong's condition. Both of Xiao Chong's eyes had turned grayish-white, utterly dead and lifeless. He had used up the last of his life to warn his team leader. The leader's eyes became awash with red, a dark rage sweeping briefly across his face. Got him in. You actually managed to break the bindings of my domain? To prevent any accidents, he had specially used his domain ability to fully seal Ling Lan's movements, guaranteeing no chance of failure. Who knew he had still underestimated Ling Lan in the end? The opponent had actually managed to break his binding and even kill off his only remaining team member, Xiao Chong, right before his eyes. This caused him to be both livid and extremely regretful at the same time. He should have just killed the other immediately when he had first caught him and not brought him back here. Still smiling radiantly, Ling Lan prodded Xiao Chong, who was in front of her, with a finger, And then, with a thud, Xiao Chang's stocky body crashed onto the ground. Only then did the team leader see the cause of Xiao Chang's death. There was a large hole in his chest, blood still flowing from it, and the team leader could also see the mangled, bloody flesh on the ground near it. His entire face twisted up, and he cried out, "You're vicious." Hearing this, Ling Lan lightly waggled a finger in front of her and said with a grin, "You're wrong. This is not being vicious, but creating a masterpiece. Look at his lovely expression. Normally, you won't ever see such a lovely expression." Ling Lan's smile grew wider. "You should thank me for letting you see such a rare visage." "Demon," howled the team leader, "I'll definitely kill you." Even as the team leader was filled with hate for Ling Lan, he hated himself for not just killing off this evil demon straight away back then. "Kill me? Can you kill me?" Ling Lan laughed and shook her head. The opponent's ignorant words were somewhat hilarious from her perspective. Her force of presence abruptly rose significantly, a terrifying and immense wave of pressure descending upon this little forest. The team leader's face fell, and he could not help but exclaim, "Domain stage." The team leader's words had barely faded when he shook his head emphatically, face filled with disbelief. "This is impossible. He can't have jumped levels to advance into domain stage. It's not true. This is definitely a lie." He tried to convince himself that what he felt from the other's terrifying presence earlier on was just an illusion. Frankly, the team leader had reason to doubt what he felt. The further one progressed, the more crucial it became to take things a step at a time. In particular, after entering the refinement stage, every increase in level was built on the accumulation of one's foundations. It was extremely rare for a cross-level advancement to occur, especially for the Qijin stage, where every increase in level needed the accumulation of years of hard work. Take the leader, for example. He had been stuck at the optimal peak level of Qijin for a whole 10 years. Although the domain stage was just a small step away, he had just never found the right catalyst. If his comrades had not died silently one after another before him, causing his emotions to churn and destabilize his internal energy, which unexpectedly then led to the catalyst of his advancement, he might have lingered on the optimal peak level of Qijin for God knows how many more years. His advancement had had a certain element of serendipity to it. Still, it wasn't strange. After all, he had already been at the optimal peak level of Qijin. Advancement was the natural and logical next step. However, this was not the case for the opponent. When he had exchanged that one move with the opponent, he had learned that the other had already achieved the peak level of Qijin, but was still 2 ranks away from achieving the optimal peak level. These simple 2 minor ranks were impossible to overcome without 3 to 5 years of effort. How had he jumped straight into domain stage in one leap? Besides that, the domain aura coming from the opponent was clearly thicker and more substantial than his, just as if the opponent had already entered domain stage for many years. This was not something an expert who had just entered domain stage should have. This was completely illogical. It wasn't easy to cultivate such a little abnormality, and it was almost ruined at your hands. Just thinking of this, my mood is just terrible. I am not happy at all. Although Ling Lan was saying that she wasn't happy, the smile on her face did not dim in the slightest, instead becoming increasingly brighter. But it was precisely this radiant, sunny smile which caused chills to run through the team leader's heart, a never-before-experienced sense of danger looming in his heart. "What do you mean?" asked the team leader cautiously. He was naturally very confused right now, somehow just unable to communicate with this seemingly rather insane child before him. Ling Lan sighed softly, twirling her hair behind her ear gently with a finger, and said with a smile, "Even if I tell you, you won't understand. It looks like there isn't much time left. Let's finish things quickly." That said, he muttered softly to himself, "This lousy body, actually being unable to sustain my emergence for 3 minutes. How horrible." Number 9. Put more effort into it in future and train up this little fellow's body. Make her just a bit stronger. Inside the mind space, expression stony, Number 9 warned, "Stop talking nonsense." Still not finishing off the opponent? Do you really want Ling Lan's body to break down because of your dithering? Number 9 was very unhappy. Number 1 had clearly asked her to go handle the opponent, but this punk number 5 had rushed ahead and snatched the initiative. If she were not afraid that forcefully taking control away from number 5 would accelerate the collapse of Ling Lan's body, she would definitely never let him continue to be in control. Number 9's strength was the weakest among the 9 instructors. Initially, if she had taken control of Ling Lan's body, she would be able to last for at least 7 to 8 minutes. But because of number 5's insubordination, rushing out on his own, the time limit was shortened to 3 minutes before it would break down. After all, number 5's power was just too much for Ling Lan's current physical body to support. It should be known that the greater the difference between the strength of the person in control and that of the hosts, the greater the damage to the host. If number 1 took control of Ling Lan's body, it probably would take less than a second for Ling Lan's body to collapse completely. Fine, being able to just come out for a while is already good enough. Number 5 felt that he shouldn't be too greedy now. If Ling Lan's roots were really harmed, he would definitely be pummeled so hard by Big Bro number 1 that he would not be able to take care of his daily life one. And at worst, his consciousness might just be wiped out completely. A shudder ran through number 5's body, some fear swirling in his heart. He had just wanted to come out and see their host's world, somehow forgetting about his terrifying Big Bro. Number 5 decided to finish the fight in a few seconds, and then immediately go turn himself into Big Bro for punishment. So, his fingers flicked lightly, and an invisible force blanketed the area for several li. The team leader felt as if he had been congealed in a thick liquid. Every move he tried to make required the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers too. Activate domain. The team leader decisively activated his domain, dispelling the pressure the opponent was forcing upon his body. Furthermore, his body began to become blurred and unfocused as the surrounding forest began to become thick with fog, and then his entire person disappeared within the fog. Seeing this, number 5's lips curved up into a smile, and he said with a chuckle, "This innate talent. Interesting." That said, he closed his eyes, as if listening intently for something, but also as if unconcerned by what was happening. Suddenly, the thin and wispy fog behind him became substantial, and a sharp blade pierced towards Ling Lan's back. Number 5 seemed oblivious, the blade punching right through to burst out of Ling Lan's chest. But strangely enough, the wound caused by the blade did not bleed at all. It was just as if the leader had stabbed a fake person. Not good. From the feedback of sensation from his hand, the team leader knew that he had been duped. This figure before him was not a real person. Stabbing it did not feel at all like stabbing through blood and flesh, but like stabbing a person made of straw. Just when the leader was about to turn into fog once more, he suddenly noticed that countless transparent thin lines had appeared around him, gathering to form a net to wrap around his entire body. His shift into fog was interrupted, and his body was securely bound. Explode. The team leader was naturally unwilling to just give up and be caught. The chi gene of his body suddenly detonated. Although the transparent thin lines were dense and numerous, they were fortunately not very sturdy. They broke apart one after another under the force of the team leader's exploding chi gene, and the leader took the chance to struggle out of the web around him. Still, because he had failed in turning into fog, his entire body was now real and tangible. What domain is this? The team leader's face changed subtly. He had never before seen such a domain, which was actually able to set up such an all-encompassing net within this area. "Oh, this is just a type of domain modification," answered number 5 carelessly. With that reply, his figure instantly turned into a bundle of grass and twigs, breaking apart to drift on the wind. Very quickly, not too far from the leader, the grasses suddenly grew at an insane speed, shooting up and weaving together into one entity, finally changing into the appearance of Ling Lan. Plant replication? The team leader was startled, and then, as if thinking of something, his expression changed drastically. Could your spiritual mutation be plant manipulation? In a forest, encountering a strong fighter with a plant manipulation mutation was undoubtedly the scariest thing. This was because the forest would enhance plant manipulation. This would be just like entering the opponent's territory. The opponent's attack could come from any space or angle. Plant manipulation? What an interesting way of saying things. Number 5 said with a grin. He did not have the time or mood to explain things to the opponent, and besides, number 9 was staring intently at him in the mind space, clearly afraid he would go overboard in playing around. Number 5 did not want to offend the other, just so she would not go and complain to Big Bro Number 1. So he shouted lightly but crisply, "Net, form." The place where the team leader stood was suddenly overgrown by plants, rapidly meshing into a large net, enveloping his entire person within it. The team leader naturally did not just stay still and wait to be captured. He tried to turn into fog once again, but just as he activated his diffusion domain, his entire body spasmed with pain, and then his entire body was petrified, no longer able to move. Only at this moment did he notice that the large net was not just purely a large net, but also a fearsome weapon made of countless blood-sucking poisonous vines. The toxins of the poisonous vines caused him to instantly lose his mobility, and its horrific blood-sucking speed made him feel as if the blood in his body was disappearing rapidly. He felt his energy disappearing and began to feel lightheaded from the loss of blood. Gradually, he felt unbearably cold, until he finally descended into ice-cold darkness. Retract. Number 5 sensed that the prey had already lost all signs of life, and so recalled all of the poisonous vines covering the opponent's body. The vines swiftly sank into the ground, and when the leader's entire body was revealed, it had already astoundingly become a dry corpse, not a single drop of water left within it. "All right, you can scram now," said Number 9 curtly in the mind space, clearly in a bad temper. Number 5 just smiled without retorting. In the learning space, Number 5 would not argue against the words of only two people. One of them was Number 1. His overwhelming strength gave him no chance to fight back. And while Number 9's strength was the weakest, for some unknown reason, Number 5 just could not work up the interest to turn against Number 9, or even think of revenge or anything like that. Number 5 just attributed this phenomena to Number 9 and Number 1 both being of the cold, slack-faced line, and that he just seemed to be helpless against their type. Without putting up any resistance, Number 5 gave control of Ling Lan's body over to Number 9. Number 9 did a quick check of Ling Lan's body, and the expression on her face turned even colder. "Number 5, you've gone too far with your games." Even if Number 9's personality was calmer, when she saw the state Ling Lan's body was in, she could no longer maintain her calm. She could not help but roar like an enraged mother tiger. It turned out that Number 5's use of his domain had afflicted Ling Lan's muscles with varying degrees of injury. By Number 9's estimations, Ling Lan definitely would not be able to regain her primordial chi without a year and a half or so going by. This filled Number 9's heart with regret and sympathy, and her rage and disgust at the primary culprit Number 5 grew even deeper. Seeing Number 9's enraged demeanor, Number 5 gingerly rubbed his nose. Sigh, mother tigers protecting their cubs should never be disturbed. He had better run away quickly. Number 5 very gutlessly slinked away from the mind space back to his own area in the learning space, concealing himself. Seeing Number 5 slipping away so irresponsibly, although Number 9 was still infuriated, she knew that she still needed to help Ling Lan clean things up. So, she could only let Number 5 off for now. Still, Number 9 was determined that once she returned to the learning space, she would definitely seek out Big Brother Number 1 and complain, and get him to teach Number 5 a good lesson. Number 9 suppressed the emotional upheaval in her heart, and focused on getting rid of the 5 bodies and destroying the evidence. Number 9's innate talent was cold flame. She only needed to get a bit of it onto her target's flesh or blood, and the flame would never stop until it had turned the target into ash and dust. It should be said that among the instructor's innate talents, hers was the scariest, but it was unfortunately not suitable for becoming a mecha operator. This was one of her never-ending regrets. In the Mandora star system, the human body had already evolved till an apex. The humans there were extremely strong. Each punch or slap was capable of causing massive damage. Especially after their innate talents awakened, they would only become stronger, absolutely capable of breaking the order of humanity. However, the Mandora star system was not at all afraid of the fearsome outcome of this human evolution. This was because they possessed mecha which were even more frightening than the strongest human after evolution. As long as a mecha was present, even the strongest human would have no way of resisting. Let's put it this way. Only one domain stage expert would appear out of a population of several hundred million. but they would be helpless in front of a refinement stage special class mecha operator. The outer shells of mecha were equipped with all sorts of advanced technology, allowing them to be capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, both high and low. They even had various types of energy shields which were capable of resisting all manners of awakened innate talents. A human would just have no way of harming an operator inside a mecha. Not just that, the weapons and the firepower of the mecha themselves were truly fearsome. All sorts of powerful wide-range attack missiles. Even a domain stage expert would be helpless against them. Regardless of how strong one's body was, or how fast one's speed was, it would still be no match for a mecha's speed and resilience. There was just no way of competing against the frenzied blasts of these firearms. This was why no matter how much humans evolved, this was still ultimately a world ruled by mecha. In particular, the emergence of biomecha was just an unexplainable bug for humans. Number 9 swiftly cleared the scene. She then lifted her head to look out into the distance. Several strong presences were approaching, but they were too late. All the evidence here had already been destroyed at her hands. With a flash, Number 9 disappeared silently from the forest. She had not disappeared for long when several teachers with strong auras appeared in this patch of forest. It turned out that although the clash between Number 5's and the team leader's domains had only spanned several brief moments, the fearsome pressure of domains had still been sensed by other experts of the same stage. The unfamiliar presences stirred their curiosity and confusion, and so they had come to check things out. Unfortunately, they had still arrived too late. Other than the aftermath of battle and the bits of aura which had yet to fully dissipate, there was nothing to be found. Honorable Dean. A figure appeared on a tree branch. It was the dean of the Central Scout Academy. The teachers present all quickly greeted him. Su Qing, sense and see if you can find out what kind of personages we're dealing with, asked the dean, brows furrowed, to one of the teachers. Su Qing's domain was induction. He could determine the characteristics and abilities of a target's domain from lingering presence signatures, and with that, find out who had been here. Typically, the Federation would have records on the domains of the various known domain masters from all countries. The dean was extremely conscious about the inexplicable appearance of domain masters here. Mind you, right now was the crucial period when 2 grades were engaged in a grand armed melee. If any accidents were to happen, it would be a disaster. The domain masters who appeared here without warning, were they hostile? If they were hostile, or were perhaps infiltrators from an enemy nation, here to cause trouble. If massive casualties were incurred among the children at the academy, the dean would have let down the Federation's trust in him, and he would be unable to face the guardians who had entrusted their children to the academy. Su Qing heard the dean's instruction and quickly responded, "Yes, Dean." With a quick flip, he landed on the ground, and then activated his domain. Very soon, confusion rose on Su Qing's face. In a flash, he was back at the dean's side, where he then asked softly, "Sir Dean, there are 3 different types of domain signatures. There is a majority of a water element type, so one of the domain masters probably has a water element ability, but I can't see obvious signs of water in the remains of the battle. It is possible that the other's ability is some variation of the element of water." It had to be said that Su Qing's deductions were extremely accurate. The team leader's diffusion was, in fact, a variation of a water element ability. At this point, Su Qing paused, the confusion on her face becoming even clearer. As for the other 2 signatures, they're very strange. I can only say I've never sensed this type of strange signature before. Besides giving me an impression of great strength, I can't figure out anything else. If I had to find a way to describe it, I can only say that one of the signatures gives me a sense of endless emptiness, while the other has an extreme sense of dissonance. The dean was also befuddled by Su Qing's descriptions, but he still managed to glean that Su Qing had been unable to identify the information of the other 2 domain masters. So, he asked, "Leave those 2 aside for now. Can you find a domain master that somehow fits the first signature?" Our own Federation's Lieutenant General Procuse, the old beast of the northeastern Muki elite family, King Makino of the Twilight Empire, and General Ray of Dosa. A little further out, those such as Queen Helen of the Aoya Alliance, the Water Sage of the South Star Galaxy, and the Frost Monarch of the Chaotic Lands all have similar domain abilities. Su Qing listed all the renowned masters of the entire human world who fit the conditions. Similar? Then that means they are all not the one. The dean caught what Su Qing implied. Yes, although these master's domain abilities are extremely similar to what I sensed, they are merely similar. Su Qing knew very well that those master's domain abilities were still distinctly different. In other words, this is a domain master who has yet to be registered. The furrow of the dean's brows grew even deeper. Su Qing, in your opinion, could this be some domain masters intentionally hidden away by an enemy nation? A scheme targeting our federation? Su Qing was silent. The dean's worries were not made in jest. Ever since the Twilight Empire set a trap which managed to kill the Federation's God-class operator Major General Ling Xiao, weakening the Federation's deterrent power by a whole 3 levels, anything could be possible. However, after some thought, Su Qing opened his mouth to say, "It's also possible it's just some newly advanced domain masters. We just haven't received their information, that's all." This would be the optimal outcome, but Su Qing was not optimistic about it. This was because one newly advanced domain master was still possible, but 3 mysterious domain masters appearing without warning at the same time? This was clearly a little too much of a stretch. The dean also knew this well. After a beat of silence, he continued to ask, "Can you find out the whereabouts of the targets now?" No matter what motives these visitors had, they needed to locate them as soon as possible. It was best to take control of the initiative. Hearing this, Su Qing laughed dryly and said, "Sir Dean, you've forgotten that I'm not good at tracking." The dean rapped himself on the head in frustration and said glumly, "Demit, I've gotten confused by all these troublesome matters." "Lu Nan, is he here?" asked the dean, looking towards the group of teachers. "I'm here, Sir Dean," shouted a teacher not too far away helplessly, raising his hand. When will the honorable dean remember his face? He had been standing right beside him, and he still needed to ask whether he had come. It was so sad. Although Lu Nan felt a little hurt, he still immediately locked onto the strongest water element energy at the scene and began to search. But this time, he failed, because the energy could only be found within this area of 100 meters. There was nothing else beyond that range, just as if the domain master had never even left the area. Lu Nan was undaunted. Without hesitation, he locked onto that somewhat vacant-feeling energy signature, but no matter how hard he tried to lock on, his ability just could not capture that wispy energy. After trying 5 or 6 times, which all ended in failure, Lu Nan could only choose to give up and try instead to lock onto that somewhat conflicting and uncomfortable energy signature. Lu Nan thought that this would likely end in failure as well, but surprisingly, he managed to lock on in an instant. However, before he could commence path tracking, he found that the energy which came into contact with his domain energy had actually begun to burn without being fanned by the wind, and had begun to devour his energy. This bizarre phenomenon caused Lu Nan's expression to change drastically. He resolutely cut off the energy he had used to lock onto that foreign energy signature. His reaction time could be considered godlike in terms of speed, and yet, within these short few seconds, that frightening energy had already consumed 1/5 of his own energy. The dean noticed the change in Lu Nan's expression, saw him stumble back several steps, looking somewhat haggard and weak, and could not help but ask in surprise, "Lu Nan, are you all right?" Lu Nan's expression was pained as he said, "I'm sorry, Sir Dean. I am unable to find out where the targets have gone." "What is all this?" The dean's irises contracted, doubt and surprise swirling in his heart. It should be known that even if Lu Nan's tracking ability was not number 1 in the Federation, it was still more than enough to qualify in the top 3. As long as he tried to track someone, even a master at the domain level would find it difficult to escape his search. The dean had thought that this time again Lu Nan was certain to be able to find some clue, but unexpectedly, even he was helpless. That water element domain master Su Qing mentioned had never left this area of about 100 meters, so there's nothing for me to find. Meanwhile, the other vacant feeling energy, I cannot lock onto it. And as for the other one, Lu Nan's complexion paled, expression revealing traces of lingering fear. That energy is too terrifying. The moment I locked on and touched it, it began to burn on its own, as if it wanted to devour all my energy. Luckily, I cut off that part of my energy without hesitation, otherwise. If he had hesitated at all due to unwillingness, Maybe tried to think of some other way. Those few seconds of delay might even have caused his entire being to be burned up by that fearsome energy, leaving no trace. This was just too frightening. The more Lunan thought about it, the more frightened he was. He had never before encountered this kind of strange and terrifying energy. Who could the domain master who possessed such energy be? Lunan's words were heard loud and clear by everyone present. Their expressions changed, and some of them could not help but take a step back reflexively, as if afraid of being contaminated by this fearsome energy and thus bring disaster upon themselves. After listening to what Lunan had to say, the dean contemplated silently for a few seconds, and then he said faintly, "You all, do you think that the water element domain master could have died at the hands of this person?" The dean's words enlightened everyone there. This would explain why that water element domain master had not left this area. "But there isn't a body here," remarked one of the teachers, confused. However, he stopped abruptly after only spitting out half his sentence, because he thought of the characteristics of the other's domain. Perhaps after being contaminated by this energy, that water element domain master had been thoroughly consumed? Everyone there realized the same thing, and could not help but shudder. They looked at those areas with bloodstains, and a chill rose within their bones. They wished they could just leave this place immediately. The dean was not expecting a response from the other teachers with his comment. He looked towards the direction where the grand armed melee was going on, sighed, and said, "I only hope now that those two mysterious masters are not targeting the students of our academy." The dean's words had barely faded when the pressure of his presence abruptly expanded, and with a grim expression, he ordered, "Su Qing, return to the central control room immediately. Request a Class Red comprehensive alert from the mainframe. We must ensure that this grand armed melee ends perfectly. The rest of you, freely choose an area to monitor. We need to cover all the areas where the grand armed melee is taking place, and keep a close eye on the progress of the grand armed melee. If you notice anything suspicious, request backup from the Academy Mecha Squad." The dean passed down a long string of commands, spurring all the domain stage instructors into motion. This time, the appearance of a mysterious domain master within the Central Scout Academy had caused all these domain masters to emerge from the depths of the academy where they had been hiding. And all of them were now fully focused on monitoring the grand armed melee. Due to their presences, the grand armed melee was fully under their control at all times, so no major injuries or deaths occurred. For the students of both grades involved, this was truly a pleasant surprise. In a small forested area in the academy, a white-clad, slightly short, and petite youth crashed forcefully into a red-clad, tall and thin youth. There was a muffled thud, and then both boys were repelled back from one another to fall heavily to the ground. The white-clad youth got up again shakily, roughly swiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. His gaze was as fierce as that of a wolf as he glared at the red-clad youth stumbling to his feet across from him. They were the 7th grade white-clad Xie Yi and the 10th grade red-clad Yuan Shen. Initially, Yuan Shen had thought that it would be a simple matter to handle a white-clad 7th grader, but who could have expected that Xie Yi had such hidden depths? His strength was no lower than his at all. The two of them fought a difficult battle, ending up in a stalemate. In the beginning, they were still using some techniques, exchanging blows, using a move to counter a move for a rather glorious battle. But later on, after the two of them had used up most of their stamina, they no longer had the mood to keep dragging the fight on. Thus, they began to fight power with power, trying to use blunt force to overpower the other. Just like this, they clashed violently again and again. If one stopped to count, they had probably clashed up to 20 to 30 times. It should be said that by now, the two of them were already at the end of their ropes. Now all that was left was to see who would fall first, unable to hold on for that final breath. Demit, a 10th grade redcoat, is really hard to handle. I underestimated them. Xie Yi thought glumly to himself, spitting out the blood in his mouth. Xie Yi was someone who liked to play the pig to eat the tiger, and so had hidden away all this time within Class B. Although Class A's Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjia and such were extremely popular and well-known within the grade, he was not bothered at all by this. He believed that he would not lose to anyone with his capabilities. The only one he was uncertain about was the uncrowned king of their grade, Ling Lan. Xie had always been of the opinion that the strong of the Scout Academy wasn't all that strong. Only at the first men's military academy where all the best talent gathered. That was the gathering grounds of the true aberrant prodigies. Only the cream of the crop of all the planets of the Federation would be accepted there to become the strongest of the strong. Thus, ever since he was 6 years old, his goal had been the first men's military academy. He had lain low till now, just waiting for the day he applied to the first men's military academy, when he would make his grand debut. Looks like I'll have to use my ace in the hole, although it's quite troublesome to use it. Xie was not an indecisive person. Sensing that he would not be able to finish off the opponent under current circumstances, he decided to pull out his trump card and go all in. Xie shifted into an attack stance with a fist facing outwards, just like before, but this time, a sheen of purple light flashed swiftly across his body. With the flickering of this purple light, the muscles of his face twitched noticeably and his expression was one of sufferance, as if tolerating some discomfort. Die! Roared Xie, pouncing fiercely. Meanwhile, his opponent, the 10th grade Yuan Chun, had similarly readied himself to attack. Almost simultaneously, the fists of the two boys collided once more. Ah! Yuan Chun howled piteously, his entire body spasming violently, as if he had been electrocuted. Xie's condition was not much better than Yuan Chan's. His body was also trembling minutely, and the pain on his face was obvious. A few seconds later, the two of them sprang apart to fall to the ground. At this time, Yuan Chen looked wretched. He was unconscious, and black smoke rose faintly from his slightly agape mouth, his body still twitching every so often. Xie was also slumped on the ground. Ignoring the discomfort of his body, he forced himself off the ground. Opening his mouth, a plume of smoke billowed out as he grumbled. Demit, a spiritual mutation ability causing harm to its user? How is that reasonable? Xie was undoubtedly miffed by this ability of his. His spiritual mutation had given him a very powerful ability, Electrify. However, in contrast to others who could control their spiritual mutation abilities perfectly, he had no way to control Electrify. Whenever he used Electrify, he would be harmed in the process as well, though the damage would be half of what his target endures. Still, even at half strength, it was not pleasant. Furthermore, Electrify was not helpful in piloting mecha, perhaps even completely useless. Xie was very disappointed by this, thinking that it was better to have no ability at all over having this crappy one. On a tree not too far away, two red-clad youths, one sitting, one standing and leaning against the trunk of the tree, were observing Xie's and Yuan Chen's fight. The punk boss told us to watch and his message sure is impressive, said the seated youth with a grin. He was very pleased with Xie. Was there ever any doubt of Boss Land's judgment? I'm actually more curious about how Boss managed to send us messages, said the standing, stern-faced youth. This was something he just could not figure out. Once the grand armed melee started, all the students' communicators had lost their communicative functions. Aside from the notifications automatically given by the mainframe, as well as the surrender and ask for rescue buttons, all other functions were disabled. But all this, to Ling Lan, did not seem to be a problem at all. It was the same back then on planet Demon Beast, and it was the same again here now with the grand armed melee. Why think so much? The seated youth cast a moody glance at his companion. His friend just liked to think too much all the time. Even simple things became complicated in his mind. Jijian, stop wasting your energy thinking about it. If boss didn't mention it, it just means that this is not something we can do. He really understood his boss. If it were something they could learn, boss would not be stingy and keep it to himself. Since boss said nothing about it, it was probably something they could not do with their abilities. There was no point for them to worry about it. The standing youth blanked out for a moment at his companion's words, and then, coming to terms with his realization, he chuckled wryly and said, Qi Long, you really are the one who understands boss the best. Qi Long's words had parted the fog of confusion in his mind. Thinking back, it was indeed as Qi Long had said. As long as it was something they could use, Ling Lan would never keep it to himself. So, since Ling Lan had not said anything, that meant that this thing was not something they could know or bear. In contrast to Qi Long's simple thought process, Han Jijian would still reflect on these things a little deeper. These two people were none other than Qi Long and Han Jijian. The two-man team had had a smooth time of it, easily defeating many 10th grade merit class teams and Class B teams. In fact, they were rather disappointed that they had not encountered any 10th grade Class A teams. And then, not too long ago, Qi Long had received a short text from Ling Lan, saying that a very interesting fellow had appeared in this location. Ling Lan had said that the boy was very strong and had hidden his talents very deeply. He wanted them to come over and see, and if they were satisfied, they could take him in as the 6th member of their team. They had stood here and watched for about 5 minutes, getting a general idea of the other's capabilities. Even though the boy was a little weaker than Qi Long, he would probably be a match for Luo Lang. He seems to be using his awakened talent. Qi Long's surprised exclamation startled Han Jijian from his thoughts. Han Jijian looked over, and sure enough, that fellow's body showed signs of using his innate talent. Ever since the term awakened innate talent had been brought up by Ling Lan, Qi Long's team had no longer called awakened innate talent as spiritual mutation anymore. This was because they felt that Ling Lan's term for it seemed more appropriate. Regarding this new term, they were not at all surprised, because all kinds of new terminology had been spouting endlessly from their boss Lan. They were already used to it. The two of them watched until the final blow was dealt, also seeing how Xie Yi was tortured half to death by his own innate talent. Qi Long could not help but laugh. This innate talent is really interesting, actually turning against its own user. What a quirky talent. Watching the scene before them, even the typically serious Han Jijian could not stop his face from twitching, unable to accept this reality for a moment. He had studied awakened innate talents, aka spiritual mutation, at depth, so all relevant information was known to him. And yet, he had really never seen mention of such a quirky talent, dealing 1,000 damage to the enemy while dealing 800 damage to oneself. This was absolutely an ultimate move meant to drag an opponent down with you at the very end. Xie Yi suddenly stopped complaining about his ability, lifting his head to look in the direction of the two boys. "Hey, have you guys seen enough?" he asked coldly. Done with the fight, Xie Yi immediately sensed eyes on him as he calmed down. "Haha, very cautious, and your senses are also very alert. Really not bad at all." Hearing this, Qi Long immediately replied with a laugh. The more he looked at this fellow in front of them, the more he liked him. He really wished he could just invite him to join their team immediately. Frankly, it was very easy to obtain Qi Long's favor. As long as one was strong enough and able to fight with him often, then everything was okay. Qi Long had barely finished speaking when he had jumped down from the tree, running over to Xie Yi. Seeing this, Han Jijian could only follow him speechlessly. Qi Long had always been a man of action. Han Jijian was really helpless to do anything about that. Qi Long, the other being the consistent top rank of their grade, Xie Yi was still very familiar with Qi Long. His gaze then swept to Han Jijian standing behind Qi Long, and a trace of recognition flashed through his eyes. These two have always been as thick as thieves. For them both to appear before him together was pretty normal. The only thing was, why would they just happen to stop here and notice his fight? Could it be due to him being a white coat, while his opponent was a red coat? Xie Yi was trying to figure out the reason for Qi Long and Han Jijian's appearance here. "I don't know when boss noticed you, but you're really very strong. Inviting you to join our team, I approve," said Qi Long calmly after sizing up Xie Yi from head to toe. "Join your team?" Xie Yi was bewildered. Why? Anyone would be confused and lost if a person suddenly appeared without warning to invite them to join their team. Qi Long was just about to speak when Han Jijian suddenly tugged on his sleeve, causing him to instantly close his mouth. Qi Long was a lazy person. Since Han Jijian was signaling that he wanted to speak, then Qi Long would happily back off and wait. He could save his words trying to convince the other. Han Jijian stepped forward, and with a serious expression, he asked, "May I know how I should address you?" Xie Yi. Xie Yi was subdued by Han Jijian's formal and serious demeanor. This was the kind of person he found most difficult to resist. "Schoolmate Xie Yi, are you currently in any other team?" If he already had a team, Han Jijian would just end the conversation here. Although they truly still lacked a teammate, they would not go and steal members of some other team. This was something that was beneath them. As a matter of fact, no. Hiding his true capabilities all this while, he naturally had no interest in joining those weak teams which approached him. Thus, He had been a lone wolf this entire time. Hearing his reply, Han Jijian's stern expression eased a little. However, he continued to explain seriously and earnestly to Xie. It's like this. Our team is currently still missing a member, and we're planning to attempt the barrier crossing mission in the virtual world soon. Being able to enter the real virtual world one step earlier to experience mecha combat. Would you be interested? Xie jerked his head up, eyes trained on Han Jijian's, trying to determine if he was truly being honest. With regards to mecha combat, of course he was interested. The reason he had been going solo all this time was partly just waiting for the right bid. He had kept an eye on the 3 major teams in Class A, seeking an opportunity to cooperate with them. Of course, he had also once considered making his own team to complete the mission on his own, but unfortunately, all the capable students had been whisked away by the 3 major teams. As such, he had had no choice but to temporarily set aside that arrangement. But now, to his surprise, Linglan's team actually took the initiative to invite him to join. This surprised him greatly, his heart beginning to pound rapidly because of this invitation. No matter how much he had tried to keep a low profile, he was still a 13-year-old youth at heart. He still wanted to be the center of others' attention. If not for the grand goal he had set since young of making a grand entrance when he applied for the first men's military academy, he definitely would not have been able to tolerate and hold back for so many years. A collaboration? Asked Xie carefully. He needed to know whether this was a temporary team or a team meant for lifelong companionship. Depending on the answer, his decision might very well be different as well. Han Jijian instinctively turned to look at Qi Long, and they shared a glance, subtle amusement in their gazes. Han Jijian then turned back to look at Xie Yi and said, "Collaboration." A trace of disappointment flashed through Xie Yi's eyes. As expected, a stranger like him who joined halfway was only suitable for a temporary collaboration. No. Han Jijian's subsequent words shocked Xie Yi so much that his jaw dropped, his expression filled with disbelief. We only take in companions. Collaboration? We have plenty others for that. Wu Jiong and Yi Su, for example, were all candidates for collaboration, but they would never become members of their team. From the very beginning, Ling Lan had said that their team would rather go without than settle for someone substandard. Once someone joined them, though, then that person would be a long-term companion, a friend they would trust at their back on the battlefield when they battled for their lives. If you only want to collaborate with us, then, sorry, our invitation is void. When Han Jijian said this, his expression was cold and unyielding, a sharp glint flashing through his eyes. At this moment, Xie Yi's feelings were extremely conflicted. Agreeing would mean that he would become a member of Linglan's team. He would have to sign an agreement stating that he could not drop out of the team of his own accord. Most importantly, if he and his team leader happened to apply to and be accepted by the same military school, the team would be maintained, so he would not be able to join an even stronger team. Mind you, whether it was Ling Lan or Qi Long as the team leader, Xie Yi believed that both of them were fully capable of successfully enrolling into the first men's military academy. In other words, this current decision of his may very well be a lifelong choice. As if sensing Xie Yi's internal struggle, Qi Long and Han Jijian did not hurry the other. After all, this was indeed a major decision that would affect his future. He could not afford to be careless about it. On their end, they also wished for the other to consider things thoroughly before making his decision. They wanted him to join full-heartedly as a loyal companion who could grow with them, and not join with lingering doubts and uncertainty in his mind, unable to view them as true friends. Unable to make a decision, Xie Yi thought of Qi Long's exploits as the top rank in the cross-grade challenges, and knew that the other's capabilities were no weaker than his own. He also thought of the mysterious and unpredictable boss Ling Lan behind Qi Long. Although I don't know when boss noticed you. He suddenly recalled what Qi Long had said at the start, as if the one who had first noticed him was Ling Lan and not them. Xie Yi's gaze steadied. He looked at Qi Long and asked seriously, "Earlier, you said that the first to notice me was your boss? Did you mean Ling Lan?" Qi Long nodded and said, "Of course. If boss hadn't told me you were here, we wouldn't have come here to watch you fight." Qi Long's words caused Xie Yi to come to an abrupt realization. He finally knew who had pushed him down from his tree. It must have been Ling Lan. Xie Yi's expression alternated between red and white as he struggled with the idea. He had thought that even if he was not the champion of the 7th grade, he would still be within the ranks of the strongest few. But now, reality had given him a direct slap in the face. When he had been nudged off the tree by Ling Lan, not only did he not sense the other, he had even thought that he had fallen due to his own mistake. It was clear to see that Ling Lan's capabilities were far beyond his. Xie Yi's mouth tasted bitter. Is Ling Lan really strong? Qi Long threw a puzzled glance at Xie Yi. Ling Lan's strength was unanimously acknowledged by the entire grade. Why did Xie Yi look as if he had just found out about this? Still, Qi Long replied properly, of course. If boss fought seriously, I don't know if I can even last for 10 moves. As Qi Long said this, he secretly crossed his fingers behind his back, praying to any passing deity to forgive him for his lie. Qi Long had actually increased the number of moves he could handle in his response. No matter what, he was still the grade's top rank. Saving some face was necessary. I mean, it's not like he could be honest and say that he could not even take one move from boss. That would be too embarrassing. Xie Yi had no clue that Qi Long was already buffering his words to save face, adding on a couple extra moves, but still the answer of 10 moves was enough to settle him. He did not think he could beat Qi Long, and so if Qi Long could not last for 10 moves, then he himself would not be able to either. Even if they enrolled now, Ling Lan's current strength would be no weaker than that of those lauded prodigies of the First Men's Military Academy. With such a powerful team leader, their team would definitely never be mediocre. Xie Yi's heart was decided instantly. He lifted his head and said, I will join. Qi Long and Han Jijian exchanged a joyful glance at Xie Yi's clarion response. Although they still did not know Xie Yi very well right now, the other had only made his decision after serious contemplation. As such, the other must have considered things thoroughly, and definitely would not change his mind easily after this. This was precisely the type of team member they needed. Of course, to truly become a true companion of theirs, he would still need to go through a series of tests, just like how it was with Lin Zhongqing at the start. Xie Yi was just blissfully ignorant of this at present. Yet, Xie Yi naturally could not join Ling Lan's team right away, because the grand armed melee was still ongoing. All functions of the communicators were still in lockdown mode. Xie Yi could only wait for the grand armed melee to end so that he could receive the invitation from Ling Lan's team. Mission accomplished, Qi Long and Han Jijian departed after asking what Xie Yi was planning to do next. As Xie Yi's stamina was depleted, he needed to find a place to rest and recover, while Qi Long and Han Jijian needed to continue fighting. In particular, they wanted to seek out the strongest few of the 10th grade Class A and defeat them all. Otherwise, the 7th grade may not be able to win this grand armed melee. Xie Yi waited for Qi Long and Han Jijian to leave, and then, smiling sinisterly, he prepared to finish off the still unconscious Yuan Chun. However, before he could act, the teacher monitoring the scene appeared suddenly to whisk the other away, causing Xie Yi to lose his chance. Still, Xie Yi was not vexed by this. After all, the other had not been a sworn enemy. If not for the fact that the other had tried to kill him first, he too would not think to kill the other. He had only wanted to eliminate all future threat. This was a point which all pig players one had to hold fast to. But since a teacher had shown up, he would not be stubborn about it. Pig players needed to be clear on the fact that they were just playing as pigs, but were not really pigs too. So, they should not be afraid of any challenges. That said, Qi Long and the others continued to fight. Because the top team of the 10th grade had pretty much been wiped out single-handedly by Ling Lan. The remaining 2 members had also been secretly undermined by Ling Lan 3. This greatly alleviated the pressure on the 7th grade Class A students. That said, the 2 members who had been undermined by Ling Lan had encountered a 7th grade Class B 5-man team, and a fight had broken out. Even though the Class B team was overall weaker than those 2 members, they worked together well, and hence actually managed to withstand a series of fierce attacks from their opponents. As the fight dragged on, the manipulation Ling Lan had applied began to have an even greater effect. Meanwhile, the team member chased away by Xie Yi had discovered the signals his team members had left behind, and had finally managed to catch up to reunite with them. At this time, having become adjusted to fighting, the reunited 7th grade Class B team, now with all 6 members, began to launch their counterattack. In addition, due to the pressure exerted upon them by their opponents, 2 out of the 4 students who had yet to awaken their innate talents actually awakened them. Although the abilities they awakened were very ordinary, awakening any ability at all meant that in terms of operating mecha, they would go much further than those students who did not awaken. Of course, the more suited the innate talent awakened was for mecha control, the more of an advantage it was in all aspects of operating mecha. Against the spirited attack of the 7th grade Class B team, the 2 10th graders were finally overcome. One of them was knocked unconscious right at the scene from a coordinated attack of the Class B team, while the other, seeing that the situation was not right, instantly turned tail to run, but was struck down by another 7th grade Class A team coincidentally passing by. This kind of battles were occurring at various places around the academy. Those struck down could be 7th graders or 10th graders. Only when the grand armed melee ended would the final numbers be known. For now, everyone involved just continued to work hard to remain active in the grand armed melee. Yet all of this no longer had anything to do with Ling Lan. Controlling Ling Lan's body, Number 9 hurried to the dormitory district under Little 4's guidance. As long as one pressed the surrender button, they would be able to enter the dormitory safety area. Of course, Little 4 could use the mainframe and let Ling Lan enter even without surrendering, but recalling Ling Lan's caution, Little 4 knew that he could not do anything that could leave traces to be discovered. If he did this, without a doubt, Boss would be exposed to public scrutiny. Number 9 decisively pressed the surrender button. Ling Lan's body would not be able to hold out for much longer. If they did not return to an absolutely safe place, she would not be able to be assured of Ling Lan's safety. For both Number 9 and Little 4, in comparison, the outcome of the grand armed melee was just not as important as Ling Lan's life. Number 9 quickly entered the dormitory area, and with several quick flash steps, she had made her way to Ling Lan's villa where she burst straight into the house. Right then, Ling Lan's body had already begun showing signs of breaking down, her entire body covered in blood. Such a horrific scene caused Lan Luofeng to leap up in shock from the couch, where she had been watching the latest updates on the grand armed melee. Aunt Nan. Lan Luofeng caught the falling Ling Lan in her arms as she shouted, "Young Master Lan, what happened?" Ling Nani appeared in the living room instantly after the shout. From this alone, Number 9 could tell that the other was at the very least a Qi Jin level master. Unidentified enemies pretended to be teachers to assassinate me. Contact Ling Qin to send trained professionals from home for protection. After leaving these final words in a hurry, Number 9 regretfully returned to the learning space. It wasn't that she did not want to explain things better, but Ling Lan's body really could not support her manifestation any longer. If she continued to stay, Ling Lan's body would truly be done for. Lan Luofeng's eyes were wide as she stared at Ling Lan lying unconscious in her arms. A vicious glint flashed through her eyes. No mother could accept her child being harmed. Even the friendliest and gentlest mother would become a savage mother lion in times like this. Aunt Nan, let Uncle Qin send people over. Send the strongest people. Not just that. Mobilize all the mecha squads at home for me. I want the academy to give our Ling family an explanation. Lan Luofeng's face was a sheet of ice. Her initial gentleness was nowhere to be seen, her gaze filled with the intent to kill. Pleasant surprise flashed through Ling Nani's eyes. She nodded emphatically and said, "I understand, mistress." This was the presence the mistress of the household should have. She had always been of the mind that Lan Luofeng was just a little too weak. "Ling Xiao, I definitely won't let anyone harm our baby, no one." Lan Luofeng embraced Ling Lan tightly, as if she would be able to protect her child better by doing so. "Mistress, I've already sent out the notification. 1 hour later, they will arrive." Ling Nani used the special Ling family communication method, contacting Ling Qin speedily. "Also, I've asked Xiaoying to activate the recovery pod. It is best for young Master Lan to go into a recovery pod now." From her check of Ling Lan's body, Ling Nani found that other than the wide-scale disintegration of the muscles, Ling Lan's internal organs was also displaying varying degrees of damage. However, fortunately, all of these injuries were not fatal with the current technology. As long as there was no problem with the brain, the recovery pod would definitely be able to heal Ling Lan's injuries. It was all just a matter of time. Lan Luofeng knew that she would not be able to carry the 13-year-old Ling Lan all on her own with her level of strength. So, She decisively passed Ling Lan to Ling Nani. Since she was unable to help, she should just get out of the way and not make things more difficult. Lan Luofeng knew very well what she should do. Eyes red, she watched as Ling Lan was placed into the recovery pod. Seeing the recovery pod close, Lan Luofeng finally showed some weakness, her expression showing traces of sorrow and pain. But once the recovery pod hid Ling Lan from sight completely, Lan Luofeng's expression turned cold and unforgiving. She abruptly turned to Ling Nani and said, "Aunt Nan, let us wait for the dean's arrival." "Yes, mistress," said Ling Nani respectfully. 1 hour later, an old man with a head of white hair appeared mysteriously at Ling Lan's villa. Lan Luofeng had met him before. Ling Xiao had brought her to visit him once. He was one of Ling Xiao's initiate instructors for Mu Shuiqing 5. Instructor Mu. Seeing the other, Lan Luofeng's eyes turned red, almost breaking out into tears. Ever since Ling Xiao had passed away, Mu Shuiqing had shut himself up in the Ling family mansion. He had not come out for 10 years. This time, due to Ling Lan's near assassination, he had finally been troubled enough to come. "Where is Ling Lan now?" asked Mu Shuiqing anxiously. Lan Luofeng hurriedly led Mu Shuiqing to Ling Lan's recovery pod and opened it up. Mu Shuiqing carefully examined Ling Lan's body, and his expression shifted minutely. "There is still a trace of water elemental energy from a domain master. Looks like the one who tried to kill Kitty Lan is a domain master." Mu Shuiqing's expression eased slightly in consolation. "Although I don't know how he managed to escape from the opponent, surviving an attack from a domain master is a miracle on its own." That said, Mu Shuiqing thoroughly examined the qi gene in Ling Lan's body. A strange flush appeared on his face. "Good. As expected of Ling Xiao's child. Who'd have thought that you would have achieved the peak of qi gene stage at this age?" Perhaps Ling Lan had been able to survive this crisis because his opponent domain master would never have guessed Ling Lan was already at this stage. As such, the opponent might not have used his full strength, giving Ling Lan an opportunity to escape with his one life. Mu Shuiqing's gaze was tender as he watched Ling Lan lying inside the recovery pod. Ling Lan had undoubtedly been very lucky. Just as he was about to close the recovery pod again, he suddenly sensed Ling Lan's initially slowly circulating qi gene speed up, the qi gene accumulating rapidly. Could it be that Ling Lan was entering the late stage of qi gene peak now? If that was the case, then this would truly exemplify the saying that blessings would come if one could weather a great crisis. Mu Shuiqing gently closed the recovery pod, then turned to Lan Luofeng and said, "Remember not to open the recovery pod during this period of time. This child is truly blessed with great fortune." In the midst of this crisis, he actually obtained the catalyst for advancement. Perhaps the recovery time of these serious injuries of his will be greatly shortened due to this advancement. Mu Shuiqing's words caused Lan Luofeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Although Ling Nani had reassured her repeatedly that Ling Lan's injuries looked worse than they were, not actually anything serious, Lan Luofeng had simply been unable to stop worrying. However, Mu Shuiqing was different. He was an instructor who had been greatly respected by Ling Xiao. What he said could not be wrong. After some thought, Mu Shuiqing added, "After his injuries are healed, let Ling Lan stop his schooling at the academy and return to the mansion. The Scout Academy has taught all it can. It's time for him to learn from me now." "Ah." Lan Luofeng lifted her head in joy and surprise. "I understand. Thank you, Instructor Mu." Lan Luofeng remembered Ling Xiao telling her once that his ascension to God-class operator was closely related to the things Mu Shuiqing had taught him. However, Ling Xiao had never gone into detail on what it was exactly that Mu Shuiqing had taught. This time, studying with Instructor Mu Shuiqing would undoubtedly be a great help to Ling Lan's future development. Seeing the pleased and excited expression on Lan Luofeng's face, Mu Shuiqing couldn't help but recall his most outstanding disciple, Ling Xiao, and his expression dimmed. He still remembered, back when he had first met Ling Xiao, he had been overjoyed, believing that the other would be able to inherit his full legacy. With a disciple like that, he had thought that he would have no more regrets in this life. But who could have expected that the other would die so young, falling from this world before his time? Even as his heart ached, he wondered if the heavens had refused to allow the existence of such a nature-defying prodigy. His heart was as lifeless as ash, and so he chose to seclude himself in Ling Zhao's old mansion, shutting himself off from the world. This time, if not for Ling Qin begging desperately outside his door, pleading for him to intervene and rescue Ling Zhao's only descendant, he would not have been moved to leave his seclusion. In truth, he had really wanted to take a look at the only child Ling Xiao had left behind. Who could have guessed that with just this one look, he was astounded once more? Ling Xiao may have passed away, but his nature-defying aptitude had not been reclaimed by the heavens. Instead, it had been inherited by his child, who was just as prodigious as his father. This discovery jolted Mu Shuiqing's ash-dead heart to life once again. The desire to mentor a disciple was rekindled within him. Hopefully this child will grow up successfully and not repeat the tragedy of Ling Xiao. He would not be able to bear the tragedy of the accidental death of another beloved disciple. That would be too cruel for him. At present, sitting within the dean's office, the dean suddenly received news from the Academy Mecha Squad protecting the campus. What? You say that the Ling family Mecha Squad is already nearing the campus no-flight boundary. The dean had already been troubled by the mysterious disappearance of the domain masters, and now, hearing this bad news, he was instantly in a towering rage. What the hell? Is the Ling family trying to mutiny? Dean, the other party says that their current family head Ling Lan was attacked by mysterious domain stage teachers inside the academy. Although he escaped with his life, he is currently unconscious with heavy injuries. To ensure their family head's safety, they need to immediately escort their family head off the premises, said the captain of the Mecha Squad on the other end of the communicator glumly. From their words, it's clear that they blame the academy for not doing its duty in protecting its students. They have even demanded for you, the dean, to give their mistress a satisfactory explanation. Domain stage masters attack. Coming to a realization, the dean immediately said, "Who is heading the Ling family Mecha Squad? Tell him to calm down. Don't be reckless and exacerbate things." The squad captain chuckled dryly and replied, "That won't be a problem. The lead of the Ling family is Ling Qin. That fellow only moves after careful consideration." When the dean heard that Ling Qin was heading the squad, his brows eased, but then very quickly scrunched up tightly again. This fellow, looks like he's here to force me to handle this matter personally. The dean instantly figured out what Ling Qin intended with this show of force. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to comply with the other's intentions. This was because their academy was indeed in the wrong on this matter. A student had been seriously harmed within their academy grounds. Moreover, the assailant was an unidentified, mysterious domain master. No matter what, the academy had to take responsibility. The dean said helplessly, "Tell Ling Qin that I will visit their mistress immediately. After understanding the situation, I will give them a proper response." Very quickly, the captain of the Mecha Squad returned with Ling Qin's response. "Dean, Ling Qin has agreed, but is only giving us 1 hour's time. If by then they don't receive a final answer, then even if they all die here in battle, they are determined to try and break through our defenses. Demit, this punk is blatantly threatening me. Godmit." The dean almost exploded with anger, but he could not fault the other's response. If he really wanted to give the other a satisfactory explanation, 1 hour was sufficient for him to find out the truth of the matter. "I understand. Within 1 hour, I will let their mistress contact them." The dean hung up, a dark rage creeping over his heart. Could it be that those mysterious domain masters were really sent by the enemy to deal with Ling Lan? Got him in. After doing away with Ling Xiao, now they want to go after Ling Zhao's child? Just thinking of this possibility, the dean could no longer keep a lid on his anger, slamming a hand down powerfully on his office desk. This palm contained both the dean's rage and internal force, actually destroying the large, 1,000-year-old red sandalwood desk before him. With a loud rumble, the entire desk collapsed, instantly becoming a pile of debris. "Sir Dean, where are you going?" In the great hall outside with the mainframe, Su Qing had been monitoring the campus with his full attention when he saw the dean rush out of his office, fuming. He immediately stood up to ask what was wrong. "Su Qing, those mysterious domain masters, their target may very likely be Ling Lan. They want to kill him." Facing his trusted senior officer, the dean immediately divulged his suspicions. Su Qing's expression paled. Within the academy, other than the dean, He was the only one who knew about Ling Lan's true identity as Major General Ling Zhao's only direct descendant. Dean, I'll go with you. Su Qing could not suppress the rage in his heart, ready to accompany the dean. No need. Monitor the grand armed melee closely for me. Do not let the opponent take advantage of the chaos to do anything else. Although the dean was very worried about Ling Lan, he was still the dean of the Central Scout Academy. He needed to be responsible for all the students. There must not be any more accidents in this grand armed melee. Understood, sir. Su Qing knew the weight of the matter, and so accepted this command regretfully. After arranging all this, the dean rushed over to the dormitory district. The safety areas were restricted by the mainframe to keep out those of the 2 grades who were participating in the grand armed melee. Those with status access like the dean could still enter freely. Of course, regular teachers may still find it much more difficult to enter the safety areas during the grand armed melee. The restrictions imposed by the mainframe were still rather numerous. Arriving at Ling Lan's villa, the moment he entered the main door, he saw a stony-faced young lady sitting primly on the living room sofa. She was Ling Zhao's widow, Ling Lan's mother, Lan Luofeng. Meanwhile, behind her stood the housekeeper of this villa, as registered in the books of the academy, Ling Nani. 15 minutes. Sir Dean, you came pretty quickly, said Lan Luofeng icily to the dean, closing the pocket watch in her hands. She had already received news from Ling Qing. The Ling family mecha squad were standing by at the edge of the no-flight zone of the academy, awaiting her orders. Faced with this scene, the dean rubbed his nose, somewhat flustered, uncertain how he should respond. After a brief hesitation, he asked somewhat stiltingly, Ling Lan, is all right? Thanks to you, he is now lying in a recovery pod, almost dead. Lan Luofeng's tone was sharp and cutting, not giving any consideration to the dean. As long as he's fine. A child being harmed in the academy. Their academy was definitely responsible. The dean could only swallow his voice and bear the brunt of Lan Luofeng's anger. The opponent is a water element domain master, dressed in the clothes of an academy teacher. Yi Yifan, shouldn't you give us an explanation? A wizened voice rang out from above the living room. The dean looked towards the voice and saw a white-haired, lean old man slowly making his way down the stairs, his steps slow but stable. The moment he saw the old man, as if shocked, the dean immediately leapt up and said respectfully, Instructor Mu. Still remember that I am your instructor? I thought you had forgotten. Sniffed Mu Shuiqing discontentedly. Yi Yifan was an excellent student of his in his early years, but later on, they had drifted apart due to ideological differences. The dean silently wiped away a handful of cold sweat from his forehead. The color of his face shifted uncertainly, a trace of contemplation briefly coursing through his eyes. Mu Shuiqing had been his initiate instructor when he had been a youth. 50 years ago, Mu Shuiqing had already been a domain stage master. After so many years, he was probably already at a different stage by now. The dean was someone who thought a lot. Seeing Mu Shuiqing appear here, he began to suspect the other 2 so-called domain masters. Could they have been contrived by Mu Shuiqing? Legend has it that God Realm masters were able to contrive any elemental energy as they wished. Frankly, the dean could not be blamed for thinking this way. In his eyes, no matter how strong Ling Lan was, he was still a boy. There was no way he could withstand a domain master's attack. Unless Mu Shuiqing had stepped in to help, Ling Lan definitely could not have escaped from a domain stage master with his life. For a domain master to kill a scout student, it was as easy as stepping on an ant. How could Ling Lan have possibly found a chance to escape? The dean believed that he had obtained the truth. With this, he could explain why that water elemental domain master had never left the scene. He had probably been killed by Mu Shuiqing right at that spot. And this was also why Mu Shuiqing clearly knew the opponent had been a water elemental domain master. Connecting the dots, the dean arrived at an answer. This would also explain why Lu Nin had been unable to lock on to the other 2 energy signatures. Think about it. How could a domain stage person use their abilities across stages to track the movements of a God Realm master? Perhaps at the very moment of locking on, this old beast had already noticed the trace and had then given a slight warning by using mysterious means to destroy part of Lu Nan's energy. Sure of his answer, The dean's initial bewilderment over the mysterious domain masters was quelled, and his restless heart settled. Anything was the scariest when it was still unknown. Once a reasonable explanation was found, then it would no longer be as frightening. At ease now, the dean's demeanor became even more respectful. He said to Mu Shuiqing, "Instructor Mu, how could I ever forget you, old man one? You will forever be the instructor of the marshal and I. But what are you doing here? If I don't come, should I just watch as Ling Zhao's child dies here? What the hell is wrong with your safety measures here? Allowing unidentified enemies to infiltrate so easily." Mu Shuiqing's expression was one of extreme dissatisfaction, full of anger at the ease with which enemies had entered the Scout Academy. Hearing this, the dean complained in his heart, "No matter how tight security is, won't it all be rubbish in your eyes? Won't you still be able to come and go as you please?" Of course, the dean only dared to say this in his mind. Facing Mu Shuiqing's merciless scolding, he did not dare to argue at all. He could only nod repeatedly and say, "Yes, yes, yes, we did not do enough. We'll definitely correct this. Since you know, aren't you going to go and find out who exactly that water elemental domain master is for me? Where in the world is he hiding now?" Mu Shuiqing was rather worried. An unknown domain master hiding undercover by Ling Lan's side. This was extremely dangerous for Ling Lan. After all, he could not stay beside Ling Lan to watch over him at all times. The dean cast a speechless glance at Mu Shuiqing. The opponent had clearly already died at his hands. Why did he still want him to go and investigate? Recalling that Mu Shuiqing had always been a black-bellied person since the past, the dean could not help but think a little deeper. Could it be that Instructor Mu wanted to take the opportunity to clean up some of the other factions within the academy? At this notion, a sharp coldness emerged on the dean's face. Indeed, this was a great chance. These past few years, pressure from various parties had given him no choice but to compromise, letting different factions place various people with differing objectives into the academy as instructors. This had caused some unwelcome new developments to appear in the school's culture. It was indeed time to find an opportunity to straighten things up a bit and restore a clean order to the academy. Just as the marshal reminded them, the scout academies were the cradle where their legion of troops was cultivated. They needed all kinds of resources, but should reject all politics. Understood, Instructor Mu. Figuring things out, the dean immediately nodded and agreed, but then continued to say, "However, right now is still the time of the grand armed melee. I can't perform any large-scale cleaning up. I hope to comprehensively reorganize the entire Scout Academy after the grand armed melee ends, giving peace back to the academy, as well as giving you and Mistress Ling an acceptable accounting then." "Good. Just do as you say. Do not forget your promise." Touched, Mu Shuiqing patted the dean's shoulder. Although this student of his had always been somewhat soft in his character, when necessary, he could still be determined enough. Mu Shuiqing's initial discontentment with Yi Yifun vanished, and he couldn't help but pat his shoulder again in approval. The two of them were actually talking about two completely different things, and yet their responses matched up flawlessly. They both thought that the other understood what they were saying, and that they too understood what the other wanted to do. Seeing that Mu Shuiqing was satisfied, the dean took the opportunity to suggest that Lan Luofeng inform the Ling family mecha squad outside not to trespass without reason and just wait patiently for the grand armed melee to end. Given some time, he would definitely give the Ling family a satisfactory answer. Obtaining the response she wanted, Lan Luofeng agreed to let the Ling family mecha squad return to the Ling family estate. Just like that, the major incident that was about to break out among the two parties subsided in this mutual agreement, both sides patiently waiting for the end of the grand armed melee. Lan Luofeng had agreed to wait so readily in large part because Ling Lan had been the one to initiate this grand armed melee. Thus, she did not want this momentous grand armed melee to be stopped halfway. 24 hours passed by quickly. In the end, at 319 people versus 171 people, and a score of 14,922 versus 10776, the 7th graders soundly defeated the 10th graders, becoming the ultimate victors of the grand armed melee. At the same time, they officially became the strongest grade within the Scout Academy. All students of the other grades, when faced with a 7th grade student, with a uniform of the same color, needed to submit and give way. This was an acknowledgement of the strong, because the results fought for by the 7th grade had obtained the recognition of the entire academy. Of course, there were still those who did not want to submit. After a year, they would be free to challenge the 7th grade then and initiate another grand armed melee to fight for the title of the strongest grade. Meanwhile, after being comatose for several days, Ling Lan finally woke up. She found herself inside the learning space, her entire mind somewhat at a loss. "Boss, you finally woke up." Little Four, who had been fiddling with his own fingers alone in the learning space, abruptly saw Ling Lan appear before him and instantly pounced at her emotionally. His tears gushed out like a waterfall, almost drowning Ling Lan. "Stop. If you don't stop now, even if I'm not dead, yet I'll be drowned to death by you." Ling Lan poked Little Four's head weakly, wanting him to keep those worthless tears to himself too. "Boss, I've been so worried these past few days, being unable to find you all this time," sniffled Little Four. "Don't you see I'm fine? I'm still alive. Looks like while I was still unconscious, someone saved me." "Little Four, I want to know who saved me. What happened back then?" Ling Lan asked Little Four, eager to know the truth of the matter. At that critical moment, Number 5 took over your body, boss, instantly wiping that horrible fellow out. Originally, Number 9 was the one who was supposed to come out, but Number 5 was disobedient and rushed to come out first. It's because of him that your body, boss, is in such a terrible condition. Number 9 said that Number 5's power exceeded boss's by too much, and so caused much more damage to boss's body. If she had been the one to come out, the situation would have been better, Little Four prattled on, telling Ling Lan what had happened. "So the instructors can control my body. This is the first time I'm hearing about it." Ling Lan had not expected that the instructors of the learning space could borrow her body to come to her world. This made her wonder, what in the world was the learning space exactly? Was it really just a simple assistive learning device? The more Ling Lan thought about it, the more mysterious she found this learning device in her head to be. Her heart couldn't help but beat erratically. Who knew if this was ultimately good or bad for her? "This is nothing. If your technology here hadn't been so useless, they could have long actualized themselves," scoffed Little Four. "If the technology here were just a bit more advanced, then he would not have to be so helpless every time boss encountered danger, only being able to watch without being able to do anything." Actualize? Ling Lan was stunned. She couldn't help but chase the thought. "Little Four, what is that exactly?" Little Four felt that he had made a major slip-up, and so began looking around aimlessly, pretending that he could not hear anything. No matter what, he was unwilling to continue discussing this topic. Seeing Little Four's actions, Ling Lan realized that this must definitely be something tied to the rules and restrictions of the system. As a support intelligence entity, the system seemed to impose many restrictions on Little Four. Having figured this out, Ling Lan did not want to put Little Four in a tight spot, and so stopped asking. Ling Lan knew that if this was something he could tell her, Little Four definitely would not hide it from her. Although she was indeed very interested in what actualization involved, she did not want Little Four to be punished and harmed by the system's restrictions. At the heart of it, Little Four was much more important than all of that. Seeing Boss Ling Lan letting him off with so much understanding, Little Four was instantly greatly moved. Chirp, chirp, chirp 3. His boss was just the greatest. He must definitely work hard to evolve and become even stronger. Once he became strong enough that the restrictions and bindings become ineffective against him, then he would be able to tell all these secrets to Boss. At this moment, Little Four's yearning to become strong became increasingly more intense, and his distaste for the system's bindings increased correspondingly. This also spurred him to deviate from the original developmental pathway set for him by the system, to truly become a powerful, independent, emotionally capable Little Four. Ling Lan skipped over the topic, turning instead to ask about other things. Thus, she found out that the 7th grade had not disappointed, securing the victory of the grand armed melee and becoming the final beneficiaries. Moreover, under the Academy's instructors' diligent monitoring, along with their speedy rescues, no deaths occurred in this grand armed melee. Of course, the number of wounded was indeed rather staggering. A whole 3,000 people had bled and incurred injuries, while 800 of these had serious wounds. It was clear to see how intense and violent the grand armed melee had been. After being informed, Ling Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She had been the one to initiate the grand armed melee. Although she had already been mentally prepared for deaths and injuries in the process, this final outcome was undoubtedly a perfect one. This made her very happy. However, what little foretold her next gave her pause. She never knew that that eminent master living in the Ling family mansion had such a complex background, capable of changing the course of her life with just a simple sentence. Was she really about to leave the Scout Academy, where she had lived for 7 years? Thinking of the little companions who had grown up alongside her, some reluctance welled up in Ling Lan's heart. Unknowingly, she had already accepted them into her heart, truly considering them as her own dear younger siblings. However, the cold rationality Ling Lan cultivated within the learning space very quickly chased away this little bit of reluctance. Ling Lan knew very well that everyone had their own paths to walk. She could not always shelter them under her wings. Letting them learn how to be independent earlier would be better for their future development. Besides, there was a secret inside Ling Lan's heart. That was that she would not choose to enroll in the first men's military academy. Instead, she would enroll in a co-ed military school in a distant galaxy to finish up the remainder of her studies. After that, she would traverse the starry skies, gradually disappearing from the public eye. To regain her female identity, it was necessary for her to leave the people who were familiar with her. Therefore, instead of making them unbearably sad then, she might as well take the chance to leave now. This way, at that time, she would be able to find a very good excuse to leave this planet. Decision made, Ling Lan's thoughts no longer lingered on the Scout Academy. Her mind turned to that instructor Mu who had the deepest respect of her mother Lan Luofeng. What sort of personage was he? Based on Little Four's description, he could even berate the dean of the Central Scout Academy without any reservations. His identity was most certainly not simple. Chattering on and off, Little Four reported everything. And then, suddenly thinking of something, his mood drooped noticeably. With a face full of reluctance, he asked, "Going back just like this, won't it be very difficult to meet up with Daddy?" Outside the academy, when they logged on, they would log onto the real virtual world, not the academy's enclosed virtual world. From there, to seek out the concealed gateway to the Central Scout Academy's network, even if Little Four spread out his resources, would take up considerable time and effort. It was not a simple matter. That was not to say that Little Four could not break past the barrier gate, but the virtual world was just too vast. Many concealed gateways would be easily overlooked. It was just like that mysterious BL world one Little Four had entered previously. If Little Four had not stumbled upon it by accident, he might never have known that a virtual space was hiding at that particular spot. That was why Little Four was rather worried. If he could not find that concealed gateway to the Central Scout Academy quickly, then, did that mean that he would not be able to visit Daddy within the near future? Mind you, in the recent past, whenever Little Four had time, he would run over to Ling Zhao's legacy space, sometimes even up to 3 or 4 times a day. Although Little Four was very afraid of Ling Zhao's immense spiritual energy and did not dare to interact directly with him, Little Four only needed to see Ling Zhao's warm smile, and his mood would become amazingly upbeat. Ling Lan was deeply suspicious of this sort of atypical behavior from Little Four. Was her Little Four already at the age where he needed paternal love? This speculation of hers naturally prompted Little Four's empathic denial, but seeing an extremely noticeable flush appear around the skin surrounding Little Four's ears, Ling Lan instantly realized that Little Four was just too embarrassed to admit the truth. Little Four's reaction caused Ling Lan to fall into a silent contemplation. Ling Lan's emotions regarding Ling Xiao were extremely complicated. As she was growing up, Ling Xiao had never appeared. Although Lan Luofeng constantly talked about Ling Xiao and his glorious exploits by her ears since she was small, trying to establish the image of a perfect father in Ling Lan's mind, Ling Lan was after all not a true child. Her mental maturity meant that it was impossible for her to truly accept a man she had never met, a man she only knew by name as her father, just because Lan Luofeng kept bringing him up in conversation. Thus, Ling Xiao had always been the most familiar stranger in Ling Lan's heart. Just like a character on a portrait, beautifully perfect but ethereal and unrealistic. But then all of this had been broken apart by her accidental venture into Ling Xiao's legacy space. Although the Ling Xiao within the legacy space was just a spiritual entity, it was still a manifestation of Ling Xiao's true character. The words and interactions with the entity inside represented the words that Ling Xiao had imagined he wanted to say even before Ling Lan was born. From those words, Ling Lan had sensed the deep love that Ling Xiao had held for his child. Ling Xiao was definitely a caring father. He was willing to trust his child, and when his child needed it, he would provide the warmest and most substantial love and care. During this period of interaction, Ling Lan could clearly sense this from the spiritual entity and had been moved by it. Ling Lan still remembered, back when the two of them had first met in the legacy space. At the end, Ling Xiao had asked Ling Lan whether she could call him daddy. This request had been ignored by Ling Lan then, because back then, Ling Lan really had not been able to accept that foreign and young beyond reason man as her father. However, after spending time with him these past few years, Ling Lan often going into the legacy space to receive instruction from Ling Xiao and spar with him, she had finally got to experience a father's mentorship and expectation for his child. This made Ling Lan unable to continue ignoring Ling Xiao's love and sacrifices. Ling Lan muttered to herself, "Yes, I need to find an opportunity to go see him once. This time, she would call him daddy. He deserved it." The Ling Xiao of 13 years ago had sincerely wanted to be a dutiful father back then. Ling Lan's words caused little Four to revive instantly. Deeply moved, he said, "All right, leave everything to me." Although they were in a recovery pod right now, with seemingly no way to enter the virtual world. Who was he? He was the all-powerful virtual god Little Four. As long as there was a path to connect to the virtual world, he would be able to connect. Oh no, why had he forgotten this earlier? Actually wasting so many days just waiting for boss to wake up. Boo-hoo-hoo, Daddy, Little Four has already not seen you for almost 10 days. I really miss you so much. Little Four missed Daddy Ling Xiao's warm presence terribly. That was what a dad felt like. With Little Four's assistance, Ling Lan was carried by Little Four into the virtual world. As there was no official login device, they were currently online as dark netizens with no identity. Little Four took the initiative to conceal their figures, immediately slipping into Ling Xiao's legacy space. The two of them walked the familiar path through the Ling family mansion and pushed open the study door. Hearing them come in, Ling Xiao lifted his head, and with a warm smile, he said, "Ling Lan, you've come." Just like an extremely patient father who had been waiting unbelievably patiently for his own playful child to return home after playing their fill. Ling Lan even had the mistaken feeling that, in these days which she had been absent, had Ling Xiao been sitting alone behind his desk all this time, just waiting for the moment she would open the door and walk in. Ling Lan felt a pang run through her heart, and her lips trembled. Finally, one word escaped her lips, "Daddy." Although this cry was very soft, in this silent and tranquil study, it was unmistakably clear. Ling Xiao, who had originally been sitting primly behind his study desk, abruptly stood up at hearing Ling Lan's cry. Because of the rough movement, the study desk actually shuddered, several books piled on it falling noisily to the ground. Right then, Ling Xiao had no mind to bother about all this. Emotionally, he said, "Ling Lan, just now, what did you call me?" Ling Lan saw Ling Xiao's low-hanging right hand curl into a tight fist. His eyes held traces of pleasant surprise and nervousness, as well as some inconcealable fear. Ling Lan would never have imagined that this strong man before her, who had stood at the pinnacle of humanity, the god-class operator Ling Xiao, who was considered an ultimate weapon of the Federation, would actually have times when he was afraid. What's more, what he feared was that his child would be unwilling to call him daddy. Seeing this side of Ling Xiao, Ling Lan's heart was a complicated jumble of feelings. She could not say whether it was joy or sorrow, but her eyelids actually felt a little strained and wet. Back when Ling Xiao was facing death, had he been just as scared, afraid that she, who had never had him around to be a father, would not want to acknowledge him as a father? "Daddy." The first cry was undoubtedly the hardest. After pushing it out, the following cry seemed much easier. This subsequent cry of Ling Lan's was much clearer than her first, and it was also much louder. "Hey," Ling Xiao responded solemnly. His initially taut facial muscles instantly relaxed, and a large smile bloomed on his face. It was radiant and blinding, actually making it impossible to look at him directly. Even Ling Lan, who was used to seeing gorgeous men, found herself dazed and bedazzled in that instant. By the side, Little Four subconsciously swallowed and gasped in awe. I finally know now who Boss resembles. He still remembered back when Boss was 6 years old. One smile from her was capable of stealing people's hearts and souls. Back then, he had puzzled over how Boss had this ability. Looks like it had been inherited from her daddy. Little Four's words caused Ling Lan to abruptly wake up from her stupor. She could not help but throw a glare at Little Four. What nonsense is this little idiot spewing now? She was Ling Zhao's child. Hasn't it been said since ancient times that daughters resemble their fathers? Her resembling Ling Xiao was a perfectly normal thing. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly in a great mood. In the past, he had always waited for Ling Lan to start speaking. But this time, he initiated conversation by asking, Ling Lan, my child, do you need me to explain anything for you this time? Ling Lan shook her head. Nothing at present. I've just come to tell you that we may not be able to come here in the near future for a period of time. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was taken aback. Why? Ling Lan chuckled dryly. I need to go back to the mansion. There aren't any login devices tuned to the Scout Academy's virtual space there. If I want to come here, it's a little problematic. Ling Zhao's initial excitement and joy gradually dissipated, and a trace of sadness swept through his gaze. Because it passed by so swiftly, lost in her own thoughts and emotions, Ling Lan did not notice. After a beat of silence, Ling Xiao opened his mouth to say, When will you be leaving, approximately? Ling Lan silently estimated the time her body needed to recover. 1 month later at the soonest. 1 month later, even if her internal injuries were still not fully healed, she should be able to come out from the recovery pod. Then in this 1 month, try to take time to come here as much as possible, said Ling Xiao with a stern expression. Without his smile, he faintly exerted an invisible force of presence, causing Ling Lan to instantly feel pressured. Yes, Daddy, replied Ling Lan, standing tall reflexively. Ling Zhao's looked long and hard at Ling Lan, as if trying to engrave Ling Lan's appearance into his heart. Under Ling Zhao's focused gaze, Ling Lan's palms were sweating from nervousness. As if sensing Ling Lan's anxiety and unease, a faint smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. This smile made Ling Zhao's entire force of presence dissipate completely. Ling Lan immediately felt the invisible pressure upon her vanish, her entire person instantly at ease. Tell me about your mother. Is she well? Asking about Lan Luofeng, Ling Zhao's entire being became extremely gentle, the unconcealed love in his gaze so saturated that one could almost wring water out of it too. Seeing this kind of Ling Xiao, an old poem stirred in Ling Lan's mind. The strongest score forged 3 steel turns to finger-twining silk. When a man truly loves a woman, no matter how strong he was, he would willingly become finger-twining silk for. The faint melancholy in Ling Lan's heart rose up once more. If Ling Xiao had not died, he and Lan Luofeng would most certainly have been a heavenly couple. However, the heavens were cruel, unwilling to lay eyes on such a perfect happy ending. It insisted on leaving it unfulfilled, thus engraving it in bone and heart 5. Ling Lan slowly recounted bits and pieces of Lan Luofeng's life in these past 13 years. She spoke of her gentleness, her doting love, her petty shameless play tantrums, her untiring nagging, as well as her rich descriptions of that perfectly flawless husband in her mind's eye. At this point of her narration, Ling Lan saw a flash of pain pass through Ling Zhao's eyes, as well as a faint sense of regret and even a trace of blankness. The two of them, one seated, one standing, thus conversed half the day away. Only then did Ling Lan realize that there was actually a differentiation between day and night within the legacy space. The visibility inside the study gradually grew dim, as the sun outside the window gradually fell below the western horizon. Only then did Ling Xiao seem to become aware of the passing of time. He blinked and said, "Oh, it's this late?" He looked at Ling Lan and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Ling Lan really wanted to say that she had stayed here for too long, that someone outside must already be looking for her. But, for some reason, Ling Lan found that she just could not spit those words out. Even so, Ling Lan's silence had already told Ling Xiao that she really could stay no longer. Don't forget, this 1 month, find time to come here as much as possible. Ling Xiao emphasized this point heavily once more, as if worried Ling Lan would forget. Ling Lan nodded heavily. This was the first time she felt that leaving this place was so difficult, her heart ever so reluctant. Go. That said, Ling Xiao waved a hand, and Ling Lan felt herself being pushed out by a sweep of energy. By the time she came to her senses, she was already outside the legacy space. Boss, let's go. Ling Lan was not the only one who was reluctant. Little Four was just as reluctant. But they were really just out of time. The two of them quickly returned to the recovery pod. They had not been back for 3 minutes when the recovery pod was opened to reveal Lan Luofeng's frantic and anxious face. Ling Lan gave her mother a wide smile, soothing her by saying, "Mummy, I've woken up. I'm fine." Ling Lan had really wanted to smile brilliantly, but the tears in her eyes began to flow uncontrollably. "Mummy, did you know that Daddy and I had talked about you all afternoon? Did you know that, when Daddy heard news about you, his face would emit a radiant light? Did you know that Daddy had to forcefully hold back the grief and regret he felt when he heard those wistful words you said while missing him? Two people who were so obviously in love. Why did they have to be so cruelly separated by life and death?" For the first time, Ling Lan felt pain stab into her heart, on behalf of her parents of this life, who loved her so. "Ling Lan, is it very painful?" Lan Luofeng was frantic over Ling Lan's tears, thinking Ling Lan was in unbearable pain. Ling Lan shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt. I'm just glad I'm still alive. Mummy, living is great, isn't it? If Ling Xiao were still alive, would Lan Luofeng's life be without regrets?" "Yup, it's great as long as you're alive." Lan Luofeng nodded emphatically, tears flowing down her face as well. As long as Ling Lan lived, even if she had to die immediately in exchange, she would be willing. At times, Lan Luofeng would think to herself that, if Ling Xiao were still alive, no one would dare to lay a hand on her Ling Lan. But Ling Xiao had truly passed away so young. Without his protection, those despicable and avaricious people had targeted their child without reservation. From young, Ling Lan had learned on her own that she had to bear everything on her own shoulders. "Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, how could you bear to leave us behind? However much I love you, that is how much I hate you." A trace of resentment flashed through Lan Luofeng's teary eyes. For the first time ever, she had a grudge in her heart towards Ling Xiao. Ever since Ling Lan woke up, her body was slowly recovering within the recovery pod. This news was greeted with great joy by everyone in the Ling family. If the family head holding up a family is out of the picture, the family would very easily collapse on itself. After finding out that Ling Lan was fine, Ling Qin began a new round of investigative retrenchment within the Ling family mansion. For some of those family loyalists whose loyalty could not be guaranteed, Ling Qin sent them all out of planet Doha to other planets to expand the Ling family businesses. He needed to ensure that before Ling Lan returned to the Ling family mansion, that all the Ling family members remaining on Doha were loyal without question. Ling Lan's multiple brushes with danger had thoroughly frightened this Ling family chamberlain. He did not want Ling Lan to ever be in such crises again due to some negligence on his part. Ling Qin knew very well that luck would only work once or twice, but never 3 or 4 times. He needed to take comprehensive action ahead of time in order to ensure Ling Lan's safety. At this moment, Ling Lan did not know that because of her, everyone in the Ling family had begun to move, trying to create a safe home for her to recuperate in peace. In this 1 month, she was busy sneaking into Ling Zhao's legacy space along with Little Four to meet Ling Xiao. However, in this 1 month, Ling Xiao was obviously much stricter than before. The moment Ling Lan entered the legacy space, Ling Xiao would throw her into an assessment space to test all the abilities she had learned thus far. Even if she passed the assessment on a particular front, this did not mean that Ling Lan was free. The next time, the assessment would still be there, but its contents would have been raised by a whole difficulty level. These kinds of pressure test assessments allowed Ling Lan to gain a deeper understanding of all the abilities under her belt. Her initially already somewhat loosened and primed Qi Jin at peak stage, under the continuous pressuring over the course of the month, successfully broke through to officially enter the optimal peak level of Qi Jin. As long as Ling Lan continued to accumulate the qi in her body, she felt that she would soon be able to peek into the profound secrets of domain stage. Still, Ling Lan had the vague feeling that she already seemed to understand what the profound secrets of domain stage were. But that feeling was like a flash of lightning, slipping away before it could be caught. But Ling Lan believed that as long as the energy within her body accumulated till a certain level, she would perhaps then be able to know what the profound secrets of domain stage were. That great barrier that blocked off 99.999999999% of Hotian domain masters from ascending to become Xiantian domain masters 1. To her, was perhaps not that difficult. This feeling was very intriguing. Ling Lan felt as if she were being informed by her own body's instinct. This pleased Ling Lan tremendously. Initially, she had thought that ascending to domain stage would require luck and serendipity, that she may very well be stuck at this barrier for up to 5 to 10 years, perhaps even her whole life. But unexpectedly, the heavens favored her so, actually bestowing such a cheat upon her. In her excitement, Ling Lan told her father Ling Xiao what she was feeling. Ling Lan's strange feelings also caused Ling Xiao to be rather stunned. However, Ling Xiao did not believe that these feelings were untraceable, and so carefully asked her for a detailed accounting of everything that had happened in the recent past. When he heard that someone had borrowed her body to unleash domain energy, Ling Xiao was pretty sure he now understood part of it. Ling Xiao guessed that, because Ling Lan's body had felt domain stage energy firsthand, its muscles had generated a type of domain energy memory. Moreover, this memory would help Ling Lan grasp the profound secrets of domain, and from there, lead Ling Lan into becoming a true domain master. Regarding this, Ling Xiao could not help but admit that Ling Lan's luck was truly astounding, actually being able to benefit from misfortune under those kinds of circumstances. However, Ling Xiao also believed that this muscle memory would fade away with the passage of time. Therefore, for Ling Lan to successfully advance to domain stage, she would need to do so before this muscle memory disappeared. Otherwise, once enough time passed, the muscle memory would vanish, and this fortuitous catalyst would also be lost. At that time, for Ling Lan to advance to domain stage, she would then have to do it the hard way like other people. She would have to continue to seek out chance opportunities to obtain the possibility of sudden insight. Ling Xiao's words gave great joy to Ling Lan even as they burdened her. Indeed, this was her lucky chance, but whether or not she could take good advantage of it still depended on her hard work. A month passed swiftly. On this day, Ling Lan once again came to Ling Xiao's legacy space. Ling Xiao did not act like before and throw Ling Lan into an assessment space, nor did he give pointers on Ling Lan's combat weaknesses and instruct her through learning exercises. At this moment, he was just sitting behind his study desk, deep in thought. Seeing Ling Lan arrive, he stood up and slowly walked over to Ling Lan's side, and then hugged her close gently. Ling Lan, my child, in this 1 month, you have worked hard. I am very happy seeing your growth. Ling Lan, in Ling Xiao's embrace, felt her father's warm presence enveloping her. This caused Ling Lan to breathe in silently. This was the first time Ling Xiao was hugging her. It felt so good that she almost lost herself in the sensation. This kind of warm hug filled with the sense of safety was an experience so distant within Ling Lan's memory, almost forgotten. Only when she experienced it again did Ling Lan know that she had always yearned for it inside her heart. She yearned for all of this. As expected, she was still a girl, somewhat sentimental. This was really not a good thing. Her current identity did not permit her to be weak. But, just this once, let her let loose and be selfish. Let her revert to being a little girl for once, and freely enjoy the warmth and safety of her father's embrace. It was as if the wind and rain would be kept out by this strong and gentle man before her eyes. She could just hide safely within the nest of her father's arms. Time really went by so quickly, I don't feel ready to let go. Ling Xiao's arms suddenly tightened around her, his entire presence shifting from its initial tender warmth into cold grimness. But a baby eagle must still leave its nest to fly on its own eventually. Ling Xiao slowly pushed Ling Lan away. All I should have taught you, I already have. In the end, Ling Xiao slowly reached out his right hand and tapped Ling Lan lightly on the forehead. Ling Lan blinked blankly, then felt a surge of foreign memories rush into her brain, including some of the tasks Ling Xiao needed her to do after this. Ling Lan stared dubiously at Ling Xiao, unsure why he would use this method to leave his final instructions. Ling Xiao smiled gently, a finger lightly pressed to his lips, in a shushing motion, indicating for Ling Lan not to say anything. In his eyes, there was a trace of cunning. I believe the military has always been monitoring this area. In truth, I've sensed the presence of a foreign spiritual entity, but that spiritual entity does not seem to have any bad intentions, which is why I've ignored them. Still, some things, some legacies, should not be known to other people. It's fine if you understand, don't say anything. These words by Ling Xiao rang out in Ling Lan's mind. It was uttered from the spiritual entity Ling Xiao had inserted into her mind just previously. Ling Lan surreptitiously wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, unsure whether she should tell Ling Xiao of Little Four's existence. However, Ling Xiao did not give Ling Lan any opportunity to speak. He suddenly lifted his head to look out the study door and said, "Although I really cannot bear to part from you, for your safety, I need to disappear now." Ling Xiao bowed his head, once more looking intently at Ling Lan, his eyes shining with relief and happiness. "Ling Lan, I am very proud I am your father. One day, you will create your own legend. Daddy is proud of you." That said, Ling Xiao beamed. The smile on his face this time was more radiant than any before it, dazzling to the eye, but Ling Lan did not get lost in its brilliance this time, because an indescribable sadness was rising in her heart at that moment. In Ling Xiao's smile, Ling Lan could see deeply hidden grief and regret. If it were possible, Ling Lan believed that Ling Xiao would never want to die. He would never choose to disappear from this world. Goodbye. Ling Lan only saw Ling Xiao's lips move, leaving behind this one final word, and then she was chased out by a great force by Ling Xiao once more. Ling Lan's mind had yet to settle when Little Four's expression became frantic. "Not good. Dad's legacy space is disappearing." Hearing this, Ling Lan was horrified. She tried to enter the legacy space again, but was barred. Even Little Four, this practically omnipotent god of the virtual world, had also been forcefully ejected by this powerful force of the legacy space, unable to find any way to get close. At this time, Ling Xiao's voice rang out in Ling Lan's mind. "Stop, my child. Please forgive this irresponsible father of yours. Please take on my responsibility. Take good care of your mother, Lan Luofeng." As this voice faded, Ling Xiao's legacy space also vanished from the virtual world of the Scout Academy, leaving no trace behind. It was as if Ling Xiao's legacy space had never existed. "Boss, Dad," really disappeared. Little Four abruptly appeared beside Ling Lan. In virtual space, Little Four could freely control his manifestation. And so, a little boy of about 5 to 6 years old clung to Ling Lan's sleeve, sad tears streaming endlessly from his eyes. Little Four was so sad because he had not even had the chance to introduce himself to Ling Xiao, or call Ling Xiao daddy to his face. Ling Lan suppressed the urge to cry, patting Little Four gently on the head as she tried to comfort him. "Daddy didn't disappear. He will always be in our hearts, isn't that so?" Ling Lan's words caused Little Four to become thoughtful. He held back his gushing tears, but just when he was about to say something, he noticed a notification from the virtual space. His expression turned grim and he said, "Boss, we need to leave quickly. There are hackers and specters approaching." Little Four quickly whisked Ling Lan away with him. In several flash steps, they were back in the recovery pod. As they ran, Little Four did not forget to wipe clean all traces of their presence within that virtual space. Little Four believed that, with the work of an intelligence entity of his level, a normal person would not be able to find anything suspicious. However, Little Four was still very cautious. After sending Ling Lan back, he returned to the scene once again. He had considered it. If anyone found anything by accident, he would utterly destroy the Scout Academy's virtual world, deleting all data within it. He would not allow any danger to come to his boss. Just a few seconds after Little Four had run away with Ling Lan, 5 people suddenly appeared where they had been standing. 4 of them were dressed in uniforms, while the last was wearing a black robe which cloaked his entire body, hiding his appearance. This was the standard outfit for specters. One of the men dressed in uniform, obviously somewhat higher in rank, said to the others, "It should be here. Go investigate and see if there are any abnormalities." Receiving their orders, the other four began to move. Not long after, they reported their findings to the head. "Colonel, there is no trace of the existence of a legacy space, and there is also no sign of one being moved by human measures," said one of the uniformed members obscurely. He knew very well whose legacy space they were looking for. If it were lost, it would be an immeasurable loss for the entire Federation. "Colonel, I have already successfully noted down all students who were in the area within these 3 hours. Here is the name list," said another uniformed member as he handed a sheet of white paper over to the colonel. On it was a tightly packed list of student names. The colonel accepted the name list but did not look at it. Instead, he turned to look at the black-robed man on the other side. "Lieutenant Colonel J, did you find anything?" Lieutenant Colonel J was specially transferred by the military from another specials team to assist them. With regards to the others' details, the colonel did not know much, and even the other's face was unknown to the colonel. However, the colonel was not annoyed by this. He knew that no one had the right to know the true identity of a Spectre other than the Spectre's direct supervisor. These were all necessary measures set in place to protect Spectres. Every country maintained comprehensive monitoring on Spectres. In particular, if an enemy nation's Spectre was discovered, all attempts would be made to kill them off. The moment the Spectre's real identity was exposed, as long as there was any chance of killing the other, a nation would choose to make a move even if it had to pay a steep price. This was because there was no way at present for human society to be separated from the virtual world completely, and Spectres were existences equal to death gods in the virtual world. No matter how strong a person was in real life, the moment they entered the virtual world, if they were targeted by a Spectre, they pretty much had no chance of escape. It should be said that Spectres were a type of balance-disrupting existence to the virtual world. Their death-godlike ability was feared and distrusted by all the people in power, regardless of their nationality. Lieutenant Colonel J indicated for the colonel to wait patiently, and then he spread out his Spectre ability, beginning to sense the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Meanwhile, the colonel took the opportunity to scan quickly through the name list in his hands. Seeing no one clearly suspicious on the list, he handed the document over to the uniformed member standing beside him all this while, saying, "Let the monitoring room dig out the information on all the people on this list. Investigate it thoroughly. Don't let anything at all suspicious slip through." "Yes, Colonel." The uniformed member left swiftly after accepting the document. After sensing for a moment, Lieutenant Colonel J said, "I don't sense the remnant energy of any other Spectre. A Spectre's energy signature can only be sensed by another Spectre. The disappearance of the legacy space should have nothing to do with Spectres." Hearing what Lieutenant Colonel J had to say, the colonel let out a breath of relief. If this incident had truly been caused by the infiltration of an enemy nation's Spectre, he would probably have been court-martialed and inevitably charged with dereliction of duty. However, Lieutenant Colonel J's voice carried a slight tone of confusion. "The remnant energy here makes me feel a little uncomfortable." "Ah," said the colonel excitedly. "Have you sensed something strange?" Lieutenant Colonel J shook his head and said, "That's not it. Perhaps the self-destruction of the legacy space produced some energy that affects my Spectre abilities." He could not explain it. This was just a gut feeling of his, not a sense of danger. That energy he sensed just made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if somewhat repulsive to his Spectre abilities. The colonel instantly understood what Lieutenant Colonel J was trying to say. A legacy space left by a God-class operator would most certainly carry some of the God-class operator's spiritual energy. These energies were extremely powerful. If Spectres could be said to have a counter, these God-class masters would be their only rivals in the virtual world. Their spiritual power was formidable enough that even these death gods could do nothing against them. After figuring it out, the colonel cast Lieutenant Colonel J's words into the back of his mind. Instead, he began to worry over how he could account for the disappearance of Ling Zhao's legacy space to his superiors. Even though he had escaped the fate of being court-martialed, he still needed to find a reasonable explanation for this freak phenomenon. So, with a woebegone expression, he asked, "Then, Lieutenant Colonel J, can you guess the reason for the legacy space's disappearance?" Lieutenant Colonel J contemplated the issue in silence for a moment. then said unhurriedly, "Actually, there are many reasons why a legacy space would disappear. One would be due to outside interference, which would mostly be due to Spectre abilities. Another would be that the legacy of the legacy space has already been passed on. Once an inheritor completely masters everything the legacy space has to offer, to ensure the exclusivity of the inheritor's legacy, the legacy space would choose to self-destruct." The colonel's eyes lighted up. "Are you saying that it is possible for that legacy space to have been successfully inherited by someone?" Lieutenant Colonel J nodded lightly. "Yes, that is one of the possibilities. Of course, another possibility is that the legacy space's creator had set a final deadline. Once that deadline is exceeded, regardless of whether the legacy space was inherited or not, it would still begin its self-destruct sequence." The colonel had initially been thrilled by hearing of the possibility of the legacy being inherited, but what Lieutenant Colonel J had to say next about a self-destruct deadline caused his face to fall. He truly did not wish for Ling Zhao's legacy space to have disappeared because of the latter reason. This would be such a heavy loss for the Federation. Right now, he could only hope that it was the second of the three possibilities listed. As long as they could find Ling Zhao's inheritor, then they would be able to obtain all of the secrets to Ling Zhao's ascension to God-class operator status from the inheritor. At that time, even if they could not use those secrets to ascend to God-class, the Federation would probably be able to produce mass numbers of top-notch mecha operators and dominate the entire human world. The Federation's dream of being at the top of the world would be realized. Having received an investigative report, the colonel had no mind to continue staying here in this virtual space. He immediately led his team of 5 away from the scene. They had not left for long when Little Four's figure appeared where they had been standing. His little face was extremely grim, and he muttered to himself, "Spectres, eh? Rather impressive as expected." That said, he disappeared once more. Meanwhile, at this time, both in the virtual space and in reality, the news of the disappearance of Ling Zhao's legacy space had already gone viral. One, because there had never been confirmed news that Ling Zhao's legacy space had chosen an inheritor, all the students had remained extremely passionate in trying to crack this mysterious legacy space. There was attention on it at all times, so when the legacy space disappeared, the news immediately spread like wildfire among the students. The military, which had wanted to keep the matter under wraps, had been completely caught off guard. The only relief was that, aside from some of the upper ranks of the military and the Academy's dean, no one else knew who had been the creator of the legacy space. The military's investigation continued on in secret. The upper ranks of the military were leaning towards the explanation that the legacy had been inherited successfully. Therefore, they ordered strict monitoring and investigation on those people who had engaged with the legacy space over the past month before its disappearance. The moment anything strange was discovered, these students would be apprehended and brought in for covert questioning. For this purpose, they even transferred in some hypnotists from particular special ops teams to hypnotize the children to try and find out the truth. However, all these seemingly suspicious students turned out not to be Ling Zhao's inheritor. This outcome disappointed them, and also made them anxious. Their movements began to intensify, no longer being as covert as before. These actions drew strong opposition from the purely academic faction within the Scout Academy. They felt that these measures by the military was obviously making light of the well-being of their students. Although the Federation declared that hypnosis was harmless to the human body, and the general public believed that, the experienced teachers in the Scout Academy knew that hypnosis was actually a form of spiritual attack. It would cause some cracks and holes to appear in the spiritual self of the one being hypnotized. This would affect the children's future development, especially those who wanted to become mecha operators or starship navigators. Spiritual damage was especially taboo for those two career pathways. From the start, the Central Scout Academy had been the gathering grounds of almost all the top 3 tiers of exceptional children. All of these children were very likely to become excellent soldiers in the future. The loss of any single one of them would be a loss to the Federation. Thus, the pure academic faction, with Dean Yi Yifun at its head, made the decision to chase out the monitoring military staff currently within the campus. They needed to protect their students. Moreover, Ling Zhao's legacy space was gone, It was unnecessary for these monitoring staff to remain in the Central Scout Academy. The upper ranks of the military were naturally unwilling to just give up on Ling Zhao's legacy. But there was a pure academic faction within the military upper ranks as well which supported the Central Scout Academy's decision. On top of that, the Grand Marshal also seemed to be on the side of the Central Scout Academy. So the military had no choice but to agree to withdraw the monitoring team trying to reclaim Ling Zhao's legacy. In fact, this intense backlash from the Central Scout Academy was in large part due to the sudden unfounded suspicion towards Ling Lan by one of the senior officers in the monitoring team. The team had then requested the right to interrogate Ling Lan from the academy. This caused Mu Shuiqing, who had been watching over Ling Lan all this time, to become livid, and also spurred the dean of the academy, Yi Yifan, into an explosive rage. Mind you, for this past month or so, Ling Lan had been calmly lying within a recovery pod, with no way of logging onto the virtual world. Without any shred of evidence whatsoever, the military had actually dared to submit such a preposterous request. This made the instructors of the pure academic faction of the academy unbelievably mad. Especially once the academy found out that the fake teachers who tried to assassinate Ling Lan had come about due to the negligence of the monitoring team. One of their teams had been secretly killed and replaced while returning from the outside, and the monitoring team had not noticed the problem, which had allowed the opponents to successfully infiltrate the Central Scout Academy and obtain the chance for an assassination. Their negligence had already caused their student to receive such severe injuries, and they still wanted to take things one step further to destroy their student's future? Did they really take the Central Scout Academy to be psychots? Here for them to push around as they liked? Enraged, the Central Scout Academy no longer gave any face to the military. They immediately threw an eviction notice at the monitoring team. This forceful measure let the monitoring team know that the matter was thoroughly out of their control now. Although they tried their best to negotiate, it was all useless. It should be said that the monitoring team had done a very stupid thing. Not only did this suggestion enrage the Central Scout Academy beyond reason, even the pure academic faction within the upper ranks of the internal military itself was extremely angry. Even the Federation's Grand Marshal expressed extreme displeasure with their actions. In the end, with no way of salvaging the situation, the monitoring team could only slip away from the Central Scout Academy with their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, Yi Yifan had taken this opportunity to fire almost all of the teachers within the academy who were not focused purely on academics. Only a small portion, with true skills but not much influence, managed to remain at the end of this great spring cleaning. Of course, this series of events was generally unknown to the Scout students. They only knew that some of the teachers they were familiar with were gone, while some new, unfamiliar teachers had emerged. However, there would always be new teachers appearing every year anyway, so the students did not find it strange. Still, the military needed to come to a final verdict for the disappearance of Ling Zhao's legacy space. In the end, the military chose the final possibility as proposed by Lieutenant Colonel J. Ling Zhao must have set a final deadline when he had first created his legacy space. Whether or not his legacy was inherited, when the time came, the space would self-destruct. This deduction made perfect sense and was accepted by a majority of the upper ranks. Although an extremely small portion of the upper ranks still insisted on believing that someone had obtained Ling Zhao's legacy, they believed they just had not found the inheritor yet. However, when they heard that the Grand Marshal had approved the military's submitted verdict, they knew the tide had passed. They could only regretfully give up on their investigations. No one would dare to question the Grand Marshal's decision. And so, the disappearance of Ling Zhao's legacy space ended without any great trouble, becoming one of the military's unsolved mysteries. The furor over the disappearance of Ling Zhao's legacy space faded into tranquility with the passage of time. Meanwhile, after resting for a full month and more, the condition of Ling Lan's body was getting much better. When Lan Luofeng found out that Ling Lan was able to come out from the recovery pod, she decided that it was time to pack up. 3 days later, they would return to the Ling family mansion. In these 3 days, Lan Luofeng was extremely busy. She submitted a request for the academy to process Ling Lan's withdrawal from the school. This was undoubtedly against Federation regulations. However, considering the special circumstances, Ling Lan's body still needed time to recover, and Mu Shuiqing was exerting pressure on Yi Yifan. The academy compromised. Ling Lan would have to return to the school in 3 years' time to take the academy's final exam and apply for further enrollment at a military school or some other specialized academy then. After obtaining this promise from Lan Luofeng, the Scout Academy agreed to Ling Lan's withdrawal request. News of the assassination attempt against Ling Lan during the Grand Armed Melee had spread across the whole academy after the Grand Armed Melee. The 7th grade, in particular, found out that Ling Lan had only been attacked by enemy nation assassins after successfully dispatching the top student of the 10th grade. If academy teachers had not arrived at the scene in time, Ling Lan might very well have been killed. This aggravated the entire 7th grade as a whole, because they knew very well that if Ling Lan had not dispatched the top rank of the 10th grade before he had been taken out, the winners of the Grand Armed Melee was likely to have been the 10th grade. Considering what might have been, the 7th grade was filled with hatred for those enemy nations of the Federation 1. Qilong and the others of Ling Lan's group of friends were especially livid. They wished they could personally find those killers and tear them into pieces. Lan Luofeng knew what the truth of the matter was, but also knew that this was politics. For unity, security, and to fan the patriotism of the students, some lies needed to exist, while some truths needed to be buried. Lan Luofeng did not want to be at odds with the country's political machinations. As long as they could give her a satisfactory accounting, she would not concern herself with these trivial things. Thus, she chose to look the other way. Qilong and the others were extremely worried about Ling Lan's condition. While Ling Lan was still unconscious, they kept coming to visit him, and so they knew that the damage to Ling Lan's body was severe enough to require a long stay at home. Ling Lan could no longer continue to attend school with them at the academy. This news saddened them, especially Qilong. After finding out the news, he ran off on his own to a combat room for a punishing round of training. In the end, it was still Han Jijian who managed to coax him back out. Even so, the other members of Ling Lan's team could clearly sense the change in Qilong. Although he seemed as outgoing and straightforward as ever, it was as if there was a rumbling volcano inside him. Though everything looked normal on the outside, no one could tell when he would explode. Han Jijian was half pleased and half worried at this condition of Qilong's. He was pleased because Qilong had become much more proactive over matters involving Boss Lan, displaying much more initiative. But he was also worried because he was afraid Qilong would be unable to bear the pressure he put on himself and crumble under it in the end. Han Jijian clenched his fists silently, telling himself that he must work hard. He must not let Qilong walk down the path of self-destruction. Whenever Qilong lost his way, he would step up to show him the way. When official news of Ling Lan's withdrawal from school came out, Qilong's group, including Han Shuya and Luo Chao, as well as the original members of Group 072, all came to make their final farewells with Ling Lan. Filled with reluctance, the group came to stand before Ling Lan. Right then, Ling Lan was seated in a technologically advanced wheelchair. Seeing the group here to say goodbye to her, Ling Lan's heart was filled with happiness. However, when Ling Lan saw Qilong's appearance, her brows twitched into a slight frown. Observant as ever, she had noticed something off about Qilong. "Qilong, come here." Seeing Qilong's state, Ling Lan was instantly in a bad mood. She coldly ordered Qilong to come and stand beside her. Qilong excitedly walked over to wait for his boss's instructions, but Ling Lan did not say anything. With a flick of her finger, Ling Lan sent an ice bead smacking into Qilong's forehead, causing Qilong's head to bend back involuntarily. Qilong grimaced at the pain, his right hand flying up to press and rub at his forehead. He shouted, "Boss, why did you hit me?" Ling Lan's ice bead had left a dark red mark on Qilong's forehead. It was clear that Ling Lan had not wanted to be soft on Qilong. "Seeing your current state, I just feel annoyed and really want to hit you." Confused, Qilong asked, "Why, boss? Aren't I doing quite well?" "Quite well? What's up with your angry at the world attitude?" sniffed Ling Lan. Ling Lan could clearly sense the bottled rage Qilong had stoppered up inside him. Qilong was silent, his hanging arms curled into fists, the veins on the backs of his hands becoming obvious. He did not even seem to notice, even when his nails left deep marks on his palms. Should he tell Boss Lan how much he hated his own helplessness? If he had just been a little stronger, Boss Lon would not have had to fight on his own. Qilong knew that despite the all-around lock on the communicative functions on their communicators during the grand armed melee, Boss Lon could bypass those restrictions. So, Boss Lon could easily have notified them when he was being attacked. But even when Boss Lan's life had been hanging in the balance, he had still chosen not to contact them, fighting on his own instead. Qilong knew that this was because Ling Lan did not want to bring them into danger. But from another perspective, this proved that they were just too weak to help Ling Lan. Smack! A cold staff-shaped weapon wrapped the backs of Qilong's hands, leaving behind a red line. "What are you doing? Self-mutilating? I don't have such a wimpy follower," said Ling Lan coldly, an ice staff in her hands. Ling Lan's words caused Qilong's feelings to become unbalanced, his breathing becoming ragged as his chest rose and fell noticeably. He blurted out, "Boss, I want to become strong." Ling Lan's brow quirked. "Why? I don't want to just stand behind you anymore. I don't want to see Boss hurt, but be helpless to do anything about it. This feeling sucks." Qilong mumbled lowly. His fists clenched tight once again, and he lifted his head to shout abruptly. "So, I want to become strong enough. I want to be able to fight by your side, Boss, and become your left and right arms, true sworn brothers that can brave life and death together." Ling Lan was stunned by these words. She had not expected herself to be the cause of Qilong's sad state. At this moment, Qilong had lost his mental balance due to his desperate need to grow stronger. Although being more proactive and more aggressive than before was a good thing, it was not so easy to strengthen one's combat arts just like that. The process needed the accumulation of time. If she did not have the learning space, which multiplied the amount of training time she had by manyfold, just relying on the time she had in real life, it would have been impossible to achieve the peak stage of Qi Jin. It should be said that something had gone wrong with Qilong's mental state. If this issue was not resolved soon, it would definitely be a great latent danger to Qilong in future. After weighing the matter for a moment, Ling Lan said, "Qilong, I'm very happy you think this way. In future, we may be deployed to a battlefield. At that time, I hope that you will be the one protecting my back." Qilong's eyes blazed, his entire being coming to attention. Ling Lan was clearly telling him that he had high hopes for him. This increased his intent to become stronger. He definitely would not let Boss down. But, Qilong, it's not that easy to become strong. It cannot be rushed. You need the accumulation of time. However, Ling Lan's following words made Qilong's heart sink. Was Boss Lan refusing him? Perhaps he wasn't a genius, and so could not keep up with Boss' footsteps? "I hope that you will take things a step at a time and build your foundations well. Then you'll be able to go higher in the future," said Ling Lan slowly. "But that way, the distance between us will just keep getting larger," said Qilong agitatedly. Ling Lan's brow quirked. "How could it? You will just be getting closer and closer to me." Huh? Qilong was struck dumb by Ling Lan's words. For a moment, he just could not understand what Ling Lan meant. Ling Lan coolly pointed at her body and said, "What is the condition of my body?" Qilong lowered his head and said, downcast, "You need to recuperate for 3 to 4 years." This was what the Ling family had announced to the public. "Qilong, this is the price," said Ling Lan, self-mockingly. "Although the damage to my body was caused by the assassination attempt by enemies this time, my body is damaged so badly mostly because I had some latent problems remaining from breaking through too quickly before that." In her heart, Ling Lan silently confessed her sins to any passing gods. For the sake of her little follower's future, she could only lie. Honestly, Ling Lan's words were not entirely a lie. If Ling Lan had not possessed the godlike cheating device, the learning space, even the most talented of prodigies would have had to pay an everlasting Pyrrhic price to achieve her current level of strength. How can this be? Ling Lan's words shocked all of her little companions. They could not believe that their boss Lan, who seemed so formidable and level-headed, would actually do such a foolish thing. Ling Lan swept her gaze in a circle over her companions before her and said tonelessly, "Because I did not want to lose to my father." Ling Lan lifted her head slightly, as if holding back her emotions. Very quickly, she lowered her head again, and when she faced them once more, she was back to normal. "But my talent is no match for my father's. No matter how hard I train, I still cannot reach the pace of my father." Slowly, I felt the gap widening, so I became impatient. Thus, At a moment not really suitable for breaking through, I still chose to break through. Qilong and a few others knew who Ling Lan's father was, so they did not reveal any signs of surprise at hearing this. In contrast, the faces of the others who had no idea who Ling Lan's father was were filled with bewilderment as they stared at Ling Lan. In their eyes, Ling Lan was already so aberrantly prodigious that they could only look up to him. But now, Ling Lan was saying that he was completely no match for his father. Then, how aberrant was Ling Lan's father exactly? Ling Lan saw the stupefied expressions of the others, and instantly realized that they probably still did not know that her father was Ling Xiao. It looked like before Qilong and the others had gotten explicit permission from her, they had not told any of the others about this information. Her heart was instantly filled with gratitude and affection for them. A thought passed through her mind, and she said, "Can't figure it out? How can there be someone so aberrant?" Han Shuya, Luo Chao, and the others nodded their heads vigorously at Ling Lan's words. They really could not figure out who could be so aberrant and terrifying to cause the seemingly all-powerful boss Lan admit defeat. "My father is Ling Xiao." The corners of Ling Lan's lips twitched upwards. She could not conceal the pride she felt that her father was just that aberrant. Han Shuya was the first to scream in shock. A great lover of mecha, she naturally knew what the name Ling Xiao represented. God-class operator. In their astonishment, the others could not help but gulp. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was like a deity. They would never have dared to even think of relating anyone by their side to him. After a fit of excitement, the companions quickly calmed down. They looked at Ling Lan with gazes of admiration and also sympathy. They admired that Ling Lan's father was the god-class operator Ling Xiao, but also pitted Ling Lan for actually trying to challenge that publicly acknowledged #1 prodigy. It would have been more of a shock if he hadn't lost badly. Ling Lan felt somewhat awkward under these stares. In any case, she really had no intention of comparing herself to her father, but this excuse was just more convincing. She coughed, and then turned to look at Qilong, and said, "Qilong, even though I managed to force a breakthrough successfully, I hurt my foundations. So, I have no choice but to rest for a long period of time after being injured this time. Do you also want to be like me? Lying in a bed for 4 to 5 years, maybe even longer?" Qilong shook his head emphatically. He did not want that. He just wanted to be able to stand by Boss's side when he needed him, and not just have to watch helplessly or even be protected by Boss. Therefore, his desire to become strong would never change. At most, he would be a little more careful, making sure not to rush as much when trying to break through in his physical skills training. Qilong's gaze shone with his determination. Ling Lan sighed internally. Why was this brat so stubborn? For the first time, Ling Lan had a bit of a headache. It was really so goddamn difficult to be someone else's boss. How could she get rid of Qilong's tenacious way of thinking? "Qilong, you're actually cornering yourself now." Ling Lan suddenly thought of the upcoming mission of the 7th grade, and her eyes lighted up. She felt that she had a way to solve the problem now. Since she could not find a way to suppress Qilong's urgent desire to become strong, then she would give him a safe way to become stronger. Physical skills are not the only path to becoming stronger. Qilong threw a confused glance at Ling Lan, unsure what Ling Lan wanted to say. In this world, the strongest people are not physical fighters, but mecha operators, reminded Ling Lan. Just like my father Ling Xiao, although his physical skills were only at domain, he still became a god-class operator, the Federation's ultimate weapon. This is an existence that even God Realm masters cannot compare with. And after this, you all will be going to complete the virtual world barrier crossing mission. This was my original goal. Although I can't go any more now, that doesn't mean I've given up on this goal. So Qilong, as the team leader, and as my follower, you need to finish it for me. Looking at the level of Qilong's team right now, this mission was totally at an S-level difficulty. Hearing Ling Lan's command, Qilong's spirits rallied. He pounded his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss, I will complete this mission. This is just the first step. After entering the real virtual world, go and learn how to operate mecha. 3 years later, when I return to the academy for the tests, I hope you will all have successfully advanced to intermediate mecha warrior or higher. Especially you, Qilong. You need to be at advanced mecha warrior level." "Why?" asked Qilong, confused. "Didn't you want to become strong?" said Ling Lan calmly. An advanced mecha warrior can match up with an early-stage domain master. At that time, you will have the right to stand beside me and fight alongside me. Qilong's gaze glimmered. He had finally found a shortcut to becoming stronger. 3 years, and he would have the right to stand by boss's side. For him, this path was much more secure than physical skills. Qilong nodded solemnly and said, "All right, boss, I will definitely complete this goal. 3 years later, I will definitely become an advanced mecha operator. All right, if you all don't achieve this objective, 3 years later, just wait for my punishment." Ling Lan's tone was cold and ominous when she said this, causing everyone else besides Qilong to shiver involuntarily, their expressions paling noticeably. Mind you, to rise up from newbie trainee to intermediate mecha warrior in 3 years' time was an absolutely tough challenge. Even if they had not truly experienced what it was like to learn mecha control, they still knew that it required a massive amount of points to upgrade mecha within the virtual world. These points needed to be earned by winning mecha fights. Even more frightening was the fact that, once they lost, an equivalent of the number of points they would have won would be deducted from their accumulated score. This rule had caused many people to become stuck with the label of newbie even after 2 to 3 years, because their total score was still in the negatives. For them to successfully advance to intermediate mecha warrior in 3 years, they needed to maintain an extremely high win rate, perhaps even not lose at all. This was completely impossible. Face ashen, Han Shuya could not help but open her mouth to plead. "Can the requirements be lowered for us girls?" Ling Lan swept a glance at the other. "If you think it's impossible, then it's better to just not go and not learn how to operate mecha." Ling Lan's merciless words caused Han Shuya's face to turn even paler, and she could not help but argue. "I remember that even the most impressive person in the virtual world needed 3 years and 3 months to advance from newbie to intermediate mecha warrior. How can we succeed? That is just on public records. As far as I know, there is one person who only used half a year to become an intermediate mecha warrior from a newbie, in total using just 1 year to become an advanced mecha warrior." Ling Lan casually described a fact she knew. How could that be? Who was he? Han Xia's first reaction was to disbelieve it. "My father, Ling Xiao," replied Ling Lan calmly. "Uncle Ling is a God-class operator, and also the globally recognized #1 prodigy. How are we supposed to compare to him?" said Han Xia feebly. Her cry of "Uncle Ling" made Ling Lan's face twitch. Mind you, the Ling Xiao in the legacy space had been a stunning pretty boy, completely incompatible with the title of uncle. Ling Lan kept her face slack with all her might, and continued to say, "Which is why I asked you all to do it in 3 years. That's 3 times more time than what Ling Xiao used to advance. You should know that in the same 3 years of time, Ling Xiao had already advanced to ace operator status. You all should also know that for a mecha operator to advance to ace operator status is a natural chasm. Many people remain stuck in this chasm for all their lives, unable to break through. Compared to this, my request is already low enough." Han Shuya still wanted to say something to that, when Luo Chao beside her frantically used her hand to block Han Shuya's mouth. Han Shuya was so shocked by this that she did not even struggle, completely forgetting what she wanted to say. Luo Chao's action stunned all the other companions. Was this still their shy little sister Luo Chao? They reflexively glanced at Ling Lan, sighing in their hearts. As expected, love can truly make one go wild. Seeing everyone looking at her, Luo Chao realized that she had overreacted. Embarrassed, she pulled her hand away and hid behind Luo Lang. In an instant, the bashful little sister Luo Chao had returned. Ling Lan pretended not to see everyone's somewhat knowing gazes. Instead, still maintaining an ice block face, she asked coldly, "How about the rest of you? Do you all think it's impossible?" At this moment, the few people who had been through the fires of battle on planet Demon Beast abruptly recalled that, back then, it was the 10-year-old Ling Lan who had expertly handled a mecha. Ling Lan had even managed to kill off an X-Series ace mecha squad of the Twilight Empire. It was without question that Boss's mecha control skills were already at a terrifyingly advanced level. If they did not take advantage of these 3 years to work hard and give chase, the moment Boss's body recovered, they would most certainly be left even further behind by Boss. Qilong's initially steady heart became even more determined. Han Jijian, Luo Lang, and Lin Zhongqing were also on board. They silently clenched their fists, each setting their own goals within their minds. Not to become an intermediate mecha warrior which Ling Lan had asked of them, but to become an advanced mecha warrior like with Qi Long. They too did not want Ling Lan and Qi Long to leave them behind. Seeing the elder brothers all promise to complete this mission in 3 years with faces filled with determination, Luo Chao gazed at Ling Lan admiringly. This was Boss Lan. Only Boss Lan could convince all the elder brothers to promise to accomplish such a nigh impossible mission. Without question, in Luo Chao's budding heart, Ling Lan was definitely a perfect boy. Strong, authoritative, charismatic, and reliable. Although Ling Lan could sense the leanings of Luo Chao's young heart, she did not know what to do about it. Thus, she could only pretend not to know anything, and hope that being apart from her for 3 years would be enough to weaken Luo Chao's affections, until the point where they could fade away without a trace. Just like that, Ling Lan left the Central Scout Academy, seen off by her little companions. She returned to the Ling family mansion and continued to recuperate for a period of time. During that time, the Central Scout Academy sent over countless medicinal agents, along with some precious cultivation resources. In particular, several tubes of special-grade gene agent would be sent periodically. Combined with the gene agent that Ling Lan received from the inheritance, this allowed Ling Lan's body to recover even faster. Her body had initially been estimated to recover in a year, but after only 8 months, it was fully healed with no worry of latent problems. After Ling Lan's body had fully recovered, Mu Shuiqing asked her to come to the place where he had secluded himself. The moment Ling Lan arrived, the already waiting Mu Shuiqing asked, "Do you know why I asked you to come here?" Ling Lan shook her head, but then quickly nodded instead. With a smile, Mu Shuiqing patiently waited for her explanation. Ling Lan said, "I shook my head because I am not very sure, but then I nodded because I know that you, teacher, will definitely tell me. A child with great daring one." Mu Shuiqing could not help but laugh heartily. Ever since Ling Xiao had passed away, this was the first time he was laughing so freely. Both father and son too were truly worthy of being nature-defying prodigies capable of upturning the heavens and earth. They would always take him off guard with pleasant surprises. Being able to take them in as his disciples was truly his great luck. Mu Shuiqing finally restrained his laughter and continued to say, "Indeed. Asking you to come here, I have some things to tell you. I am one of your father's initiate instructors. Of course, this is just on the surface. In fact, your father is my true disciple." True disciples and initiate disciples were two completely different concepts. For initiate disciples, he only needed to give them some pointers, but for true disciples, they were the inheritors of their sect. It could be said that, at that point, the instructor-student relationship was just like that of a father and son. Ling Lan thought for a moment, then said, "Then how should I address you?" "Master's master." Mu Shuiqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Just call me master." Since he would be teaching her hands-on, then Ling Lan would truly be his true disciple. What else should he call him but master? Besides, he really did not care about any seniority issues. In their sect, once you joined, only the relationship within the sect mattered. Ling Lan rubbed her nose, rather speechless. If she called the other master, then wouldn't she be on the same seniority level as her father Ling Xiao? Was she then supposed to call her own father senior brother? Ling Lan was somewhat conflicted. However, Ling Lan's spirits quickly drooped. Even if she called Mu Shuiqing master, she would have no chance to call her father senior brother Ling Xiao anyway. In that case, why should she be conflicted? After thinking things through, Ling Lan did not continue to tie herself into knots. She called out, "Master, good, good, good. This is how my good disciple should be. Efficient in whatever you do, make sure to never be indecisive. On this point, you are better than your father," said Mu Shuiqing happily. Hearing this, Ling Lan thought back on the feeling Ling Xiao had given her in the legacy space. Her father had seemed pretty decisive and efficient, not at all indecisive like how Mu Shuiqing said he was. However, Ling Lan quickly cast these thoughts aside, because Mu Shuiqing had begun to speak again. "Our sect emphasizes the basics. Everything begins from the basics. So now I will be teaching you the foundational physical skills of our sect." Master, I already know this," said Ling Lan hurriedly. Ling Lan's words flabbergasted Mu Shuiqing. How do you know it? Ling Lan smiled wryly and said, Master, our sect is the Divine Command sect, right? Mu Shuiqing leapt up in shock. How do you know this? The Divine Command sect had always been passed down one-to-one. Ever since Ling Xiao died, he was the only one left. Could it be that there were still others of the Divine Command sect? An almost imperceptible smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. My father told me. As if realizing something, Mu Shuiqing said with an expression of astonishment, Ling Xiao's legacy space. So you received it. A trace of mockery appeared on Ling Lan's lips. It should have been mine from the beginning. Ever since she found out about the inheritance method of the Divine Command sect, Ling Lan knew very well that Ling Xiao's legacy space had been specially prepared for her. Yes, that thing should indeed belong to you. The military was just a little greedy. That's all, said Mu Shuiqing, sighing. He could understand what the military did, but some things were not able to be obtained just because one wanted them. The requirements for the Divine Command sect were too high. The requirements on spiritual power were especially stringent. If Ling Xiao had not accidentally activated his spiritual power and broken past an obstruction through sheer luck, rising up by 3 whole levels, even he might have had to give up on the Divine Command sect. On this front, Ling Lan's talent was obviously better than Ling Xiao's, because Ling Lan's spiritual power was innately strong. Since you've already received your father's legacy, I won't have to teach you the basics again. Mu Shuiqing was in a great mood. This meant that Ling Lan would finish his studies with him much earlier than he could have imagined. At first, he had been somewhat regretful that he had sought out Ling Lan this late, causing Ling Lan to miss the most opportune timing to learn from the Divine Command sect. This would make it much harder for Ling Lan to learn and practice the foundational physical skills, perhaps even multiply the time he needed to master them. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan had long received Ling Xiao's legacy, and thus had not missed the best timing at all. Yup. In the end, right before Father disappeared, he told me to find you to learn the final Divine Command technique. Ling Lan passed on Ling Xiao's final message. After a startled pause, Mu Shuiqing immediately understood what Ling Xiao was aiming for. Ling Xiao had wanted him to know that an inheritor still existed for the Divine Command sect. He had wanted to deliver Ling Lan to him personally, to try and make up for the pain and regrets he had left his master with when he had departed. Mu Shuiqing's eyes turned red, and he jerked his head up to look at the sky. His voice was choked with tears as he said, Ling Xiao, my son, even in death you were worrying about this old man. Eh? So you've personally sent me hope, giving me motivation to live on. How lucky was he to have taken in such a good disciple? It was a shame that he and Ling Xiao's teacher-disciple relationship had been so brief, lasting only a mere 10 years' time. Mu Shuiqing's words made Ling Lan realize as well why Ling Xiao had not chosen to pass on the ultimate technique of the Divine Command sect to her. Since Ling Xiao had already completed his discipleship, he must have already mastered all the techniques in the Divine Command sect. He had chosen not to pass it on to Ling Lan, because he had wanted her to seek out Mu Shuiqing and tell his master through her that the heir of the Divine Command sect still lived. Ling Xiao wanted to comfort his master in this way. But of course, there was also the intent for Ling Lan to take on his responsibilities, just like how he had tasked Ling Lan with the care of Lan Luofeng at the beginning. Of course, Ling Xiao may also have had the thought of training up Ling Lan's persistence, asking Ling Lan to seek out the elusive Mu Shuiqing patiently to train up her tolerance. However, he had never expected that Mu Shuiqing was just living within the Ling family mansion. Moreover, not too long ago, due to the assassination attempt on Ling Lan, Mu Shuiqing had been coaxed out of seclusion by Chamberlain Ling Qin's pleading and had then stayed by Ling Lan's side to protect her. Subsequently, when Mu Shuiqing had set eyes on Ling Lan, he had been prepared to teach her already. It had to be said that Ling Lan's luck was truly amazing. Everything had just fallen into place effortlessly. A long while after, Mu Shuiqing finally calmed down. He looked at Ling Lan, and the affection in his eyes was apparent. Right now, in his eyes, Ling Lan was not only the only heir of the Divine Command sect, he was also the hope his good disciple Ling Xiao had given to him. At this moment, no matter how he looked at Ling Lan, his heart was filled with joy and appreciation. Since you are already at the final step, then let me first assess your spiritual power. Let me see if you meet the requirements to learn the final technique. Although Mu Shuiqing's heart was filled with fondness for Ling Lan, he was still very strict in the passing on of the final technique. It should be known that the skills and techniques of the Divine Command sect all depended on the strength level of an individual's spiritual power. If Ling Lan did not meet the minimum requirements of the Divine Command technique, for Ling Lan's sake, he would not teach it to him. Okay, Ling Lan nodded. That said, her spiritual power began to spread out. Very rapidly, it split into countless invisible spiritual threads, each roughly as thick as a finger. These threads flew towards Mu Shuiqing, but this time, Ling Lan encountered resistance. About a meter away from Mu Shuiqing, she sensed a strong shield made of spiritual power defending Mu Shuiqing on all sides. Spiritual charge. A strong spiritual charge was sent lashing out at Mu Shuiqing. But when this spiritual charge ran into the other's spiritual self, it only created some ripples in the other's spiritual barrier, and then swiftly disappeared. With this one attack, Ling Lan knew that her master's spiritual power was definitely thick and substantial. Normal attacks would do nothing against it. Sure enough, Mu Shuiqing shook his head and said, "With just this bit of power, it is impossible to learn the Divine Command final technique." Ling Lan's brows furrowed, now knowing that she would not be able to pass the assessment if she did not put her full strength into it. So, she clenched her teeth and decided to use the strongest spiritual attack she had. Spiritual Blast. Of course, the strength of one spiritual blast was probably not enough to budge Mu Shuiqing. So Ling Lan immediately brought out the charged 4-part blast she could do right now to attack. To achieve a 4-part blast, Ling Lan would divide her spiritual power into 4 chords and then detonate them separately. The blasts would stack up layer by layer, making the power of the spiritual blast several times stronger. By the time the 4th chord of spiritual power exploded, the force created would be 8 times her initial spiritual blast. It was plain to see that this stacking of the spiritual blast was copied by Ling Lan from the activation method of 1-inch punch, and could be considered one of Ling Lan's self-created spiritual attacks. Ling Lan carefully condensed her spiritual power into 4 spiritual chords as thick as her arm. Then, with clear sequencing, she sent them stretching out towards Mu Shuiqing layer by layer. Just as they were about to make contact with Mu Shuiqing's spiritual shield, Ling Lan shouted 4 times inside her head, "Explode! Explode! Explode! Explode!" Invisibly, the 4 chords of spiritual power exploded one by one in the air. In the space where the two stood, violent turbulence appeared in the formless air, layer after layer. When the final spiritual power chord exploded, the layered force of the spiritual blasts crashed like a tidal wave onto Mu Shuiqing. When Mu Shuiqing's spiritual shield met this immense spiritual turbulence, a subtle change came over his expression. He clapped his palms together, and with a grunt, the spiritual power shielding his body was reinforced. Boom! 2 waves of spiritual power collided violently in the air. Although Ling Lan could not physically hear the sound of the collision, the feedback force being transmitted by the air clearly showed that the concussive force of this collision was definitely far beyond any of her previous spiritual blasts. The powerful concussive force was directly reflected onto Ling Lan's body. The power surge came too quickly and too fiercely. Ling Lan had no way to stabilize herself. Her entire body was sent flying back by the reflected force to crash onto the ground. Meanwhile, several powerful tremors ran through Mu Shuiqing's body, his complexion paling noticeably, but he quickly recovered. Still, even though both of them were ultimately fine, Mu Shuiqing's courtyard had been utterly destroyed by the collision of the 2 spiritual powers. The powerful concussive force had blown everything in the courtyard into dust. Even the walls of Mu Shuiqing's home had cracks running through them now, looking as if they would crumble at any moment. It was clear to see how fearsome that turbulence had been. With a nimble backflip, Ling Lan was back on her feet. It looked like she had not been injured by any of the reflected force, but her complexion was still extremely pale. It seemed that the 4-part spiritual blast was quite taxing for her. "You brat. Actually being so harsh." Mu Shuiqing looked at Ling Lan somewhat speechlessly. This brat really had no notion of respecting his master, coming out so strongly with such a powerful spiritual attack right from the start. Also, he had proved himself to be a determined fellow. It should be known that it was extremely painful to execute a spiritual blast. A regular person would not be able to tolerate the pain. Ling Lan just stood there, face pale. Right then, spasms of pain had begun to throb at her forehead. The spiritual blasts had drained too much of her spiritual power. She was already at the point of exhaustion. However, she endured the intensifying pain, as well as the nausea rising in her chest, and said, "If I am not harsh with myself, I would have long died at another's hand." At these words, Mu Shuiqing felt a pang of bitterness run through his heart. He naturally knew what Ling Lan was referring to. Ling Zhao's achievements had shone too brightly, leading many unscrupulous people to cast their greed upon his legacy and wealth. As Ling Zhao's only legal inheritor, Ling Lan's existence was undoubtedly a thorn in their side, one that these people would do anything to remove. If Ling Lan was out of the picture, they would be able to blatantly claim the legacy and wealth that Ling Zhao had left behind. In order to achieve this purpose, they had schemed, plotted, and manipulated both on the surface and from the shadows. Till now, Ling Lan must have grown up in a storm of blood and violence. "Sorry, I should have come see you earlier." Mu Shuiqing was filled with remorse. "Master, you being in the Ling family is my protective talisman." Now Ling Lan finally understood why, when the Ling family side branch had plotted to take away her inheritance right, the military had chosen to remain silent and let them do as they would, but had not dared to make their support clear. A large part of it must have been because they feared Mu Shuiqing, who had been stationed within the Ling family. That was why they had not dared to go too far. Also due to Mu Shuiqing's existence, her mother Lan Luofeng had had enough courage to set a trap for the Ling family side branch. And this was also the true reason why the side branch had obediently left Doha after losing that wager. It could be said that Mu Shuiqing's decision to seclude himself in the Ling family mansion had protected Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan to a certain extent, causing any others who coveted Ling Zhao's legacy to have no choice but to retreat temporarily. "Good. With you, Ling Zhao has an heir. Right now you should just train your spiritual power further. 3 months later, I will officially teach you the divine command final technique." Mu Shuiqing's heart was alight with joy. He reached out his hand to pat Ling Lan on the shoulder and conveyed his decision. "Many thanks, master." Ling Lan bowed. 3 years' time went by in the flick of a finger, when spring once again descended as expected on planet Doha one fine spring day, before the sun could fully crawl out from the horizon. When the first rays of dawn had barely stretched out their feelers, at the main entrance of the Central Scout Academy, 5 red-clad youths were already standing there. They seemed to be waiting for something. One of the youths, with a strongly built body, had an anxious expression on his face. Every so often, he would breathe in and breathe out deeply, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. The guard at the entrance, who normally would not allow any scout students to step out 1 foot from the gates, was ignoring this group of people. He remained seated at his service station, sipping his cup of tea breezily. It wasn't that he did not want to catch them, nor had he been bribed by the party. It was just that he could do nothing against these fellows except watch them. They were all 10th graders from the strongest team in the Scout Academy, and their team leader was known to be the strongest student in the academy. Even if the guard had wanted to pull them back inside the gates, he just did not have the capability to do so. The guard smiled wryly as he shook his head and continued to ignore the group. Although the Central Scout Academy imposed many strict rules upon its students, as long as you were strong enough, those rules would be like a sheet of white paper, free for you to scribble on as you like. This was why the guard had no choice but to leave them be. If he really wanted to make all of them submit, other than mobilizing the Academy's mecha squad, there was truly no way of doing so. Beside the anxious young man, another red-clad youth's expression was distinctly different. He leaned lazily against the boundary wall, a helpless expression on his face as he said, "Leader, does it have to be this early? Isn't it just Boss Lan coming back to take his test today?" That said, he yawned widely, as if still half asleep, some crust still hanging at the corners of his eyes. Before the anxious youth could answer, a pretty and graceful youth standing beside him, with a frail scholarly air about him, cool and quiet, had reached out a hand to slap the other's head. He said coldly, "Welcoming Boss back is a huge thing. What are you blathering on about?" The indolent youth grimaced, rubbing his sore head where he had been slapped. His sleepiness had been chased away, and he said unhappily, "Luo Lang, can you watch your image? Don't be so rough, okay? Clearly looking so ladylike, yet being so fierce when hitting someone. What did you say?" Luo Lang blew up. The thing he hated the most was others saying he looked like a girl. Ever since they had entered puberty, compared to his other companions, who had all bulked up and become more rugged, filled with masculinity, his looks had inclined towards willowy grace instead. Other than a slight increase in height, he pretty much looked exactly the same as his twin sister Luo Chao. It was a running joke among the companions that if Luo Lang cross-dressed and pretended to be Luo Chao, sitting down, no one would be able to tell the difference. The indolent youth was not afraid of Luo Lang's rage. He suddenly clapped both his hands together in front of him as if in prayer, a trace of bashfulness appearing on his face as he stomped a foot down and whined coyly. "Aya, my lovely Prince Luo Lang, could you please come have tea with me this afternoon?" That said, he batted his lashes with all his might at Luo Lang. He had perfectly reenacted how Luo Lang had been propositioned these last 2 years by well-built women, a scene which at one point had been the laugh of their team. "Xie, you're asking for it." Luo Lang was really livid now. His pert face was flushed bright red, but this shade of anger just added color to Luo Lang's cheeks, making him even more alluring. Since young, Luo Lang's temper had not been the best. He had always liked to let his fists do the talking, which was how he had become friends with Qi Long. Right now, hearing Xie tease him, he immediately put up his fists and leapt at Xie, intent on giving him a good beating. Xie Yi's and Luo Lang's strength were about equivalent. The two of them began to exchange blows right there by the school gates, happily tangled up in one another. The guard sitting at his station found his face twitching uncontrollably as he watched them. He could only hope that these two fellows would be careful not to destroy school property around the gates as they fought. "All right, both of you stop," said a cold-faced handsome youth at one side. It was Han Jijian. He had noticed that their leader Qi Long's mind was not here, so it was pointless to rely on him to stop these two from fighting. Thus, he had no choice but to speak up instead. This was because he could already sense the resentful stare coming from the guard station behind them. Perhaps the team members respected the authority of their strategist, Han Jijian, for after hearing him order them to stop, the two fighters drew back their fists and legs. Luo Lang sniffed coldly, then turned his head away from his opponent. On the other hand, Xie scratched his nose idly, and then sticking both hands into his pockets, he ambled leisurely back to his original spot. Behind Qi Long, emitting his usual gentle air, Lin Zhongqing said to the returning Xie with a smile, "Xie, coming here earlier is actually not a bad thing. Let us admire the sunrise. I think it's been a while since we've watched the sunrise." Over the past 3 years, in order to complete the goal Boss Lon had set for them, they had not dared to play around. All of their time had been spent on learning mecha control. Fortunately, not too long ago, they had all reached their goals, and so could finally relax. Yes, the 5 people waiting here at the school gates at the crack of dawn were Qi Long, Han Jijian, Luo Lang, Lin Zhongqing, and the youth who had joined them after that grand armed melee 3 years ago, Xie. Today was the day when all the scout students applied and sat for the enrollment tests of the various military schools and other vocational academies. Consequently, their boss Lon would be returning to the Central Scout Academy for the first time in 3 years to participate in the academy's final graduation assessment. Xie could not help but purse his lips at Lin Zhongqing's words, saying, "I really just can't figure you guys out. Training desperately these past 3 years in mecha control, almost to the extent of forgetting to sleep and eat. Are Boss Ling Lan's instructions really that important?" By the time Xie had joined the team, Ling Lan had already withdrawn from the academy and left. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about Ling Lan's revered status within the team, and just could not comprehend why the goal Ling Lan had set would cause everyone in the team, including the team leader, to be so driven. The average person would not have been able to endure the sort of training the children had put themselves through, which had almost bordered on self-torture. However, Qi Long and the others had persevered, holding on for a whole 3 years. It was as if they would be caught and devoured by a savage beast chasing from behind if they had stopped. Of course, Xie had suffered greatly these 3 years as well. His teammates had all been like wound-up springs, training fervently. The amount of training they did was mind-blowing. Despite no one forcing him to train with them, seeing all his teammates training diligently beside him, he could not help but submit to the immense pressure to train too. In short, Xiaoyi felt like he had been living in hell for these past 3 years. Along the way, he had sometimes cursed himself back then for being so naive and clueless, being so easily tricked into joining their team. But Xiaoyi did not want to be left behind by his team members, and so he had actually managed to endure it all, obtaining results that he would never have imagined on his own. Moreover, over these 3 years, Xiaoyi had been completely integrated into the team. At this time, even if they tried to kick him away, he himself would cling onto Qilong's thigh and refuse to go. Xiaoyi's question caused Lin Zhongqing to begin to reminisce. His smile deepened, and he nodded heavily at Xiaoyi and said, "That's right. Although the nominal leader of our team is Qilong, the true soul of our team is Boss Lan." He then advised Xiaoyi, saying, "Xiaoyi, remember this. Even though we've all acknowledged you, for as long as Boss Lan does not acknowledge you, you will never be a true member of our team." Hearing this, Xiaoyi's face fell. "So, I still need to gain the approval of Boss Ling Lan?" After 3 years of working hard beside these companions, Xiaoyi had long considered himself as part of the team. Luo Lang chimed in with a cold sniff, tone proud as he said, "That goes without question. Xiaoyi, you should be careful. Don't keep fooling around all the time. Boss Lan isn't as easily taken in as we are." Luo Lang did not forget to step on Xiaoyi while he was down one. "Luo Lang, you've known Boss Ling Lan for so long. You must know what Boss Ling Lan likes. Come on, tell me." Xiaoyi seemed to have forgotten all about his earlier fight with Luo Lang. He began pestering Luo Lang, trying to get some information on Ling Lan so he would be able to play to his favor. "Boss Lan is very fair and objective. Don't think of getting by with tricks." Although Luo Lang's words were still curt and cold, his tone had obviously gentled a little. "No, definitely not. How would I be so shameless? Don't you see how I'm trying now to understand our boss Ling Lan a little better? Oh Luo Lang, my good brother. Earlier, it's all Big Brother's fault. Don't be angry, okay? Right now, Big Brother is in trouble. You need to help Big Brother a little, right?" Xiaoyi was someone who was people-smart too. Clearly sensing the easing of Luo Lang's attitude, he immediately intensified his efforts like a snake slithering up an extended stick 3. Expression tragic and pitiful, he reasoned and pleaded with Luo Lang. The thickness of his skin made the other 3 youths look askance at him. They could not help but take a few steps back and pretend not to know this shameless fellow. "Humph, so now we're brothers? What did you say about me earlier?" A triumphant smile appeared on Luo Lang's lips. His prideful glee made the other 3 step back a little more. Fine. These 2 were truly a quirky pair. When their tempers were riled, the 2 of them fought like cats and dogs. Definitely no sign of any brotherly affection whatsoever. But when the 2 of them got along, their relationship was so harmonious that they could almost share the same pair of pants. Sure enough, under the bombardment of Xiaoyi's candy-wrapped missiles, Luo Lang caved. He began to tell Xiaoyi about what he knew of Ling Lan's personality and principles. However, his explanations caused the 3 people beside the pair to lose control of their facial muscles once more. Was the boss Lan being described by Luo Lang really the boss they knew? Why couldn't they relate his descriptions to the image they had of boss in their minds at all? As the sun slowly rose higher into the sky, and the few waiting youths began to become a little restless, Qilong suddenly said, "Looks like he's here." The other youths all looked towards Qilong, and Han Jijian said with a raised brow, "Animal instinct." Qilong's innate talent animal instinct was very strong. He would often sense a change in the surrounding environment a step before them. Qilong nodded, indicating that Han Jijian was right. His innate talent animal instinct had indeed sensed the vibrations in the air, letting him know that a large convoy was approaching. And today, all of the 10th grade students taking the assessment were already inside the academy. The only one coming here now would be Boss Lan. 10 minutes later, at the horizon, a massive airborne team was slowly approaching them. Right at the front were 2 miniature mecha. At their chests was the emblem of a fiery red phoenix in flight. As it was a family emblem, there was a black ring outside the flying fire phoenix. The color of the ring represented the family's rank. Families were ranked from top rank, to rank 1, rank 2, and so on in sequence until rank 7. In total, there were 8 ranks. Gold was the highest rank. Typically, only large and powerful families, which were generally elite families with long-standing legacies, had the right to bear this color. Within the Federation, there were 2 top-rank families, the Li family and the Yi family. There were 4 rank, 1 elite families represented by the color purple. They were the reclusive northeastern Yuki, the old martial Beitang, the imperial Zhuge, and the hundredfold Zhou. Meanwhile, there were obviously many more rank, 2 families, which were represented by the color bright yellow. Rank 3 elite families used orange, rank 4 red, rank 5 blue, rank 6 green, and rank 7 black. Rank 7 was the most humble of small families, pretty much encompassing all areas of the Federation. Any average family who possessed personal armed bodyguards fell into this category, and the color they could use was black. If the Ling family had not split off from the original Ling elite family, they would have borne the red of rank 4 families. Initially, the Ling family had not modified the totem on their mecha, continuing to use their family totem with its red outer ring. This was because the fire phoenix was red in color, and along with the flames blazing brightly beneath it, many people would overlook the red of the outer ring, taking it as part of the flames. At a glance, all most people would see was a totem of a fire phoenix being reborn in a wash of flames. However, the original totem was retired after Ling Lan returned home to the Ling family mansion at 13 years old. Lan Luofeng, Ling Qin, and the others had felt that it was time to hand over the Ling family to Ling Lan. Once there was an official change in the family head, the totem would be changed to match the status of the family head. Since the Ling family had cut ties with the Ling elite family, then it no longer had the right to use the red of rank 4 families. Furthermore, as family head, Ling Lan did not have any battle exploits nor societal status, and so could only use the lowest ranking black ring. When Qilong saw the totem, he exclaimed in excitement, "It really is boss." Closely following behind the 2 mecha were 3 black hover cars flying almost abreast of each other, while behind the hover cars were 2 more miniature mechas tailing closely. This formation was clearly meant to protect the black hover car right in the middle. The gazes of Qilong and the others all honed in on that hover car. In particular, Qilong was nervously clenching his fists. His palms felt as if they were a little damp. The speed of the flying convoy was not very fast. Perhaps it could even be considered slow, as if it were waiting for something. The answer was soon revealed as the roar of mecha engines suddenly reverberated throughout the academy. A squadron of mecha flew out swiftly from within the academy, moving forwards to meet the convoy. If it had just been hover cars, the mecha squad would not have bothered. However, they could not let down their guard with the addition of the 4 miniature mechas. Seemingly receiving the mecha squad's permission to enter, under the watchful guard of the mecha squad, the convoy began to accelerate and speed towards the academy gates. Just before they were to arrive, the 4 miniature mecha suddenly separated to hover in midair at 4 corners, going into a defensive stance. Meanwhile, the hover car in the middle began to descend, slowly gliding down towards the school gates. In the end, it stopped not 10 meters away from the gates. Qilong's group of 5 was just about to approach when a strong sense of danger swept over them. The 2 miniature mecha closest to them almost simultaneously aimed their beam guns at the group. If they continued to move forward, countless beam shots would rain down on them. "Lingyu, they are my friends." A cool voice rang out from within the hover car. This caused the 2 miniature mecha to immediately be at ease, pulling back their beam guns. "It really is boss." That familiar voice instantly excited Qilong and the others. Sure enough, their boss was back. The doors of the hover car finally swung open, and a youth dressed in a red uniform bent over with his head bowed to get out of the hover car. Black military boots stomped confidently on the ground. The youth stood up straight and lifted his head to look in the direction of Qilong and company. Qilong and the others felt an intense gaze sweep over them. They couldn't help but puff out their chests and suck in their tummies, standing up straight in response. Then, an extremely subtle smile appeared on the lips of that sculpted cold face. "Companions, I am back." "Boss." Qilong and the others pounced at Ling Lan emotionally. Qilong's speed was the fastest. He was the first one to embrace Ling Lan. His eyes were red, and his voice was choked with tears as he said, "Boss, I've waited for you for so long." The last 3 years, he had trained desperately, all in the hopes that one day he would be able to truly stand by Ling Lan's side, so they could become brothers who could watch out for one another and brave life and death together. And today, he had finally seen this day arrive. Ling Lan patted Qi Long's back lightly. "Yes, I know, which is why I've come back." Qi Long suppressed the upheaval in his heart, reluctantly letting go of Ling Lan. But before he could say anything else, he had been shoved aside by Luo Lang. Luo Lang grabbed Ling Lan and hugged her tight, fiercely snuggling against her, as if seeking comfort. "Boss Lan, I've missed you to death." This action of Luo Lang's rendered Ling Lan completely speechless. Who the heck was this? When did their team take in a girl? She slowly pushed away the clingy Luo Lang, and after giving him a close look, voice cracking, she said, "Luo Lang? How did you grow up to look like this?" This punk Luo Lang had actually grown up to be even more feminine than she had. Was there still any reason in this world? This harsh reality deeply wounded Ling Lan's fragile soul. She raged in her heart. "Hells, I am the one who's a girl, all right?" Luo Lang's face turned bright red at Ling Lan's shocked question. If it had been anyone else, Luo Lang would definitely have raised his fist and punched them. But Ling Lan was his most respected, most loved, most idolized boss Lan. And besides, he couldn't win against him anyway. Unsure what to do, Luo Lang could only stand there helplessly. His lost demeanor actually added an extra tinge of softness to his appearance, truly prompting pity and affection in others. This caused the wailing in Ling Lan's heart to escalate. Boo-hoo-hoo. This brat's existence was absolutely meant to harass her. How was she to live with this cruel reality? Ling Lan's question caused Xie Yi, who was standing by the side, to burst out into laughter. Finally finding a scapegoat for his anger and frustration, Luo Lang roared and pounced at Xie Yi, and a grand battle broke out once more. But this time, no one was willing to bother with either of them. Even Han Jijian, who would usually rein them in, did not have the mind to care about them at the moment. "Boss Lan, long time no see." Forcefully holding back his emotions, Han Jijian peered closely at Ling Lan standing before him. Although he had not lost his composure like the others, the typically stoic expression on his face was gone, replaced by a clear expression of pleasant surprise. Ling Lan hugged Han Jijian abruptly, patting his back forcefully as she said, "Jijian, these past 3 years, it's been tough on you." Han Jijian's strategic planning was definitely instrumental in ensuring that Qi Long's team remained secure as the strongest team of the academy. It should be known that Wu Jiong's team and Li Yingjia's team were both extremely strong teams as well. Both those teams must have always been eyeing the throne of Qi Long's team ravenously all this while. Truthfully, those two teams were no weaker than Qi Long's in terms of capability. In fact, it might even be said that they were a hair better, because they were full teams with all 6 members, while Qi Long's team was lacking Ling Lan, and so had always been operating with just 5 people. Inherently lacking, for them to maintain their status as the strongest team, Han Jijian had played a major role with his careful planning and thoughtful manipulations. Without Han Jijian, no matter how strong Qi Long became, the team would not have been able to fend off the combined challenge of the other 2 teams. The approbation in Ling Lan's words almost caused Han Jijian to break out into joyful tears. Ling Lan recognized all his efforts over these past 3 years. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning behind the phrase, "A gentleman would die for a patron who recognizes his worth." Having a boss like Ling Lan was truly his good fortune. Ling Lan released Han Jijian, and her gaze shifted to look at Lin Zhongqing. She walked forwards and bumped her shoulder lightly against his. This action, reminiscent of the silent communication between sworn brothers, caused Lin Zhongqing to be filled with shocked joy. Could this mean that Boss Lan had truly accepted him now, and would begin viewing him as a brother of equal status with Qi Long and the others? He could not help but croak out, "Boss Lan." Yes. An extremely small smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips, but Lin Zhongqing still noticed it. That smile told Lin Zhongqing that he was not mistaken. After interacting with Qi Long, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing for a bit, Ling Lan looked over at the other 2 still embroiled in their fight. Curiously, Ling Lan asked, "That's Xie Yi." Ling Lan recalled Qi Long telling her that he was accepting a student called Xie Yi into their team when she had left the academy. And that person was the combat expert hiding within Class B, whom she had inadvertently discovered during the grand armed melee. Qi Long nodded and said, "Yes. He's not bad. Willing to train hard with us, just shy of joining us at the advanced mecha warrior level." Ling Lan's gaze glittered. "Looks like you all are getting along well." "Yup, this punk's skin is really thick. He is capable of anything. Even we can't take it sometimes," said Lin Zhongqing, chuckling wryly. He had thought that he was extremely unflappable, that his skin was already thick enough, but compared to Xie Yi, he was really just in the kiddie league. Xie Yi's behavior showed him what thick-skinned really was. His shamelessness knew no bounds. Lin Zhongqing's words received Qi Long's and Han Jijian's agreement. All of them believed that no matter what kind of environment Xie Yi was placed in, he would be able to live on resiliently. Hearing Qi Long's and the others' opinions on Xie Yi, Ling Lan glanced contemplatively at Xie Yi. Perhaps he would be able to fill in the gaps of Qi Long's team. Of course, this was with the prerequisite that Xie Yi knew what he was supposed to do. Ling Lan then asked, "How long are they planning to fight for?" "Until Luo Lang's tired," said Lin Zhongqing with a laugh. They all knew that the person who really wanted to fight was Luo Lang. Xie Yi was just going along passively. So, when Luo Lang no longer wanted to fight, the fight would be over. Then let's just leave them to it. That said, Ling Lan began walking towards the academy gates. When she had left her home, she had been carefully observing the time. She had no intentions of letting her final assessment be affected by her being late. Even though she was not aiming to enter the top military school, that didn't mean that she did not want to enroll in the other schools. Seeing Ling Lan make a move, Qi Long, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing decisively left the two fighting people behind and followed Ling Lan through the academy gates. Xie Yi, who had been keeping a close eye on Ling Lan's actions, saw that Ling Lan had already entered the gates and quickly shouted, "Luo Lang, Boss Ling Lan has entered the academy." Engrossed in the fight, Luo Lang had not noticed this at all. He hurriedly stopped fighting, and seeing the backs of Ling Lan and the others entering the school gates, he shouted out, "Boss, wait for me." He frantically ran after them, leaving his fighting partner Xie Yi behind. "How heartless," complained Xie Yi. If he hadn't pitted Luo Lang for his plight earlier, he would not have laughed and given Luo Lang a way out to vent his embarrassment. Of course, there was another reason for his obvious laughter. Back when Ling Lan had first faced the others, those true emotions revealed had made him feel like an outsider, which made him very uncomfortable. Thus, he had taken the chance to tease Luo Lang, egging him into a fight to push aside this feeling. "So I have to get Boss Ling Lan's acknowledgement? How troublesome." Xie Yi frowned, ambling unhurriedly after Luo Lang to enter the school gates. Still, he did not wish to be excluded by the others anymore. Xie Yi found that he really hated that. Luo Lang and Xie Yi very quickly caught up to the others. The six of them slowly walked to the nearest hovercar stop and prepared to take a hovercar to the assessment center. While they were waiting, Xie Yi thought for a moment, then walked over to stand before Ling Lan. He said seriously, "Boss Ling Lan, I'm called Xie Yi. Leader Qi Long and the others said that only if I obtain your acknowledgement will I be a true member of the team. I hope that boss can acknowledge me." Ling Lan glanced at Xie Yi coolly. This glance gave Xie Yi a chill, as if he had been laid bare by it. Initially filled with confidence, he suddenly began to doubt himself. Could he really obtain Ling Lan's acknowledgement? He didn't know how long he waited. Perhaps it was just a second, or perhaps it was 30 to 40 seconds. When Ling Lan finally responded, "Why should I?" Xie Yi rallied his spirits and replied, "I will not hold the team back. There are many who won't hold the team back. You're not indispensable," answered Ling Lan indifferently. Xie Yi was struck dumb by Ling Lan's words. Damn it, can't he tell that he was just being humble? Was he supposed to be blatantly honest and say that he was the best at fighting, and that his strength was top-shelf material? Xie Yi's expression was awkward, but this moment fully displayed the extreme thickness of Xie Yi's skin. He regained his composure once more and said with a laugh, "Of course, I can also fight very well. To join our team, it's the most basic thing to be able to fight well." Xie Yi choked once more on Ling Lan's merciless words. True enough, he finally felt the legendary difficulty of Boss Ling Lan. He was truly impervious against flattery and common tricks one, utterly unpredictable. That stony expression, that unruffled tone. Yet he really had no clue where he should apply force. He could only chuckle bitterly and fall silent. This time, it was his loss. He could only retreat for now. Right then, a hover car arrived. Ling Lan was the first to board, followed closely by Qi Long and Han Jijian. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongqing, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi were prepared to take the next hover car. Han Jijian had just boarded, the car doors still open, when Ling Lan suddenly turned her head to say to Xie Yi, "Xie Yi, what do you think your presence can bring to the team? When you can answer this question, then I will give you a clear answer." Ling Lan's words had barely faded when the car doors closed. Han Jijian keyed in their destination on the hover car's AI, and the hover car sped off into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distance. Xie Yi was taken aback by Ling Lan's parting words. He had thought that Ling Lan would not be giving him a response today, so he had already been planning to work on it for the long haul. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan had suddenly thrown him this question. Even as it boggled him, he was a little lost, because he had never thought about what he could bring to the team. "Xie Yi, what are you blanking out for? Come in quickly." Luo Lang's impatient shout came to his ears. Xie Yi blinked and saw that Lin Zhongqing and Luo Lang were already on a hover car, waiting for him to board. He quickly boarded and closed the car door. The hover car flew swiftly towards their destination, but Xie Yi's heart was fully occupied by Ling Lan's question. "What do you think your presence can bring to the team?" "Really, what can I bring to the team? Strength? I cannot match Qi Long, and am even slightly weaker than Luo Lang, only just a little stronger than Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian. But Han Jijian's role is that of the team's tactician, so his combat power has never been the most important thing, while Lin Zhongqing." Xie Yi thought back on the role Lin Zhongqing played in the team, and found that for every mission, all the information, mission-appropriate equipment, and necessary medicinal agents had all been prepared perfectly by Lin Zhongqing. It looked like Lin Zhongqing had secured himself the role of being an excellent logistics support for the team. Only then did Xie Yi realize that everyone in the team had their own designated role. Moving on to the second strongest, the bad-tempered Luo Lang. At the start of every mission, he would fulfill the role of advance guard. He would scout ahead and test the surroundings, reporting the situation back in a timely manner to the team. And whenever he did this, Luo Lang would always complete his duties perfectly. Meanwhile, the team leader Qi Long had always been in charge of coordinating the team. In contrast, he had always been lounging on the fringes, simply moving wherever the team went. Now, thinking back, he had not known what position he played in the team at all. This was probably the reason why Boss Ling Lan had asked him this question. That's right. What gave someone the confidence to say that they had the right to become a true member of the team when they themselves had no clue what their own position was in the team? At this thought, cold sweat broke out across Xie Yi's entire body. He had really been such an idiot. "No, I am not an expendable person on the team. I will definitely find a role that belongs only to myself. But what is the role that would suit me best?" Xie Yi felt that his brain was a muddled mess. Groggy and confused, he unknowingly found himself already at the assessment center. Watching Xie Yi drift down soullessly from the hover car, the waiting Ling Lan could not help but furrow her brows. Could it be that the little fellow had been struck too deeply by her words and had incurred a spiritual wound? She looked dubiously at Qi Long, her eyes filled with questions. "Damn it, didn't you all say that this guy was very thick-skinned? Why did he fall into such a sorry state from such a minor setback?" To Ling Lan's questioning gaze, Qi Long could only shake his head firmly, indicating that he knew nothing. Of course, after Ling Lan shifted her gaze elsewhere, Qi Long could only murmur in his heart, "That also depends on who the opponent is. A humanoid weapon like you with such horrific killing power, what does it matter how thick one's skin is? Your power is still unbearable." At this thought, Qi Long couldn't help but glance sympathetically at Xie Yi, donating a handful of compassionate tears for his plight of almost collapsing under a simple jab by Boss Ling Lan. Thinking back, this was also how I, your big bro, endured till this day. "Xie Yi, are you really planning to apply for the first men's military academy in this state?" Xie Yi was suddenly jolted out of his thoughts by a familiar cold voice. Ling Lan was staring at him coldly. The ice in his eyes caused Xie Yi to shiver involuntarily. He could actually feel the same pressure as when he stood before some instructors. It had been a long time since he had felt that sensation. If you lose here, then you will really have no right to become a member of our team. Ling Lan's warning made Xie Yi gather his emotions. There was no room for him to consider all these complicated things right now. Only one thought remained in his head. He could not fail here. He must succeed in enrolling into the first men's military academy, and then prove himself worthy of becoming a true member of the team. Seeing Xie Yi regain his equilibrium, Ling Lan let out a silent breath of relief. If her previous words had caused Xie Yi to stumble and make a mistake during the assessment, then she would have committed a grave sin. The few of them arrived at the assessment point specially set aside for the first men's military academy. Almost all of the Central Scout Academy's 10th grade boys eligible for admission was gathered here. Everyone had 3 application chances, and all of the boys had set their first option as the first men's military academy. This was the dream school of all the boys, so even if they knew the chances were slim, they still used up one of their application chances on this school with no regrets. Qilong and the others joined the long line of people waiting. However, the line moved swiftly, and very soon it was their turn. Qilong and his team lifted their right hands, revealing their communicators, and waved them at the AI processing the applications for the first men's military academy. A beep was heard, and then the virtual screen displayed their details, along with the honors and results they had obtained in their 10 years at the Scout Academy. After each person concerned verified his details, he would press the Confirm button of the AI, and their information would be delivered instantly to the database of the first men's military academy. After that, all they had to do was wait to receive the confirmation notification on their communicators. Very quickly, the first men's military academy had responded by sending their application numbers to their communicators. At this point, they then had to wait patiently for the communicator notification for the final testing. After the 5 members of the team had gone through the entire process, they waited for Ling Lan to do the same. However, Ling Lan did not do anything, merely signaling for Qilong and the rest of the team to move so they would not obstruct the others behind them from applying. This unexpected action of Ling Lan's confounded Qilong. He blurted out right then and there, "Boss, why aren't you applying to the first men's military academy? Let's speak at the side, all right?" Qilong's outburst had made them the center of attention. Ling Lan was rather resigned by this. That's Ling Lan who withdrew from the academy 3 years ago. Noticing Ling Lan, everyone began to stir in excitement. The Grand Arm Melee that year had been launched by Ling Lan, and due to that decision, many initially unawakened students had obtained the opportunity to awaken. It could be said that a large majority of the 7th graders then, that is, the 10th graders now, were extremely grateful towards Ling Lan. "Our uncrowned king has returned," shouted someone in joy, obviously a loyal supporter of Ling Lan. "Just now I seem to have heard that Ling Lan is not applying for the first men's military academy. Why is that?" Some people had latched onto Qilong's question and began to debate the reason behind it in astonishment. In their eyes, only those Class A folks would be able to successfully enroll into the first men's military academy without much trouble. As the king of kings in Class A, if Ling Lan did not enter the first men's military academy, who should? "Could it be that Ling Lan's injury from back then still hasn't healed?" asked a random student. The cacophony was cut by an abrupt silence, and then the noise exploded, even more chaotic than before. Could that really be true? Hearing these speculations, as if thinking of something, Qilong's face changed. Seeing the situation slipping out of control, Ling Lan hurriedly signaled for Qilong and the others to leave the area first. This spot was truly unsuitable for them to talk. The group quickly left the application point. The assessment time would be sent directly to the applicant's communicators, so it was not necessary to wait at the application point itself. As long as the applicant was not late for the assessment, it was all fine. The 6 of them came to a relatively quiet location, and then Ling Lan said, "Actually, choosing not to apply for the first men's military academy is a deeply thought-out decision on my part. Could it be that your body hasn't healed yet, boss?" asked Qilong anxiously. Back then, when the academy doctor had determined that Ling Lan would require 3 to 4 years to fully recover, they had assumed that 3 years would take care of everything for sure. Who knew reality would not turn out this way? "Yes, I still need 1 year's time." and this year just happens to be the most critical one. If I don't take care, some latent problems will remain in my body, which may even affect my future career as a mecha operator. Ling Lan did not hesitate to exaggerate. Even if she were as fit as an ox right now, she would still spin it so that she was a ravaged, wilting white cabbage. You all know that the first year of physical training at the First Men's Military Academy is exceedingly harsh. If one doesn't pass, one will be kicked out from the school directly. My family doctor has clearly diagnosed that my body would not be able to withstand that year of training. Since I already know it is impossible, I can only give up on applying. Ling Lan naturally wasn't afraid of this so-called harsh physical training. The reason why she would not apply for the First Men's Military Academy is that both her mother, Lan Luofeng, and she were not at all confident that she could keep her gender under wraps for all 6 years at the school. Just the annual physical checkup alone would be an unfordable natural chasm, not to mention the various forms of physical training they would have to go through. Based on what she knew, there were times when they had to fight stripped to the waist, and this was impossible for Ling Lan. Of course, even without those issues, it still was not suitable for Ling Lan to enter the First Men's Military Academy, this gathering grounds of abnormal prodigies, with her current situation. Mind you, once she managed to enter that school, she would draw the attention of the entire Federation. And this was precisely what Ling Lan did not need. The best thing for her would be to be utterly forgotten, to fade away into obscurity so she could find a chance to regain her female life. Lan Luofeng did not want her daughter to live forever in the world as a man. She just could not bear it. Thus, after discussion, the final decision was for Ling Lan to apply to the most remote planet in the galaxy, planet Aurelian 1. It was an agricultural planet, with beautiful scenery and temperate weather. Moreover, the college there was rather easygoing. One just needed to muck about for a few years there to obtain a degree. Although Ling Lan felt somewhat regretful for the choice, she did not want to let Lan Luofeng worry, and so agreed. Of course, Ling Lan did not obediently apply to those horticultural colleges as Lan Luofeng wished, choosing instead to apply to the only community college specializing in mecha repairs on the planet. Ling Lan had carefully examined that school and found that although it was known as a mecha service college, it still had a mecha control course. The course only accepted 50 people, but Ling Lan believed that, based on her status as a Class A student from the Central Scout Academy, that college would definitely not reject her. When Qi Long and the other 4 members heard about Ling Lan's situation, their mood instantly dropped. Han Jijian could not help but ask, "Then, which military school are you applying to?" The other military schools were perhaps not as strict as the First Men's Military Academy. "I've prepared to apply to the Windchase Mecha Service College on planet Aurelian." The youths were gobsmacked once more by Ling Lan's reply. "Servicing mecha? Boss, are you joking?" Qi Long leapt up in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had never forgotten Ling Lan's formidable control skills. While in the virtual world, he had piloted a mecha and simulated a fight with the figure of the Twilight mecha that day in his mind, and he had lost spectacularly. This gave Qi Long a clearer idea of Ling Lan's true controllability. For such a prodigious mecha operator to go become a regular skilled technician and service mecha, he felt that his entire world was being upended. Ling Lan cut off Qi Long with a cold glare. The Mecha Service College does not just have mecha servicing courses, it also has a mecha control course. These words finally let the team members' spirits return to their bodies. Boss wasn't going to go become a mecha repairman. They felt they had been revived. "Is the mecha control class of that planet any good?" asked Han Jijian dubiously. However, Ling Lan's response to that let them finally understand why their boss Lan had chosen that school. "It's SOSO. But that planet is the most suitable for resting and recuperating. The weather is mild, the scenery beautiful, and the air quality is the most optimum A+ grade. My family doctor has said that my body will be able to relax best there and will be able to eliminate all latent problems. Plus, the school is very easygoing, working on a credit-based system. For the first year, I plan to rest at home and just work on some theory classes. I will put the actual control classes in the second year," said Ling Lan, her expression turning helpless at this point. "Only that school allows me to freely arrange my time, so that place is the most suitable for me." Ling Lan found that she was really good at lying. She herself was almost taken in by her own lies. Seeing the 5 still in low spirits before her, Ling Lan added, "Besides, just because I've gone there doesn't mean I won't ever come back. The First Men's Military Academy has transfer opportunities every year. Promising students at other schools can still reapply for the First Men's Military Academy through testing. Once my body recovers, I will be back. First, comfort them for now. There will be some excuse to explain things later on." Ling Lan decided to take things one step at a time and cross bridges when she came upon them. Right now, she needed to pump Qi Long and the others up for their application test into the First Men's Military Academy. Mind you, only at the First Men's Military Academy would they receive the best support for their development. She definitely would not allow their futures to be negatively impacted because of her. Sure enough, Ling Lan's words caused Qi Long and the others to rally immediately. It was true when they thought about it. So Boss Lan wouldn't be applying for the First Men's Military Academy now, but that doesn't mean he won't be able to enroll later on. There would still be chances, and although those chances would be much more difficult than applying now, who was Ling Lan? He was their boss. It would be no problem for him. It had to be said that Qi Long and the others really had a kind of blind faith in Ling Lan. In their minds, as long as it was something Boss Lan wanted to do, nothing was impossible. Just like that, Qi Long and the others went off in high spirits to take the test for the First Men's Military Academy. Meanwhile, Ling Lan went to the application point of the school she had chosen. There was no one there. Almost none of the Central Scout Academy students would choose to apply to the colleges here. Here were the most backward vocational colleges and community colleges, and the application for these institutes were all processed by just one AI. Frankly, the Central Scout Academy did not want their students to apply to these schools at all. If not for the Federation's regulations for fairness and equal opportunity, the Central Scout Academy would definitely have driven these schools out of its assessment center without giving them any chance. Ling Lan deftly chose the course she wanted to apply for, and very quickly, the Windchase Mecha Service College had approved her application request. Soon after, Ling Lan received the other's reply on her communicator. Opening it to read, Ling Lan blinked blankly. 2 large words, "Test exempted," came into sight. The other party had actually exempted her from the application tests completely. It was clear to see how shocked and pleased the school was by her application. They were very afraid that this was an impulsive decision on Ling Lan's part, and so did not want to give Ling Lan any time to reconsider. It was of course a good thing to be exempted from testing. Ling Lan decisively pressed the confirmation button. With her confirmation, her data file was sent straight to the Windchase Mecha Service College. That done, Ling Lan immediately rushed back to the application point of the First Men's Military Academy to wait for the final assessment results of Qi Long and the others. Meanwhile, at this exact moment, at a distant Federation border, on a battlefield between the Twilight Empire and the Federation, another round of conventional warfare officially began. On the battlefield, the starships of both sides faced off from a distance. Countless intermediate and advanced mecha were being ejected from the starship's ports, almost filling up the entire starry sky. 10 of thousands of mecha engines roared in unison, the sound threatening to rip the starry skies apart. The mecha of the 2 nations formed team after team, breaking off to engage their own group of opponents. Ever since technology had advanced enough to make galactic war possible, mecha battles had become the most basic type of combat, sometimes to the point where the final outcome of a war would be determined based on the power of each side's mecha operators. This was also why all nations invested so much in the cultivation of mecha operators. They were the main fighting force, the strongest solo weapons for the purpose of domination and conquest. Every war was fierce and brutal. Whenever war broke out, great numbers of mecha operators would fall, which was why mecha operators had the highest casualty rate among soldiers. Even so, every soldier of the Federation still wanted to be a mecha operator as their first choice, because only mecha operators could truly control their own lives, as long as they were strong enough. This was just a conventional battle, but even so, countless mecha operators had already been lost to these starry skies. Those final flares as they fell were like radiant fireworks, lighting up the entire starry skies, leaving behind its owner's final requiem. On the main command ship in the middle of the Federation fleet, everyone in the command center was looking at the battlefield before them with serious expressions. They were waiting patiently for the final outcome of the mecha battle. At that time, this clash would be over. It wasn't that they did not want to arrange any tactics or stratagems to reduce the number of casualties. It was just that this had become routine. This kind of conventional battle, against a long-standing enemy across many years, they had become familiar with each other's tactics. After all this protracted fighting, what mattered in the end was the overall strength of the two nations, as well as which nation had the stronger mecha. There is strange movement on the left side of the opponent's fleet. Right then, a report rang out in the command center from a surveillance soldier responsible for monitoring the area. Zoom in. The Supreme Commander of the Federal Border Protection Fleet, Major General Tang Su, who had been stationed here for 6 years, gave an immediate command after hearing the report. Tang Su was 43 years old this year and was considered one of the few outstanding and authoritative major generals in the Federation now. Due to his tenacity, he had ensured the stability of the situation at the Federation's border for several years. At his command, the large screen in the command center rapidly zoomed in on the position in question. They then saw black mecha being silently ejected one after another from the opponent's starship's launching ports. The surveillance soldier manipulating the image knew very clearly what was important. He immediately provided a close-up of one of the black mecha, especially focusing in of the arm area and enlarging it. At the sight of the serial number beginning with an S, the command center was instantly in an uproar. There were even several senior officers who couldn't help but burst into foul language. Twilight actually sent their special Ace Mecha squad out. All the Twilight Ace Mecha were basically marked with XSYZ serial numbers. Z marked the strongest squads of Ace Mecha, while X marked the weakest. The strength of the Ace Mecha of the Twilight Empire was equal to that of the Federation's Ace Mecha. Of course, the Federation's Ace Mecha squads were also differentiated by their strength. In any case, the S-Series Special Ace Mecha squad deployed by the opponent could be considered an extremely powerful veteran mecha team of the Twilight Empire. Tang Su knew the situation gave him no time to hesitate. He immediately ordered the Soaring Dragon Ace Mecha squad to attack. Each fleet would have one Ace Mecha squad to hold the fort. They were the top fighting power of the Federation. If it were not absolutely necessary, he really did not want to send them out. Just the very idea of losing one of the operators made his heart ache terribly. However, even more, he just could not allow common mecha operators to lose their lives needlessly in engaging the opponent's Ace Mecha operators. Ace-level enemies required aces to match. At the right flank of the fleet, an interstellar mothership was hovering, quiet but somewhat forbidding. In its belly, a primed and fully equipped mecha squad was waiting to be deployed. It was the trump card Ace Mecha squad of this protection fleet, the Soaring Dragons. At this moment, they were sitting in their respective mecha with solemn expressions. They were spread out in their respective launch passages, paying close attention to the progress of the battle before them. Suddenly, the call to combat rang out through the entire mothership. The sharp sound pierced through the initial silence, and all the Ace operators instinctively clenched the control sticks in their hands. This sound meant that their turn to battle was about to begin. They had already been waiting for too long. Every time a battle began, they would always be ready to move out, but in the end, they had never had a chance to see the battlefield. Holding fast to the order from the command center to wait and be on standby at every battle. If it were not for the military culture deep within their very marrows, the multiple occurrences of Cry Wolf 1 would very easily tire them out and cause them to become lax in carrying out their orders. However, all the Ace operators knew well that since they were being deployed now, it meant that the enemy would most certainly be Ace operators of the same level. This would be a cruel battle to the death. Both sides would use their lives to prove who the true kings were. Orders. Ace Mecha Squad Soaring Dragon to strike. Direction southwest. Coordinates 1245, 2340. Every operator of the Soaring Dragons heard this command from the command center on their mecha's public channel. 8001, 8002, 8003, 8004, 8005, all prepped and ready to go. Calling JMC 801, requesting deployment. From each launch port, deployment requests were transmitted from the Ace operators to the headset of the JMC responsible for guiding the Ace Mecha. Checking. All equipment in order, mobility normal. Launch approved. 3, 2, 1 launching. The JMC specially in charge of the Ace Mecha approved the launch requests after swiftly running through the prerequisite checks. Fire, fire, fire. Consecutive sounds of ejections rang out. From the 5 launch ports on both sides of the mothership, the prepped Ace Mecha were shot out into the skies. 8011, 8012, 8013, requesting deployment. 8021, 8022, 8023, requesting deployment. Batch after batch of ordered Ace Mecha were shot into the skies. At this moment, the exclusive communications channels of each mecha were extremely busy. A mecha battle involving large battalions was not conducted in solo fights. The mecha needed to group together in units to engage the enemy. 8011 calling 8001. Wingman 1 requesting to enter formation. 8021 calling 8001. Wingman 2 requesting to enter formation. In this manner, every time a formation was fully formed, the mecha would then move swiftly to the coordinates the command center sends them. Baka, how does the opponent move so fast? The commander on the Twilight's main ship, a general with a thin mustache on his upper lip and gray sideburns, saw team after team of silver-white mecha flying from the opponent's back end, swiftly intercepting their Ace Mecha which had already gotten into formation, and couldn't help but swear angrily. General, believe that our mecha operators will not lose to those chinks, said a young staff officer with a slight bow, but his tone was haughty. It should be known that their S-Series special Ace Mecha squads were called the Victory Mecha, which would never fall too. Dealing with these small guppies would definitely be no problem. Aoki, don't underestimate them. The Chinese Federation has always been our archenemy. For thousands of years, as long as war breaks out, it has always been the end of their lives or ours. Throughout history, we have suffered defeat many times because we underestimated them, bringing great losses to our empire. We must learn from these lessons. The general was a cautious person. He was not blindly confident like some people within the country, self-assured in their belief that the Chinese Federation was just a pretty flower vase 3. General, what you say makes sense. But the Chinese Federation now is no longer the Federation of before. 16 years ago, even their God-class operator Ling Xiao lost his life at our warriors' hands. Now, they are just in their death struggle. Victory will forever belong to the great Twilight Empire. Staff Officer Aoki's face was filled with pride. The successful assassination of Ling Xiao was the glory of every Twilight soldier. As soldiers of the new generation of the Twilight Empire, they had grown up under the propaganda of the Empire's successful killing of the Chinese Federation's strongest God-class operator Ling Xiao. In their worldview, the Chinese Federation was already on the wane, no longer having the strength to resist them. The great Twilight Empire would definitely obtain the final victory and eventually take over the entire Chinese Federation. Is that really so? The general's expression was grim as he stared at the large screen. He did not believe that the Chinese Federation really had no backup resources. What's more, they still had other God-class operators. Even though those people had remained reclusive all this time, if the Chinese Federation truly was pushed to the brink of no return, these fearsome beings would probably appear one after another. In contrast, their empire only had 9 Mecha God Kings 4. They just could not match up in numbers. We need to drag them along for another period of time. The oldest God-class operator of the Federation must be nearing 200 years old by now. The general calculated in his heart. As long as 1 or 2 of the opponent's God-class operators died, then in any top-level contest of strength, their empire would not be at a disadvantage. At that time, it would truly be the time for their great Twilight Empire to push their attack. Aoki, notify the Special Ace Operator Squad. Let them use all their might to kill the opponent's ace operators. The general gave a decisive order. Since a stealth attack was already out of the question, then they might as well eliminate a part of the other's ace operators to weaken the enemy's combat power. Hi. Aoki accepted the general's order with a respectful bow, the pride on his face fading. After that, he turned around and passed on the order to the mecha operators currently facing the opponent's ace operators. Meanwhile, that batch of deployed Soaring Dragon Ace Mecha had already began clashing with the enemy. The curtains were lifted on a scene of brutal fighting. While the command centers of both sides patiently watched the progress of the Ace Operator fight, at the heart of the flames of battle, An invisible energy was forming. On the Federation's command ship, a soldier monitoring the battlefield suddenly cried out in shock. The other soldiers beside him were startled and quickly asked, "What happened? Look here, what is that?" The soldier zoomed in on the oddity he had seen. Right at the center point of the fighting, a black had appeared unexpectedly. The soldier was really bothered by the black, finding it rather creepy and frightening. He magnified the image of the dot as far as he could, and finally, they could clearly see that, at the center of the black, there seemed to be some energy swirling backwards. Even stranger was the fact that the black dot was expanding at a rapid pace. Could this be a black hole? This bone-chilling reverse airflow phenomenon sparked some memory in the soldier's mind, and he could not help but blurt out his conclusion. What happened? The senior captain in charge of the surveillance room rushed over when he heard the commotion. "Sir, it's a black hole. A black hole has appeared at the heart of battle. Order the fighters to retreat quickly." The soldier's face was pale with fright. Black holes were the ender of all things. Once swallowed by a black hole, no one could escape from within it. Therefore, the moment the emergence of a black hole was discovered, even if they were in the middle of a battle, both sides would mutually choose to stop fighting and escape together. By now, the captain could clearly see the black that the soldier had enlarged on the screen as well. In just this short period of time since the soldier had first discovered it, the dot had expanded from its initial size of a tiny fingertip to a round hole of about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. The black hole was spreading at a rapid pace. It was foreseeable that, in short order, it would become a supersized hole capable of swallowing everything. At that time, no one here would be able to escape from its clutches. The captain knew the situation was dire. He swiftly leapt at his optical supercomputer and activated the computer's wartime emergency protocol. Of course, this protocol could not be activated simply. If any abuse of power was discovered, the person in question would definitely be court-martialed. Wartime emergency protocol activated successfully. Please choose the required option. The AI inquired coldly. Open all military channels. I want to broadcast a wide-scale announcement. Even the short time taken to activate the supercomputer caused the captain's forehead and bridge of his nose to drip with sweat. A black hole was truly too frightening. He was afraid there would not be enough time. Connecting to all military channels, successful. When the AI reported this, the captain immediately pressed the voice button for the broadcast. Emergency notification for all troops. At the center of the battle, a black hole is forming. All mecha operators are to retreat immediately. All mecha operators are to retreat immediately. I repeat, emergency notification for all troops. At the center of the battle, a black hole is forming. All mecha operators are to retreat immediately. All mecha operators are to retreat immediately. This abrupt military-wide broadcast caused an uproar among the Federation fighters. At this time, the command center had already received the images of the black hole transmitted by the surveillance room. Without even having to think about it, the Supreme Commander immediately ordered all the starship carriers to send out the retreat signal to the mecha troops they housed. In the meantime, the black hole at the center of the fighting had already expanded into a dark chasm of 3 to 4 meters wide. The suction of energy was already extremely obvious now, especially for the ace operators closest to the black hole. They quickly halted their fighting and stared fearfully at the black hole as it grew larger and larger, its suction power becoming stronger and stronger. Everyone knew what a black hole represented. It was the root of calamity, death, and the destruction of all things. It's a black hole. Retreat quickly. Such an obvious black hole made the Twilight Empire mecha operators retreat swiftly even before their own starships could send out the signal to retreat. At this time, all the mecha operators of both nations no longer had any desire to continue fighting. All the mecha flew swiftly back to their own starships, afraid that if they were any slower, they would be consumed by the black hole. But they were still too slow in the end. The black hole, which had already expanded to about 10 meters wide, suddenly burst open. As if being pried open by some force, the black hole abruptly became a gigantic black hole of over 100 meters wide. The innermost layer of mecha were instantly caught in the suction of the black hole. God mit, increase horsepower, operate engines at 120%. The innermost layer of mecha could already feel the growing suction. Some of the operators reacted very quickly, decisively powering their engines to the max to try and escape the suction range. Operating the engines at 120% could not be maintained for long. Doing this for too long would leave lasting damage to the main engine. Mecha operators who love their mecha typically would not bear to do so. This group of quick-thinking mecha operators were considered lucky. Although they had to pay the cost of breaking their engines, they still managed to at least charge out from the suction range of the black hole, salvaging their lives. In contrast, many more mecha operators lost their chance at survival due to their slow reflexes. They were instantly pulled in by the suction. By the time they thought to push their engines to the max, it was much too late. Under this fearsome extraterrestrial force of nature, even the formidable and dominant ace operators were like infants, unable to resist. Although most of the ace operators had managed to escape from the suction range of the black hole due to their superior reflexes, because the black hole had appeared right in the middle where the ace operators had been fighting, there were still quite a number of ace operators who had been ruthlessly devoured. Facing this situation, the operators of both nations could only stare helplessly as those mecha were consumed by the black hole. There were also quite a few mecha who, before they could be fully sucked into the black hole, had directly exploded due to the battering of the chaotic turbulence, turning into countless shards of debris. 8217. Hold on. One of the ace mecha formations of the Federation was in a similar crisis. The main mecha 8207 had reacted quickly, almost escaping from the danger zone. As long as his mecha did not break down, escaping with his life was no problem. However, 10 meters behind him, wingman mecha 8217 was not as lucky as 8207. He was still within range of the powerful suction of the black hole, and most critically, one of his two secondary engines had exploded due to overload. This decreased his speed by a good chunk, and his crisis was precisely due to this significant loss of speed. The suction of the black hole grabbed hold of him. Due to its great power, 8217 actually began sliding backwards. This meant that his mecha's engines were already running out of power to fight this powerful suction. As the main mecha of 8217, the leader of the formation, seeing his own wingman 8217 in such grave danger, did not even stop to think about it. He immediately controlled his mecha to grab hold of the other's right arm. Leader, seeing his leader reach out to help him at this most perilous moment with no concern for his own well-being, 8217's eyes turned red with emotion. He desperately commanded his AI to increase the output of his engines, hoping to borrow his leader's extra pulling force to escape death. They were frozen like this for 30 seconds. When the wingman saw the other secondary engine of his mecha blow up due to overload as well, he knew that it was hopeless. Don't give up. Even though he knew that the chances of the two of them escaping together were minuscule, 8207 still did not let go. Leader, let go of me, 8217 said through gritted teeth. He could not drag his leader with him into death. No, 8227 has already been sacrificed. I will not watch as my final brother dies. 8207 refused firmly. It was already the end of the line, but 8207 still would not let go. He only kept repeating, don't give up. 8217's tears began to fall. Leader, let go quickly. Do you really want to die with me? If all my brothers are dead, then what would be the point of living on my own? We've said before that, if we die together on the battlefield someday, we will be brothers again in the next life. Now, 8227 is already gone. With the two of us too, even if we go to the afterlife, all three of us brothers will be able to be together once again, said 8207 with a smile. Being able to die with one's brothers was also a type of happiness. Leader, although tears were still falling from 8217's eyes, 8217 smiled as well. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Becoming your number one wingman is my greatest fortune. That said, he reached out his left hand to pull out the beam saber on his back, and then, amidst 8207's shocked cries, he resolutely brought the saber down on his own right arm. With a swoosh, the mecha's right arm fell, suddenly losing the weight in his hands. 8207's over-revved engines instantly pulled him out of the range of the black hole suction. 8,217, roared 8207 in grief, tears in his fierce eyes. His final brother, using such an intense method to sacrifice himself, saving him. There was a deep pain in 8,207's chest. Mindlessly, he leapt towards the black hole, but was held back by formation leader 8,102, who had arrived in the nick of time. 207-1, calm down. They were my brothers. 8207 finally burst into tears. They were my brothers too, barked 8102 sharply. You remember this. Your life right now is no longer just your own. It is also 217's. These words caused 8207 to jerk, his initial struggles dying down instantly. Right at that moment, 8102's wingman 8122 suddenly cried out, "Leader, look, at the heart of the black hole, something is flying out." 8102 looked over quickly. Indeed, at the center of the black hole, something was slowly moving out against the black hole's suction. Although its speed was exceedingly slow, it was still slowly but surely getting away from the heart of the black hole. How is this possible? Everyone knew that the suction force was definitely the most terrifying at the heart of a black hole. Absolutely nothing could stand against it. What in the world was that thing to be able to fight off this type of suction power to slowly escape from within the black hole? 8102 zoomed in on the image of the thing. Sure enough, at the heart of the black hole, a mysterious mecha was making its difficult way forwards, trying to escape the grip of the overwhelming suction of the black hole. The body of that mysterious mecha was marked with clear signs of damage, even looking somewhat dilapidated. Yet, it was precisely this beat-up mysterious mecha that was currently performing a miracle. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.